I realize that we ain't the same, but you might appreciate it if I try to explain why I'm sitting in the middle of a lake. Gotta find a fish to come and nibble on the bait. I'ma set the stage for the challenge. I'ma meditate just for practice. I'ma concentrate on my balance. I'ma contemplate on this canvas. I'm a bandit running with a stolen moment. The careful arrow, narrow focus. Gotta roll with both eyes open. Quality of life feels like I'm floating. Trying to make this minute stretch, cause what's in my face is so picturesque. I mean, it even made me quit the cigarettes. I mean, shit, I guess I got a fish to catch.
Just like an answer calling when I drop this line in the water. Keep fishing, man, with a vision. Look, brother, I saw the future. Look past, I'll draw it for you. Strong words of an old soul. Don't rock my boat, I told them. Reel them in, throw back slow. Back slow, back slow, back slow, back slow, back slow.
Everything looks clear in hindsight if you can adjust to the twilight. Trying to live enough life to last a lifetime. Roll with the ride like I'm supposed to survive. How you know that you alive if you ain't fighting for a mouthful of future? This ain't business as usual. Check the tackle, box full of beautiful, look like shrapnel. Break the cycle and the old mistakes, but the boat obeys the waves. And then the little fish spoke as it broke away. It said no limits, but no with a K. Yesterday's catch, a cook tomorrow. Right now I gotta do what I gotta. Took a time out from the human drama. Put my line in the water, now who wanna holler?
Just like an answer calling when I drop this line in the water. Keep fishing, man, with a vision. Look, brother, I saw the future. Look past, I'll draw it for you. Strong words of an old soul. Don't rock my boat, I told them. Reel them in, throw back slow. Just like an answer calling when I drop this line in the water. Keep fishing, man, with a vision. Look, brother, I saw the future. Look past, I'll draw it for you. Strong words of an old soul. Don't rock my boat, I told them. Reel them in, throw back slow. Back slow, back slow, back slow, back slow.
Hey man, can you turn down the cow?
Glorious now, behold in Christ,
Good sense, innocence, grip of mankind. Dedicate to many things I can define. Okay, these violence, right, these blood in your mind. Innocence and compliments, the color of time. Who cares what games we choose? Little to win, but nothing to lose. Innocence and compliments, meaningless nouns. Turn on to him, turn your eyes around. Look at your sound, look at your sound. Look at your sound, look at your sound. To the bottom, I'm going to. You're the bottom, what's that? The least you can do. Beatniks and politics, nothing is new. A young people lunatics, one point of view. Who cares what games we choose? Little to win, but nothing to lose. Good sense, innocence, grip of mankind. Dedicate to many things I can define. Okay, these violence, right, these blood in your mind. Innocence and compliments, the color of time. Who cares what games we choose? Little to win, but nothing to lose.
Like your street. Win. Oh, you can put, wow. Hold that thing down and you can fast forward. Check that thing out. Bushwhacking. I love your comments there. All those titles etched into the ether of existence. A record, so to speak. Kind of like if a meteorite hit the Terra. The data is recorded in the geological record, the substrate. Absolutely. And you're pulling on some old material there to lay out that. Thank you, sir. I like that statement. All that checks out, but I don't see Realm Earther up there. How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? Of course, talking about the thumbnail here. You know, you got the Globe Earther, the Flat Earther, J6ers, Proud Boys, Antifa, Socialist, Agent Pedo, Pedo Accuser, Pedo Simp. Let me get the comment out of here. I can't read that one. What's that one? Terrorist. That's the best one. It's on there twice. That's the left and the right. That terrorist shit. Those terrorist accusations. Let's label our adversary a terrorist and get him tied up in the legal system. Oh my gosh, how do I get rid of this thing? Get out of here. Go. All right, there we go. All right. Yeah, so I got doxxed. Then I had to move, right? At the same time. Both things happened at once. Simultaneous events. Two true statements of information tied together in such a fashion to provoke intrigue in the viewer. You know? Something like that. Anyhow, I got this J6 clip here. This J6 clips channel. All right, we got to start here. Share this tab instead. Boom. Way too much information at all times. Do you know that? Have you guys realized that? That's what I need. That's why I have you. That's why I have you. I want the comments over here so I can just read them and not through StreamYard. Okay? Is that okay with everybody? That I can do that? Yeah, way too many things going on. Way too much information coming at me from all angles, right? Oh, you're not on the internet. Airplane mode. Okay. Anyhow, we got this J6 clips here. I founded this channel on the internet, on the interwebs, you know? It's there. That's the only time I'll make that statement. You better clip it. J6 expose clips. Oh, I have a premiere right now. I do. Are you serious? Wait, I mean, there's a premiere here? Protesters warn police about ACAB. Oh, I'm going to drop this link right now. Holy cow. I didn't. Wow. Holy cow. Okay. All right.
You all right, bro?
This is live. This is live premiere. The body worn camera footage from J6. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, guys. Holy cow. Let me pause that.
It is what it is. I mean,
I'm so sorry.
you're stressed out at this point. I mean,
Where is it
not
at?
like you did anything.
All right, there it is.
It's not like you killed anyone.
All right, let me pause it. Is the sound like echoing? Because I'm listening without headphones. I have my headphones here. Let me check the chat here. I got to slow down here. Bum, 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 bum. That song is so. That's a good song. I like that one. Incense and Peppermints. Now here's that live right there. How's this sound when I'm playing something else? So I don't want to be tethered physically to a computer. If I could prevent that, I don't want that situation. I've already got wires in all directions to get this information out. Okay. I don't want to also be tethered to the laptop here. If I could avoid that, please allow me that. But if the sound is terrible, I have to do what I have to do. Let me know. Here we go. Bum, 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 bum. Wait. Oh, is the sound bad? Oh my goodness. Is it off? Mm-hmm. Oh no. Thank you, EBT. Uh-huh. What the heck? All right, is that better? All right, is that better? Well, if it's coming through the webcam, it was probably pretty bad. Thank you, Bluebird. All right, okay. It was coming through the webcam and not this. Thank you, EBT, for informing me of that. By the way, I saw you. Oh my gosh, I was just watching the clip earlier. I was thinking about playing it tonight, but there's way too much else to go into. But you and Monograph first meeting, it was a fascinating video there on Flow States. It was 3 days ago. And I was looking at that clip because Monograph, I believe during that stream claimed, let me make sure it sounds good. What's up, Timo? Much gooder. Okay, good. All right, the sound quality's improved. What's up, Jedi? Whoever you are. All right, who's this guy? Who's this Jedi guy? I'm going to rock somebody's avatar in a panel, a day before I go live and then pretend like I don't know who the guy I'm restreaming is. That's going to be my style, something like that. Some weird thing like that. I don't know, But, I'm used to those games. Speaking of the J6 clips. So, okay. Thank you for correcting the sound issue I didn't even know I had, EBT. Now, I don't want to put these in. I'm going to do it. It's the professional thing to do. I'm a professional out here. So I'm going to plug into my laptop here. These headphones. Let me see. Professional. Let me see here. Let me make sure I'm in the headphone jack there. I do believe so. Because I'm a professional, I'm going to put on my headphones and hope that didn't somehow transfer the mic settings to the headphones. That's a possibility too. All right, let me get you out of here. And you. Oh, that's a good one for later. Yes. Connecting dots. All right. So, all right, let's watch some more of this J6 clips here for a moment. Because there's a live premiere from this J6 Clips channel. I mean, you know, who knows who this person could be presenting this live premiere right now in this moment. I don't know. I didn't plan this specific thing. I can guarantee you that.
Okay.
All right, so this is the deal, okay? You've been detained. Do you have any medical emergency? Okay, so go ahead and stand up for me. Capitol Police is not going to process your arrest for crossing the police line, so today's your lucky day. Okay? Don't come back. Just take a walk somewhere. Go back to your hotel. Get yourself together. Okay?
It should be a wake up moment for you, bro. It should be a wake up moment for you. You know, you have a right
I
to
understand.
protest, but you can't do criminal activity. Alright? Get to your hotel, take a shower real quick, and try to get a shoe. Okay?
Yeah, no, what to do about that. I think it's
Where is your hotel?
it is the Homewood Suite. It's the Homewood Suites Hilton.
Do you know the address?
But I think that we checked out. I'm not sure what our status is.
How are you getting home tonight?
I came with some friends.
Oh, okay.
So
Well,
I'll need to find my friends.
where are you guys going to meet up after this?
I think that we were going to go back to our hotel and then where we can.
Okay, so go back to your hotel and meet your friends there, okay? Don't do anything crazy.
It's not worth it.
Yeah. It's just literally your lucky day, okay? You would have been held probably until tomorrow.
Okay. Hold on now. All right. I did this. Oh, it's going to make sound. Oh, no. Don't do it. I did this so I can pull up the comments here. I can't see the comments on the laptop screen here. All right. There we go. Yeah, I got the comments tablet. You know? How sweet is that? All right. Where am I at here? Boom. A white rabbit? Oh, wait. What is that? Man, the Alice song. Go ask Alice when she's 10 feet tall. All right. Did you guys see this scene here? I seriously haven't seen this. But this is what happens when I watch this body-worn camera footage. Okay? BWC. I don't know why that's, what they went with. Get over here. I don't like being so... There we go. This body-worn camera footage here. Okay. This dude says he's... The cop's asking him, do you have a hotel? He says, I don't know. Then at the end of the conversation, let me make sure it sounds good. Oh, wow. That's so funny. That's awesome. Thank you, Bluebird. That comment was highlighted in the corner of my vision. Anyhow, this guy says he doesn't know whether or not him and his friends have a hotel for the night. Then something was signaled in here, in my opinion. The cop tells him, this is your lucky day. Go back to the hotel. And we're going to get into this. This J6 Clips channel, ties into some metaversal drama here. And, it involves getting doxxed and all this, What's happening there? Why'd you get doxxed and have to move? Well, then have to move. That's how I worded it. Yeah. Two separate facts again. Both true. Both true. But this guy right here, I've never seen this footage. It just so happens to be being premiered live right here on this channel. Go subscribe. What's up, Star Fox? Good to see you, by the way. Let me see. All right. Protesters warn about ACAB. This is the title of this one. Let me see. I got to figure out the setup a little better. The screens being organized was the last thing I thought about, but whatever. Here we are. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. That's what's going to happen. We're going to do it live right now. All right. So let me see. Let's play this.
What you got up? Let me see your cuffs real quick. No.
No. Sergeant Johnson. Okay, thank you. Okay. Thanks. All right. Real quick.
You all right, bro? You're gonna be fine. You understand that, right? You're gonna be fine. I mean, it is what it is. What it is. I mean, if you're stressed out at this point, I mean, it's not gonna change anything. It's not like you killed anyone.
I don't feel stressed out.
Okay.
Yeah. Whatever.
Maybe I feel a little.
All right, so this is the deal, okay? You've been detained. Do you have any medical emergency? Okay, so go ahead and stand up for me. Capitol Police is not going to process your arrest for crossing the police line, so today's your lucky day. Okay? Don't come back. Just take a walk somewhere. Go back to your hotel. Get yourself together. Okay?
Shoot, I didn't go far enough back. Gosh dang it. I have to cover this piece right here. All right. So he walks off, comes back. I went 9 minutes back now. I hope that's enough. God forbid we watch the same scene again. I'll make sure we're far enough back.
Plus 1B. You think that girl got You can try it, man.
They need to call the 1D watch commander, have somebody come down here.
Yeah.
What'd you do? Do you know?
Well,
Do you know what you're being charged with?
I don't know what I mean.
What did you do? Do you know?
I was.
Did you assault anyone?
Crossing the police line.
I don't think I assaulted
Cross
anyone.
OAP, okay.
What was it?
What?
What was it I was trying to?
Crossing the police line and assaulting the police officer.
What qualifies as assault?
All that stuff we discussed in court. It's not going to be discussed right now. All right? Yeah, we did not see it. We were just given the body. So, I mean, it's a completely chaotic scene. So people made the arrest and they passed them off to someone else. Can you... Yes. So what? Yeah, it doesn't matter. You can't, if you resist fingerprinting at the station, they will forcibly do that. So their Capitol Police will take care of it.
All right, so I went back a bit further in the clip, but the context here that we're getting from going further back is that he was being held for crossing the police line and assaulting a police officer who's being detained for this. And as we know, he gets told later on it's his lucky day. That whole scene there seemed a bit off to me. But we'll continue. We will continue with that one for a moment here. Because this is what we're going to... This is what we have to do. We have to look. We have to evaluate. you know, it's painstaking. Oh my goodness. It never ends. Never ends. But
All of us are the
you can get to
same.
something deeper if you continue, you know?
I have the job. I have the job. Wow, you getting
What's up?
never volunteer.
I was trying to get a gas mask, and then
Yeah.
got sent over here.
You said what? No, the same exact thing. You said what? What will I do?
Let's see here lies the problem. He just told your officials. Y'all didn't see it. I didn't see it.
I give you
None of us can testify to
Right.
what these guys are getting locked up for.
It doesn't, it doesn't, it only,
What the fuck are you doing here? I'm not mad at you, but I'm just frustrated at the
No, I
moment.
got you.
Got sprayed, fucking kicked, punched. I'm fucking mad as shit at all these fucking people. Let me apologize for my attitude towards you, but believe me, it's not towards you.
This is whatever they do. That's ultimately
Yeah, that's what we do. We're trying to protect you guys.
I mean, like you personally, you were being.
Yeah. My eye look red to you? I mean,
They were pushing the fence, and every time they got a chance, they were swinging at us. That's not your fault.
oh my God. There's 75,000 people over there. No,
You saw the curfew.
by the time I figure out how to get y'all back underneath,
So we're both detained right now, so we can figure out what the process is. So as the officer said, it's on Capitol grounds. They are the jurisdiction that oversees this. So that's what she's determining right now. Okay.
You got both from the same town? Yeah, you don't.
All right. I want to interject here for a moment. Anarchy Princess, I played clips of her in the past. You've seen, if you know, it's in the back footage there. Anarchy Princess will go into these scenes, be told to be, you know, you're going to be trespassed. Don't get out of here. We're going to arrest you, like to the point of arrest several times. And for whatever reason, the information comes back through the walkie-talkie system, whatever's happening behind the scenes, time and time again, she gets released. Right after being told she's going to be arrested. Very seriously, in her pressing. Okay? Her really pressing. Meanwhile, she's talking about her ties and all that. And I'm not going to get into the specific details there. It's just too much nuance. But the reason I bring up Anarchy Princess is this DOA fella here. This Defender of Ants guy. Boy, would I like to have a word with him. Let me see here. I got to lead into this proper here. Defender of Ants. And if your informants are listening, DOA, I hope that they get this message back to you, because I would like to have a conversation with you tonight if possible, but we'll see. Is it still up here? It might not still be up. Let's see. Where is it at here? All right, what are you guys seeing? I need to be able to see what you guys see at all times. It's weird having to process these things here. Operation Jaybird. No. All right, let me share the screen here. Share this tab. And then bang. All right. Where's this video at? If it still exists, you might have gotten embarrassed and removed it. Let's see. Oh no, it's the most recent one. Oh, it is the most recent one. Look, would you look at it? Would you look at that? Would you look at it? Would you look at it? Oh my goodness. Oh my.
Accident especially. Anyone on? Anyone on?
Well, police.
Police? Law enforcement.
Yeah.
Show me your credentials.
What was the problem? Someone calling?
You gotta do a little bit better. Give me a second. Just doing a little investigation. Accident especially. Is any
So that footage is rather, the music's too intense. But where did that footage come from? Well, let's take a look here. No credits given as to the source of those clips, but I happened to find the source here. Let's see. Oh, wait, is this channel a familiar looking one here? Let me see. Let me go this way. Boom. Videos. Oh, okay. What is this video here? Wow, look at that. Would you look at it? Would you look at it? All right, let's watch this video here and see what happens.
Yeah. Accident respectfully. Is anyone on? Anyone on?
Well, police.
Police? Law enforcement.
Yeah.
Show me your credentials. Appreciate it. That's all.
What was the problem? Someone calling?
You gotta do a little.
All right, so that was 3 angles from the body-worn camera footage of a video that I made myself. I edited it together, and I sourced those clips from body-worn camera footage provided from an anonymous source who's going to be, it's not really anonymous. You all know. But I don't know how to present that, This is part of the body-worn camera footage from J6. I found 3 separate angles right up front. And I'll get to the source. Because it's not, obviously I didn't go finding all these clips. They were presented to me by somebody else. And we will get there. Perhaps not tonight. I don't know. We'll find out. Nothing burgers. Nothing burgers. See, no dig. It's interesting that you would come in and comment on this one where it's very clear that 4 officers, undercover officers, identify themselves to DC Metro. It's interesting that you would comment now, of all times, and say such things. I mean, very interesting.
Accident respectfully. Is anyone on? Anyone on?
Well, police.
Police? Law enforcement.
Yeah.
Show me your credentials. Appreciate it.
Would you look at it? Would you look at it? Would you look at it? Oh my goodness. More angles than Wizzy's pickup. That was a good one, though. I'll give you that. Anyhow, we're getting in all that. I made this video, okay? DOA, you, okay? He clips this short, makes this short. No credit to this source.
Yeah.
It's fine. I hope one day you're working on it, you know? I've seen you do that a few times, though. I'm getting a bit suspicious of what you're up to. You seem to be listen, we'll get into it, man. It's already coming. It's inevitable. This is inevitable. DOA. Inevitable. Anyhow, I want to play some clip from DOA that's pretty interesting. Regarding information that I've heard a lot about, but never heard the source of. And it's funny, this clip here. I like this one. It's not a clip. Shows type and stuff. Boom. This is the one I want to play here. And I didn't watch this video because it's around the time that DOA like tied everyone together with the People's Convoy and what some considered at the time to be a mass doxing of everyone. I didn't watch it, but it was when he made the giant map. This was around the same time. It was also around the time that Austin Murphy pulled a gun on Brett's channel. Because you can see the thumbnail there, Murphy's Law, which is obviously my video there. 5 days remain because Austin Murphy had claimed the world was going to end or something like this. And, we held him to it. But I've never heard this information until now. I'm from what sources it might be from and deeper and what it actually means. So let's take a listen to this. I really want to dive in here. This is Defender Vance. I'm going to give him credit for this video. It's not always mutual, the credit, Hey, listen, just because you want to take my videos and not give me credit, I'm not going to do the same to you, sir. So here's his video. Go subscribe to his channel, DOA's video. We're going to play a bit of this and we're going to listen to what's being laid out here about how information might have been collected from the People's Convoy and all this, and who might have done such things.
Oreo, first responder, BC preacher, WYSIWYG. So I'm trying to find out who the bad actors, and the bad actors, I don't know the answers. And I have all you here to help me. We're trying to come together as a consensus of what the answer is. It doesn't make sense because this is the thing. Now, in the emails, we'll go over some of them. And I'm not making any claims. The email that was sent to me. Now, Rooster and AP said that MAGA Princess sent me this email. Now, neither of them ever saw any of these videos. They never watched any of these videos to even know that MAGA Princess sent it to me. All right. No one said they saw one picture, and I'm going to show you. I'll show you the picture that was sent. Okay. And this, for some reason, got Rooster all in a tussle. Let's see here. Okay, I'll show you one of the emails. I've gone over this once before. We know Oreo does not like Wizzy. Okay. But has Wizzy ever said anything about Oreo? Has Oreo exposed anything with Wizzy? That's the thing. None of them have talked about the other person exposing anything about them. We don't know anything about them. Bree told me 100 people were posting out his front door. A lot of these so-called friends are just pushing the agenda. So was MAGA Princess part of Mary Todd? No. So MAGA Princess. So that was what was claimed by Rooster, that this was from MAGA Princess. Now, none of them ever saw the email. No one ever discussed it with me or nothing. So now we're going to go through it and see. So I'll show you. Share this tab instead. All right. I'm going to just jump over this, but I want to get back to Mary Todd and really go over the Mary Todd thing. But this is an email I received from somebody in November, okay? And there was 3 emails, all right? And it was information about Wizzy's financial supporters, okay? So Wizzy is the mainstreamer from the People's Convoy. That's important to me. That's a major big dot, all right? Mainstreamer on the People's Convoy page. I get this email about who's funding Wizzy. Okay? Because Wizzy was part of a media team. It wasn't just Wizzy. Okay? And so I received this email. Now, no one's talked to me about this. And so everyone just told me I'm an idiot and a psycho. So now I'm not an idiot. I am an idiot and I can be a psycho at times, right? But a good psycho, right? So let's just look at a couple of these things on here. I'm not going to go totally. So he said that this is Scott's dad, Steve Marley, and Nightscope's real name is Jack Schneck. Okay. So Jack Schneck. Okay, you guys following with me, right? Jack Schneck is, okay, this is where it gets super fucking interesting, okay, guys? And it's cool, whatever. Even it ties into the Mules movie too, right? So let's just watch this. Just watch this play out, right? This is fucking crazy cool shit. And it might all be fake. MAGA Princess might have put together this email. Oriole's mom might have put this together as the biggest troll on me ever. Or maybe it's real. I don't know. I find it fascinating either way. Okay? I find it fascinating. So who is Jack Schneck? Okay. And if you guys know me, or you know why I left the People's Convoy, some of y'all are like, oh, he's crazy. Some of you guys just think I'm nuts, and that's fine, whatever. Fuck you. But the fact of the matter is that I had a problem with Allied Security, okay? Allied Security is the largest domestic security business, and the biggest employer is the government. So I was very uncomfortable that Allied Security was that $20,000 a week was being spent on from donations on Allied Security to protect the people on the bus. Marcus Kupik, you know, not Marcus Kupik, Marcus Summers, Brian Brossi, Lee Dundas, Tyler Lee, Marlene Steele, all the big people, right? Okay, so let's go to the Jack. Let's get to Jack. Jackson's Imagine Operating Business Chief Operating.
All right, we're going to get back into that. But what he introduces here is this Marcus Kopik fella, which ties into why I was recently doxxed. During the time period I had to move, you know, 2 simultaneous events. Coincidence? Perhaps. Only time will tell. But this Marcus Kopik and the dynamics unfolding between the pirates and the outlaws since the convoy has kind of ended, I'm really holding my tongue because it is the most degenerate thing I've ever seen on a mass scale. Like, it's incredibly degenerate. Just the worst of the worst from grown people just behaving in the worst way possible. I can't even. We're going to get into it, but maybe. I don't know how much we're getting into it, but we'll get more into it. But goodness gracious, we're watching this first.
Officer at Secure Tex Ltd. Okay, not that one's not anything. Okay, now Schneck sued Nightscope. All right, he sued Nightscope. We're just gonna do a little. We're gonna do a little bit about. We're gonna go through this because this shit's cool, man. We're talking robots. We're talking like this is Nightscope makes robots, police robots, right? And so Schneck, Jack Jack Schneck, plaintiff, versus Nightscope. It was his former employee, Nightscope, breach of contract, blah, blah, blah. The background. Defendant Nightscope produces autonomous security robots designed to aid in physical security processes. The defendant is incorporated in Delaware, and Mountain View, Cali. Defendant is not registered in Illinois, does not have an office in Illinois, blah, 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 blah. Plaintiff claims that the customers to whom he did sell robots began to complain about the robot's performance. He raised these concerns weekly with defendant's board of management. He claimed that the robot's lack of reliability made his job more difficult and tarnished his repetition within the industry. Okay. So, all right, that gets boring. Okay. So why is this important? Where's this connected? Where's the dots connecting? Okay. The dots are connecting because this is security, right? We're going to allied security, right? Now we're moving into allied security. The security company and Wizzy, when I left and went crazy about allied security being in control of the People's Convoy, Wizzy called me and said, "Oh man, I'm friends with the people in security." Okay. So Wizzy told me, and I had the text messages on my phone, that Wizzy told me that, do I have them right? I have the phone. Let me see if I have the phone. Wizzy told me that he was friends with the, where's my messages? I might have it on this phone. Give me a second. Okay. I'll find it. Okay. So here's Jack.
No dig. Imagine trolling at such a low level to think that I didn't realize that when I said it. Step up, bro. Come on. You better than this. No, this is Defender of Ants. See, the difference is I'm giving him credit. I didn't get credit in the short, okay? He just found it, right? He's done this to me a few times, okay? He's always doing little things like this. I'm calling it. It's not. DOA, I'm on you. You better take that serious. All right. But yeah, this is DOA, Defender of Ants. And this was excellent information here, laid out in an excellent fashion. You can't beat it. So go check out this channel, for now. I mean, I've seen him do some, listen, we're navigating streams of chaos here, and I'm doing the best I can do. I'm doing the best I can do out here. But I could do better. I'll do better tomorrow.
Okay. He is, share this tab. Serves as VP of Business Development Company Officer within the company since December 2015. Primary job, Allied University, Midwest and Canada. Okay, so that would be California, the Midwest. Maybe not. Greater Chicago area, Great Lakes, Midwestern USA. Serves as VP of Business Development Company Officer for the company since December 2015. He has over 25 years of experience in security operations, including in physical security, systems integration, and intelligence gathering software platforms. That's what you need to know. Intelligence gathering software platforms, because we're going to get more into this, right? He joined Securitas Security Service in 95 to 2011. Executive roles, Vice President of Sales and Marketing, West Coast region. From 2011 to 2014, Vice President of Sales of SDI Solutions, a leading systems integrator specializing in mission-critical technologies and infrastructure. He is also a member of mergers and acquisition teams, which led to the integration of sales processes from numerous acquisitions, expanded SDI's footprint to the national level. Okay, you guys ready? This is where it gets really fucking cool, man. And I'm sorry, I'll get back to the comments here in a second. This is where it gets fucking cool. Geophilia. What is Geophilia? How could this possibly be applied to what we're watching on Mary Todd's channel? How could this possibly?
And listen, I don't want to sit here and accuse people of anything. Like, maybe I've done. So here we go. Let's do the thumbnail here. Let's start accusing people. Let's go at it. Let's throw out some names here. What are we going to label people? We got a whole list here. Which one are we going to choose? Q agent, socialist, Antifa, terrorist, Proud Boy, J6er, flat earther, globe earther, pedo accuser, pedo, narcissist. Oh wait, the pedo simp's not on here. Oh, I added pedo simp. Oh, there it is. Pedo simp. You know? We got every label out here in this stream of chaos. People want to play like they got answers for everybody, you know? We got answers, you know, for ourselves half the time. Let's start there, you know? Let's begin there. With all y'all. I'm tired of all y'all. Y'all coming at me all the time. Every one of you out there is on notice. All right. Jackson Eck here. Geophedia. So what we're talking about here is what I've been trying to like. It's illustrated with information and statements to back it up. Rather, you know, it's a lot of work to go through that process. So shout out to Defender of Ansford looking into something. I'm not saying he was right or wrong. I don't know. But he ties together a lot of good information there. The point being that, and what makes me so suspicious of WYSIWYG is that when I pressed him about anything like, do you think that streamers could be getting paid by data collection agencies unknowingly? He says, no, that's impossible. That's impossible. That's what sets him off. That's what, I'm like, why can't we concede to this point and just, hey, yeah, it's possible that streamers are being paid by corporations that are influencing them behind the scenes and they don't even know. That's possible. Why would you deny that? Well, for one, it's disingenuous. I know that much. From there, I'd start making claims I can't back up. But it is disingenuous to simply deny the fact that streamers are being motivated by things that we don't see. And the streamers probably don't even know. Okay? The people on the streets, not just streamers, but you know, photographers, videographers out in the streets clipping for news agencies. People are telling them where to go and what they're going to get paid to shoot. We're talking about movies and direction here and scripted events. Like, they're setting the intention for the scene. And unless we have enough oversight to step back and look at all that, what they're laying out on the scene that's being established constantly, we get caught up in the drama and we get lost in the chaos, which is very easy to do. It's very easy. There's a lot of motivating factors at all angles constantly trying to get in, especially online. I mean, that's already, to me, it's all a reflection of what's already happening to us, right? The Black Mirror is showing us a bit about ourselves that we have yet to realize. But it's also trying to entrap us constantly. Now let's continue this here and get into a specific scenario that may or may not be true. I don't know. Defender of Ants here, he's not making these claims. He got an email that said this, and I'm not making these claims either. I'm just playing this video. I don't know. But WYSIWYG will not answer questions regarding this. I know that much. I've tried. Doesn't happen.
Applied to the People's Convoy, that Wizzy was the head person, said he was part of Allied Security, and that Allied Security was the security for the People's Convoy. And how does this all connect? What does it connect to? And you know, how does it even connect to J6 and Spiro with Ashley Babbitt in that room? How does that all connect? Where are these dots? Are these just dots floating around. All right. Geophedia, a location-based social media monitoring company where he managed Geophedia's sales initiatives and launched a corporate security practice, which was responsible for adding numerous Fortune 100 customers to Geophedia's books of business. He's also a member of the Association of the Chief of Police, which is important. Like that's the police. If my
So Lamont Street, see, that's kind of something I advocated for, because at one point it was when First Responders Media was kicked out by X-Ray. I didn't even know who was involved really or what happened. But I heard about what happened at the convoy. A streamer got kicked out while live because, miscommunication. And White Lightning was like big into the security at the time. And I went to him. I said, dude, you guys cannot be doing this. Okay. And I went to Brian Brazzi and I talked to him too about this. And then, because I was saying, they're throwing people out live. It looks bad. There needs to be clear lines of communication. You can't be just throwing out live streamers. This was, I believe, around the time that I saw DOA chase out ABC News reporter from the DC area with insightful accusations. So Brian Brazzi called all the streamers and said about asking for donations. Because I had influence there at a certain point. I told everyone, I was making it clear, early on, I was like, you can't be throwing out live, you can't do that. That's insane. Without really understanding the situation, nobody's gonna associate with that. What is that? It's just a bad image on all fronts. And I addressed that with the, White Lightning, who was part of security, and I addressed it with Brian Brazzi at certain points, especially about Ricky Bobby and all that. While Ricky Bobby and that whole front gate thing was happening, I was trying to get Brian to talk with him. He wouldn't talk with him for some reason. He said to come back in the morning. So I went back to Ricky Bobby with that information. I was talking to Brian. I was, I was pressing him. So he may have done that because I was making the point that without the live streamers, you're not really getting this information out. The news agencies aren't here. You're relying on the streamers to get the information and the points of view across to the people out there watching at home. So you can't be throwing them out because of miscommunications, especially with First Responders Media. I mean, he probably had 1,000 people in there at the time when that happened. I didn't see the stream and I don't know exactly what happened, but there was a weird thing with the live streamers at first. And then when he made that statement, everyone started live streaming. There's that counter there too, right? And that was the influence on that stage that unfolded. The people at home didn't see. Well, everything in that's like planning ahead with your intentions. Everyone should be, kind of looking to script their future to be better. Obviously, while relying on the Most High. Without that, it's not going to happen. So that's right. I would say that, I'm not just going into things without thinking about it, and nobody else is, but people are unconscious about what they think.
Prosecutor and my judge in my cultivation case 10 years ago were both members of the Chief of Police. Chief of Police is the organization that developed Interpol. The Chief of Police are the ones involved with the militarization of the police forces. They run a lot of the Special Olympics fundraisers to buy bulletproof vests, tactical weapons, tactical police vehicles. Okay, they're the militarization of the police department. They consist of lawyers, prosecutors, the chief of police in the local area, sheriffs, and judges. Okay, my judge and prosecutor both were members of that. I tried to get my judge to change because him and my prosecutor were both members of the same organization. Okay, and he's vice president from 2019 and
All right, I'm getting bored of that. If you guys want to watch it, I'll drop the link one more time. I can't watch too much of that. All right, what else am I going to get into? What else is he going to cover? I don't know. GWT was live too. He might be now. It's at the 1 hour mark in that video. 1 hour and 2 minutes. There's that link. I want to check out this one. Is he still live? All right, let's see. Yep. All right, let's see what they're talking about. And then share this tab. I'm gonna open up the panel at some point. I just like suffering on my own. You know what I'm saying? Like, people see. I'm gonna call out all the other panelist people right now. Every channel that starts a panel, okay, and y'all don't do at least an hour by yourself. And I'm holding myself to this now. That's a long time. Oh my gosh, I still have another 20-something minutes. What exactly are you offering? But just another panel channel of nonsense? Like, you could use this. Hey, oh my God, I'm not even going to give you the. I'm already ready for the. I'm already ready for the arguments. Bring them. Let's go. Y'all a bunch of bitches. Still, I'll tell you that much. Shoot, sitting there. I need a panel. Open up the panel. Open up the panel. Hey guys, can you join me? Can you help me out? I hope somebody comes and saves me from the situation. Oh man. All right. Let's get back into it here. GWT with special guest, citizen journalist. And then again, you know, see, I'm already about to start pointing out the holes in my own argument. So this guy, Richard, citizen journalist, came on there earlier. I'll drop this link in a moment here.
Look, here's what I'll tell you, the truth of it. So I think my general feeling is at this point, because I just came over the road from Nevada. So I drove from Nevada through Las Vegas, and then I took 70 east all the way back to Maryland, right? So the whole thing. And there's tons of trucks on the road, I'll tell you that much. I mean, the truck stops are full. There's tons of trucking. I don't know whether that's not coming through a broker or it's being contracted some other way. And there's tons of stuff moving through our country. I mean, I don't even know what some of the stuff is. I'm talking major loads, shrink wrapped. And I've been watching it for a long time. And if you're a trucker, you know, there's stuff moving through the country right now that I've never seen before, and lots of it. And then every bridge.
Well, but one of the problems is, though, what you're seeing out there on the road. I understand that there's a lot of trucks going up and down the road, but the problem is, and where I've been doing a lot of my deep diving is who owns everything, right? Well, you're looking at BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, which they all ended together. They own all the big trucking companies.
Yeah,
so
right. The owner operator over the road guys are just getting crushed. I get it.
Yes. I mean, even my insurance agent, he has 25 different companies he uses, and every one of them were on BlackRock. I just proved to him that this last year, when my insurance went up $2,000.
It's literally one of these things. Like, if you can't beat them, join them, and that's where we're at. You know, if you want to survive and you want to make it, you either got to figure out some skill you have, and I think there's a lot of that to be done. But I'm telling you, here's the thing I was gonna say. Every bridge in the country is being worked on. Every road, all the roads. Like, if you look out here, I'm just in a little back area. This is the Residence Inn in Washington, D.C. here. And all of Washington, if you look at the asphalt right here, Tom, it's all the asphalt. Washington, D.C. has been completely repaved. All the road surfaces are perfect. Downtown, all brand new blacktop, all brand new lines, all the roads.
This is Richard, citizen journalist on GWT 333. Obviously, he's downtown in D.C. They're reporting live from the events in D.C., as do many streamers and journalists and all this. But I do want to get back to this because there's a couple points here that I wanted to get to that have yet to be covered. And again, I didn't watch this back in the day because, you know, I was like tied into some map by Defender Vance. You know, I don't know if he put himself in there, and I heard what happened. It sounded terrible. Sound like terrible things, Aunt. Why would you do that to America? Some might say that's traitorous. But the reality is that this is good information right here. Right here in this video. Okay. This is showing a specific example of how influencers behind the scenes might get funded, known or unknown, you know, whatever. They might, and I've been someone out there. This is what people don't. I sent these to Wooz, and I'm not going to release them myself. Wooz has the documents that prove that I work for the German, Russian syndicate. Arya, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Am I supposed to go there? Okay. My cat yelled at me already. Let's see. Shout out to the new studio where I get to have my cat. Anyhow, I've been paid to be out there on these streets, told where to go, what to film, to a limited extent. But like when you're talking about scripts, like it wouldn't be much. Hey, you know, I was getting easily $300 per contract, an agreement. Why are you moving your bullet? Oh, you want more? Okay, I see. She wants more kibble. But people that actually are in the game for a while, you know, they get all kinds of contracts, and then with the news, this stuff is old technology. This has been around forever. In TML, dude, if you want to come up here at some point, I would love to talk with you about this technology stuff. I saw you in here earlier. I'm just really taking my time because there's so much information has been, you know, it's been a long time since I've been able to just talk on a stream. And so much has happened. Oh, TML, what's up, bro? You're still I would be happy to have you on here in a moment. I want to play some more of this, and I would love to have like a one-on-one with you if you're around. I'm saying like 15 minutes or so. And get into this technology and these streamers and the influence that happens behind the scenes that people aren't aware of, because there's all kinds of agreements behind the scenes. All right, let's continue this one for a moment here. And good to see you, Lamontry. I saw you the other day. Where did I see you? Oh, Your Freedom Rising. I saw you over there. He was streaming. He's doing some glass blowing. He's got an awesome camera angle now. He's getting really into the glass blowing there. It's pretty interesting over there. All right. I'm going to put the screen back up. And then, yeah, after I want to listen to like 15 more minutes of this because he lays out a lot here. And then TML, I want to talk with you about like my perspective and your perspective about life and in this situation, because I know the technology is a huge factor, right?
Yeah, okay. So now here's a couple more dots. Okay, this is the this is about the robot guard will patrol the Georgia Aquarium. Oh, this is New Smyrna Beach. This is just south of Daytona Beach, where I used to live. I used to have a house in Daytona Beach. No. Okay, here it is. So I'm doing my best to kind of go through this. It's a long email, but you guys have to see this. This is important. These are dots. This is Allied Universal. This is a robot. This is what the not Geophidia. Geophidia is a this is Nightscope that he was involved in, and Allied. So you got Allied, Nightscope, and Geophidia. Okay, I'll tell you what, MAGA Princess sure as hell put together a fucking killer email. She did. I gotta give her she definitely put me on to some really cool shit, truthfully, man. And it seems important, you know, it seems like the dots fit pretty good, right? But let's look more into Jack. Let's kind of look into this a little more. So, okay. American sad ass is Rooster Doll's alt in Discord. Here she is admitting her and Wizzy know Jack. Okay. Let me make sure. I want to make sure that. Okay. I'm not trying to. Okay, can I share that? No. All right. I can't share this. I don't know how to share this, but this one on the right, the screenshot JPG is a screenshot of, and I could tweet this out. I've tweeted this out before, but I could tweet it out again. I can't get it bigger without sharing it. Let me try it one more time. Yeah, it's not letting me. Oh, maybe I can. I go to StreamYard, present, stop screen, present, share screen. No. Okay. Sorry. I can't share it. I'm just going to read it to you. This is the it's a screenshot. So this a MAGA princess allegedly or some other person is claiming that American sad ass is Rooster's Discord thing. And it says, me and Chris just kind of let M have the meltdown, but we actually know Jack. All right. So this was a screenshot. So this person is claiming to be from Wizzy's team. All right. And they sent me this information from Wizzy's team. Okay. Allegedly. Well, is this bad? Like, the dots aren't that crazy, right? Allied was part of the security team. Who was the Allied security team for the People's Convoy? You all talk shit about the People's Convoy and that's evil and it's fascist and shit, but who the fuck was it? Who are the people that we should be going after? Who was part of the Allied security team? Do you know? Or do you just talk in general things and just say, fuck this person, fuck that person, fuck Trump, fuck Trump, fuck Trump, fuck Trump? What are you going to solve? You going to solve anything? So if this is either MAGA princess doing some big elaborate thing using Photoshop and all this, or some of this might actually be true. But this is allegedly Rooster, and the princess girl was saying that this is not MAGA princess, the other one, AP, was saying that it was Rooster, that it was MAGA princess. Now, they didn't see any of these emails. They didn't see any of this at all. They never sat down and looked at it, never sat down and discussed it with me. This was never, I was just called an idiot and I was ostracized and said that I was going crazy when I asked. They're the largest domestic thing, but this is who was part of the security team. Do you know who had the contract for the security team? I know that Lee Dundas had this contract for the security team for Allied. Lee Dundas is a Scientologist, so Lee Dundas hired the security team. Wizzy said he knew the Allied security team. Now here's somebody claiming. Now, if we trust AP and Rooster, you know, Rooster's feeding information to Brett, who's friends with Red. Okay. Doesn't show her face, nothing, right? Nothing. but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is MAGA Princess, and I don't get it, but maybe it is. And so, hold on, let me share this screen. Let's go to a little video as I'll get the other stuff ready to show you. Back.
Understanding after
I want to show you.
Stated, and that was.
Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out!
I just saying you keep walking.
I'll just report.
Keep walking.
Go, 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 go. Get the fuck out!
One more time, I'm gonna knock you out myself.
Go! Out of here! Fuck you! Get the fuck out now! Out of here! Fuck you! Get the fuck out now! Go, go, go! Keep going, keep going! Go, go, go! Don't say space for Trump!
More chuds showing up, including WYSIWYG on the corner of Whizlight and Rampant.
God, they're funnier than I thought they were.
Yeah, exactly. Dr. Justice, perfect. I mean, the fact, Dr. Justice, the fact that we actually have to explain that to people is mind blowing. It's mind blowing to me. Wizzy's a chud.
All right. Just want to watch a couple more minutes of this, but I got to interject here. My cat was getting on me. She said, "You better cut in here." I said, "Okay, fine. I'll cut in. Listen to the cats. They might get you in trouble, but it's always fun." Let me see here. J6 clips. Just haven't done. So, oh, wait, not that one. Where's the other one? I just pulled it up. I just had it up. Oh, I see. All right, so the premiere ended. So go check out that at J6 Clips. Go subscribe. Tons of information being released there. A lot. Like just unique camera angles from different police body cameras. And we'll get into the source of the material soon. But that has to wait a few days. Just a little bit. I know it's the internet. Oh my God, I want it now. I want it now. No, you gotta wait. You gotta wait. Now, TML, if you're still here, dude, I'm gonna play like, what did I say? Yeah, like 5 more minutes of this. And I'd love to have you come up if you want, if you're there. If you're there. Let's see. Now let's get back to this one. Share this tab instead. Boom.
Main mod is a chud or a lefty. We're looking into these people right now. Yes, I looked into them. This is why I'm showing this. This is WYSIWYG. This is Mary Todd's channel showing WYSIWYG. Not a big jump to say, hey, maybe Mary Todd is Rooster. Here's WYSIWYG. 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 Do you know anything about Rooster? Jesus. I mean, like, it's just like, I mean, I gotta like spoon feed this shit to some of y'all. You're like incapable of like having like new ideas and like going through. This is WYSIWYG right here. Watch him get his ass. He's about to get his ass. This is, see, this is them. They're pointing. They're identifying Antifa. Watch WYSIWYG get his ass kicked. We'll watch this one. We'll watch this a few times. Trust me. They don't like WYSIWYG there because they believe he's the police and he's filming the police. He's filming that. Ooh, oh, poor Wizzy.
Keep fucking around. Come on.
See, they're identifying Antifa. Mary Ty is identifying Antifa. Poor Wizzy. Can't be both. Can't be both. It just doesn't work that way, man.
So I've heard about this footage many times, but I've never seen it. That's intense. That's intense. Holy cow.
Might as well just be friends with Justin, too. The shawl. Okay, this is an interesting now I got messages when I was at the People's Convoy from Corinne, right? Corinne IRL. And she said, watch out for Abnar Bashar Haig. Abnar is the editor-in-chief for Left Coast Right Watch, a far-left media site. This following is the complete footage he uploaded the attack of WYSIWYG. All right. Well, I don't condone violence. I don't, but am I though?
Yeah, that's exactly the point. I mean, when your stream's not going, the way you want it and you want some extra money, you create some drama and you play the victim. And the donations flow in. It's easy. It's easy. I've never been able to bring myself to do it, but I know it's easy. Like, a lot of people don't think like that, though. They're going to go for the easy money. Easy. Like pretending to cause. Here, let me see. What's the name of the stream here? Let me read it. Navigating and finding resolution in streams of chaos. I was doxxed, then had to move. I mean, life is like a stream of chaos, right? Constantly nagging and presenting presents, right? Combat pay. Yeah, combat pay for streamers, dude. Let's go. See, Star Fox, you're welcome to come up if you want. I know you said you would at some point. If you want to talk about this one and present, lend your perspective here, we can get into it. Because I didn't hear anything about what led up to that. But, sorry. I've heard a lot about what led up to that. I haven't seen with my eyes the footage. And then even when I see the footage with my eyes, it's like, what really happened? Even then. Well, right. Yeah. Right. That goes for anything that we see on here, really. How do you know it's real? Let me see here. Boom, boom. All right. Abner Bashir Haig. Let's watch some more of this here.
if I'm a chud, then what is Rooster? Is Justin a chud? Like, come on. Figure it out. Like, figure out, Figure it out. Am I a chud? Figure it out. Or go fuck yourself. And just maybe because I ask a lot of questions, man. That's what I do good at. We'll let you play for a little bit though. I don't feel like a chud. This doesn't feel like a chud. This feels like I'm exposing some undercover police. It's what I feel like I'm doing here. Why does Antifa hate him so much? It's nice to see Wizzy get a little taste of his medicine, though. I don't condone violence. I don't like violence. But, see, this is why I was saying, like, you make the decision what's right or what's not right. It's hard to say who's attacking who.
And the police are still up on Coronado.
See, this is what Mary Todd's doing. She's identifying Antifas or the left.
Look at the fucking big man! Look at that shit!
But it looks like they're on their way out.
Footage of my attack. I'd love to see it more than just the still photos that you posted.
Just that I posted.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure you recorded video, so it's on.
I don't know who's a chud, man. Because if Rooster's not a chud, I don't know who's a chud. Is Rooster a chud or not? That's why this title is Rooster a chud? Right? I think we could all agree it's all for the grift, and there's a time for war and a time for peace. And I think we could all agree that Mary Todd is identifying the left. We might not agree if that's good or bad. Would that be a fair assessment? What do you guys think? Is that a fair assessment of this? That Mary Todd is identifying people on the left, the Antifas. And I'll put on another one. We'll analyze it. We'll just go another one. Just check it out.
You indicated that over the last 5 days that Mr. Varela has continued to make threats toward.
Okay, fair. Let me stop that for a second. When someone is doxing the left, they are anti-left. All right, here, so is the only people who voted for Trump that are chuds? I don't know. Is it? I don't know. Everyone's been using chuds. I like just saying chuds because it's fun. Like, hey, chuds. I think they call me a chud. Some people call me chud. Some call me Antifa. Like, they can't figure it out. So is it better to not show violent protesters? That's a good question. When someone is doxing the left, they are anti-left. Okay, so does identifying somebody on the left make you anti-left? What if they're criminals? What if you're at a protest and you're identifying people who are breaking things? Is that what, that's a good question. I would not say Antifa is leftist. I'm so confused. Perfect. We can all agree to disagree.
So that's Defender Vance there. Doing his. Listen, I in no way, condone, is that the word? His coverage in general at all. But, when people hit important information, you got to give them some sort of props. This specific video was very informative in a lot of ways. But also the credibility goes to everyone, right? That is watching and giving feedback and presenting forth new information that we can help ourselves see more clearly what's happening around us. Machine Lies, whenever you're ready, jump on up. But I'm going to play a song here. I want to play a song. I got to listen to the song. I'll put the thumbnail again. And we'll get back in this video, and if the Machine Lies is still available, jump on up. Paste. Boom. There's that link again. All right. I'm going to put the thumbnail up. I got one more. I love this song. This is the best song to sing to in the world, probably. Not going to happen, but this is a good one.
So she wakes up in time to break down. She left a note up on the dresser and she's right on time. You don't know anything, right or wrong. I said I know, and she said so. I wanna panic, but I've had it, so I go. You don't know anything to anyone, but don't take your life, 'cause it's all that you've got. You'd be better off just up and leaving if you don't think they will stop. And when you wake up, everything's gonna be fine. Guarantee that you wake in a better place, in a better time. So you're tired of living, you feel like you might give in. Well, don't. It's not your time. Look through the paper today, looking for a specific page. Don't wanna find her full name followed by dates. 'Cause when I left her alone, she made it sound like a moan. You're known by everyone for everything you've done. Buying flowers for grapes, I'd rather buy you a one-way non-stop. Do anywhere, find anyone, do anything, forget it, start again, love. She says she won't go, it hurts too much to stand by. You've gotta stop and draw a line. Everyone here has to choose a side tonight. The moment of truth is haunting you. Don't forget your family, regardless what you choose to do. You can't decide, and they're all screaming, why won't you? I'll start the engine, but I can't take this ride for you. I'll draw your path and I'll load your gun, but I hope so bad that you'll bathe and hunt. And I'm starting to forget about today, and I was planning for tomorrow. Tomorrow, and he said, that day I came across is when I learned that life goes on without me. Without me, and I said, if everyone has someone else, well, I ain't got nobody, so I have to save me. Save me, and he said, I think I'll pass away tonight, cause these I'll never get it right. It's just me. Just me, and I said, and when you wake up, everything is gonna be fine. I guarantee that you wake in a better place, in a better time. So you gotta live it. Feel like you might give it. Well, don't. It's not your time that you wouldn't mind if you never find a cure to all the problems that he said. As long as she has someone here to make it clear, she doesn't need to solve them. Solve them, and he said, loneliness is killing me, it's filling me with anger and resentment. Resentment, and he said, 30 years to someone that I never thought I'd have to be again. And when you wake up, everything is gonna be fine. I guarantee that you wake in a better place, in a better time. So it's hard of living. Feel like you might get it. Well, don't. It's not your time. When it's time to forget about today and always planning for tomorrow. Tomorrow, and he said, that day I came across is when I learned that life goes on without me. Without me, and I said, if everyone had someone else, well, I ain't got nobody's love to save me. Save me, and he said, think you'll best away tonight, cause things I'll never get it right. It's just me. It's just me, and I said, and when you wake up, everything is gonna be fine. I guarantee that you wake in a better place and in a better time.
So you're tired of living, and you feel like you're not giving. Well, don't. It's not your time, and even if it was, I wouldn't let you go. You can run, but I'll follow close. Someday you'll say that's it, that's all. And I'll be waiting there when everybody comes. I'll know that you think that you're on your own. Leaving you home if you're ready. That's okay. Anyhow, we have not one, but two honored guests waiting in the back. TML, I told you, I said, hey, come on up. Thank you, sir, for joining us. How you doing? I gotta put my headphones in now, though. And Eric, I see you there. Hold on. I told TML, but I'm honored to have you as well, sir.
Let's do it. Let's do it with Eric.
1 second.
Down. Let me get up on this.
All right. Can I hear you?
Change my name back.
You're still muted.
I'm muted.
Is it me?
Fuck. Let me see. Am I muted?
No, you're still muted. Let me read the comments here for a moment. They got over 12 UFO remains, and they traced.
Hello.
Oh, wait. They tried.
Can you hear me?
TML, you're silent. What's happening? All right, I'm letting Eric up. It's weird. I don't know. Is it me? I don't think it's me. Yeah, drop Eric. Good to see you, bro. How's it going? Might be me. Can you hear me? Can I hear you? I can't hear you. All right. It's me. It's my fault, TML. I'm sorry.
Yes, I can about that.
What the heck? Mm-hmm. Audio. Speaker. Oh wait, let me plug these back in. Mm-hmm. I might have to run it through speaker test. Oh my goodness, what happened? All right. I'm going to take the headphones out and hope that works. Can you hear me? Can I hear you? You're muted now. Unmute. So you have to unmute. You're muted now.
Yo.
Oh, you know what? Can I hear you guys now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Site was muted.
What's up? Truther, what's going on?
Can you guys hear them?
Yeah, they can.
You guys talk. And
Yeah,
until I can
shit.
hear you, I'm not going to say anything. I can't hear y'all. I'm sorry. Y'all hold it
Peace.
down.
Peace to you, brother Eric. How's it going?
Peace to you, man. I enjoy vocals there in the back room. What's right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, man. All three can be heard. Yeah, I don't know. I think he just can't hear us for some fucking reason. I think it's just his type of. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's running that shit through OBS. He's getting like some audio fuckery going on.
Oh,
But
yeah.
man.
He had to on in the chat.
Yeah, peace to the brothers and sisters in the chat. Homie, Silver Tongue Cavalier. That's the homie. Bluebird, what's up, homie? Destroyer is the truth. Yeah, for real.
Destroyer can hear us all.
Yeah. Yeah, J6. PsyOps.
Definitely. I witnessed the style firsthand. Been trying to tell people forever, and I'm kind of tired of playing to get along to get info game. I'll be quite honest with you.
Yep, it gets hectic, trying to hide information, trying to be duplicitous, it wears you down, you know what I mean? Like selectively approaching people and shit. Like it's fucking retarded. I'd honestly like to just it really wears you down, especially the type of the fake community shit,
Yeah, and that's what's getting to me the most, man. I think I get a lot of people calling me wanting to tell me like their day, like their account of their day, what they've seen, what they witnessed, and it's always an ulterior motive. There's always seems to be an ulterior motive. This person wants to talk about that person. That person wants to talk about this person. This person was talking about that person's not working for this person's fundraiser, and it's like it's a big pipeline of drama. I try to avoid it wherever I can. But you want to be able to talk to these people too. You don't want to just call them all out immediately because you want to hope that maybe you can catch them slipping and get a little piece of information out of them that you might not have had. I'm like a month away from my trial, and I think it's time, which will probably, y'all come on here again the 29th with Kruger, and I think Roth from Woods News is going to come in. Because I've been sort of keeping him in the loop, like anytime another January 6th defendant that I like this topic because that happens to be a streamer, right? Like there were so many streamers there. Like Ashley Babbitt was surrounded with streamers. More streamers in the room than people that don't stream for a living. and it's kind of odd, right? And it's like all of them call me. They have this streaming platform that they do, and so I've been kind of running everything that these people call and tell me. Like every 2 months, I'll hit up Woo's News and talk to him about what these people have said, that people have said, just as an avenue to kind of vent. And because he does really good work at connecting dots.
Yeah, it really went down on that day. I remember how many people got banned on that day, you know, because I was watching the Kill Stream and Adam Green. They got shut down that day on the D Live platform, you know, and I remember everybody was on the D Live platform. They got shut down. They had Baked Alaska, some guy named Baked Alaska. I never watched, you know.
I know you're talking.
Yeah.
I've never watched until after January 6th because my court filings, they accused me of being a white supremacy in the statement of facts because I was less than 6 feet away from this Baked Alaska character. And I'm like, I don't even know who this dude is.
Oh, really? Oh, really? So you got popped just for being around him. Yeah.
If I COVID, you got to be more than 6 feet away or you're going to catch it.
That's fucking weird. Yo, that's weird that they used the exact same 6 feet. They said 6 feet. Huh? You gotta be 6 feet away from the white nationalists. Yeah, yeah, that's funny. That's crazy. Yeah, yeah.
All right. I don't know what the heck happened. Is there an audio loop? Let me know because I'm playing it through the speaker of the TV now. It seems to work. Sorry about that, guys. I haven't heard a word. I hope you guys are getting along. You guys behave.
Sure. Oh yeah, yeah. We've been getting along. Yeah.
Yeah, we may wait for you.
So let me see. I'm gonna plug my headphones back in. Hopefully, it doesn't cause that again. All right. It's good to see both. Eric. Obviously, so Eric is, present yourself, please. Like the way you want to be presented. I'm gonna be listening. I'm just listening.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. My name is Eric Clark. I got my name on here. I've been on here a few times under Guy Fox. I typically don't turn my camera on. But that's me. I'm Eric Clark, Guy Fox. I'm a January 6th defendant. I had trial in just over a month, January 29th. Pro se, no lawyers. They all want like 50 grand. And if you call these fundraisers that people donate to try to help January 6th defendants get lawyers, right, you got to kind of have to use their lawyers, and most of them in my mind are pretty correct. So I'm doing this on my own, and I'm probably not going to fare very well, but at least I tried.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, you have trial in a little over a month, and we're scheduled to on the 29th, this Friday. You, me, and Luke.
And you and Woo into some topics that's over the phone.
Let's see how it goes.
Let me turn that AC back on.
All right. Eric, what's your mic running through? We all have issues here. I have the worst ones right now.
Can y'all hear me just fine? I'm running through my cell phone right now because I'm staying in a cheap little city motel, and the Wi-Fi here is crap. Pardon my language. Sorry about that.
Are you using Bluetooth at all?
I am. Should I cut that off?
Oh, yes, please. Yeah, use the direct speaker.
I just didn't want an audio loop.
Try speaking now.
That better?
Yes. Yes. The Bluetooth messes things up quite a bit. Sorry, I have my own audio issues. I'm running through this. I'm running through my headphones. But y'all, whatever. So what were you guys talking about when I was totally trying to figure out these
Shit,
issues.
I was trying to open up the topic of J6, and the brother here told me that he was actually got in a court case connected to the Baked Alaska. Like, I was just talking about the players that were involved, and I just mentioned Baked Alaska, and then he started talking about it. Lo and behold, that was exactly the court case there. That you know.
Yeah. Eric is Guy Fawkes is very involved in this. He's more in tune with this than anyone else. Really, to be honest. He's on the ground and in the courts directly. So representing himself. An intense perspective to be a part of.
Absolutely, and I feel like what I saw, right? It says a lot of the things that Wooz has been saying. What my eyewitness account from January 6th, right, is like summed up in the in TML's tag, right? The machine lies. That's what it does. It lies, and seemed like a whole lot of crisis actors to me. Smoke and fire extinguishers trying to be passed off as tear gas. Not to say some of that stuff wasn't real, just probably really watered down. My experience with those chemicals in the past is that they produce a whole lot of mucus, and you don't really see any of that on January 6th, right? Like the whole Onion Girl situation. If I know you've got that footage and have been wanting to try to get an opportunity to really play it when you can get some background information about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna play that. I'm pulling that one up right now. That's a fascinating.
Right, that an encounter with Ray Epps, where he just flat out said that it was pretty much planned and that his plan involved timing. I mean, it was just so obvious from standing right there at the very front of that whole line to the Capitol doors that it was pretty staged. The only thing that really got me was my encounter with the Onion Girl. And then, like, I saw this footage of her 2 years later and realized that there was a whole onion involved and realized just how deep this really was.
You helped Onion Girl down the steps at some point before this footage, right?
Before this clip, not long before this clip, I had approached the Senate wing door approximately 2:30. Right, I didn't get all the way up to the door. I got to the ramp before the door, and this girl right here you see in the footage, she says her name's Elizabeth of Knoxville, and she's actually from Maryland. She went to school in Maryland. She may have been born in Knoxville, Tennessee. I don't know, but she went to like school in Maryland, works in Maryland. She lives in Maryland. So I carried her she grabs onto me, talking about she's pepper sprayed, and like sort of clings to me. So I grab her and I carry her from the top of the Upper West Terrace up by the Senate wing entrance where that first breach was, all the way down to the reflecting pool, and then kind of washed her eyes out. I didn't notice any mucus then, but I'll be honest, I thought the girl just needed help. I didn't suspect any crisis acting from this individual. It just seemed maybe she did just get caught up, got sprayed, and needed some help out of there. So I carried her down to the reflecting pool, and then 2 years later, about a year ago, I find this footage, and I retrace my steps through footage back to where I ran into this girl. Of course, I can't find that particular encounter anywhere on the footage, but what I was able to determine was that there was no pepper spray released in that area, except for one little big cannon on that first guy that went through that window. Wasn't her. Till after 4:30, when the police are starting to actually push everybody off the grounds after Donald Trump had told everybody to leave. So where she was at, there wasn't even any pepper spray till hours later. But yet here she is talking about she's pepper sprayed with a big fat half of onion in a towel.
All right, let's play this clip here, sir. It's a very short one. It's very fast, but.
What happened to you?
I got maced.
You got maced.
By the police.
And what happened? You were trying to go inside the
Yeah,
Capitol?
I made it like a foot inside, and they pushed me out, and they maced me.
What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Elizabeth. I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee.
And why did you want to go in?
We're storming the Capitol. It's a revolution.
Thank you. Ma'am, what
She
happened to you?
literally has an onion
I got
in her
maced.
hand the whole time, and she's saying this. And you met her. You helped her
I
down
did
the
not-
steps before she ever entered. Before she ever entered.
Absolutely,
opinion.
absolutely, truther. And not only that. So when I go to leave, right? When I go, I hear people talking through bullhorns talking about Trump told everybody to go home. I checked my phone. I finally got some reception back. I called my mom. I'm like, Mom, everybody here saying Donald Trump said peacefully go home. Is it? Do you hear it too on the news? She's like, yeah, Eric, that's what Donald Trump's saying. So I leave. I go back down to that reflecting pool where I dropped this girl off at. And the reason I had taken her there is I had carpooled there with a few other people that I didn't know. But that's where they were posted up at, was the corner of the reflecting pool. So I take her down there and go on about, a couple hours later, I come back down there when Donald Trump says to leave to meet the guys I carpooled with and walk back to our hotel room, and they're gone. I'm starting to get messages from them saying, they'd meet me back at the room. They'd already left. And this girl standing there with two kids and somebody in a long brown trench coat saying that she can't get an Uber back to her hotel. Can I get her a ride back to her hotel just across in Virginia, right, not that far away, a couple miles. So I'm like, yeah, sure. We walked back to my hotel. Her two kids, and the person in the trench coat. I never saw their face. They went in big, large brimmed hats on. Wait in the lobby, and we give them a ride back to. We're giving them a ride back to their hotel, but we didn't drop them off at the hotel. We dropped them off on a street corner. They said the hotel was just another block up. They wanted to walk from here. I was a little bit insistent. I'm like, you sure it's kind of late? We'll take you all the way to the hotel. And she's like, no, drop us off right here. And she said it was a block away from her hotel, which I don't know. I didn't see where she went afterwards. We kind of left, but it was definitely 1 block away from the Pentagon. We even went through the Pentagon parking lot to get her.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, DC, who knows what type of operations are running down there. And I see DOAs in the chat, and I challenge you to come up here earlier. If you want to come up here and be respectful, you're welcome. But we did cover, we were talking about your content earlier with the WYSIWYG stuff. And I do want to actually get into that again, maybe.
I liked his coverage. I liked what you had to show at DOA's coverage, right? It says something that I've already been suspecting anyway, right? Especially the more I've watched you and looked through all his footage. I find it highly, highly suspicious, right? Like I was saying earlier, that there are more people that do live streaming for a living surrounding Ashley Babbitt when she's shot than there are just normal people around her, right? Like, if you watch that Woos video, some people you might not even recognize as streamers because maybe they're local, maybe they, like the Parrot Blocker guy, that dude's a streamer right here in my own city in Louisville. He was at Mitch McConnell's house streaming the day that it was vandalized during the 2020 protests, on the same day that Nancy Pelosi's house was vandalized, right? Sure, it's not a coincidence. But that guy's name's Bill Keene. And I got more information on this guy because he gets charged this last January. He pops into an old friend of his house, right, which is a girl I grew up with, talking about, I see you're Facebook friends with this Eric Clark, and that Eric Clark is a defendant in the January 6th case. The FBI has contacted me and asked me to self-report and give them a statement, and I'd like to know what to expect. Can I have his phone number? So the girl calls me up and was like, Eric, this weirdo popped into my house, right? Me and this girl had been sober for about 3 years, about 4 years at this time, right? And we had fallen out of contact. We just grew up together, right? When we were kids, like played hide and seek, what have you, little kids. She moved on, became an addict. I moved on, became an addict in my life. We both sort of got sober around the same time frame. Right. So we had some common connections, right? And she calls me and tells me, Eric, this guy's wanting to get in contact with you, but I'd be careful. right? She says she said 5-6 years ago I knew this cat, and I stopped hanging around him because he got in some trouble because him and his girlfriend were having sex with his daughter, and his daughter got pregnant. He lost custody of his kids.
Oh my
It's
God,
like nobody
dude.
wanted to be around him no more. He's a
freaking-
weirdo.
The drama. So, what I've realized in talking with you and everyone, whether it's live stream or real life, there's elements of drama in certain actors and characters. And we talked about one specific individual contacting you daily and all that. Like, and I told you the personal story, and I told people here. I mean, anyone who's hearing this information could piece it together. Who I'm talking about, I'm not trying to call him out right now, but there's people out there operating in bad faith intentionally to deceive people and keep people in the lie, the illusion, in the machine that lies, perhaps. TML, what do you think about all this, man?
I'm sorry. I have a terrible migraine all day, so I'm just trying to cope with that. But yeah, I think it's fascinating because if you look at capitalism and democracy and technology, these three key words, really the illusion in them is that people are doing whatever they want. So there's no manipulation going on. Like capitalism, people just say, well, people just buy whatever they want. They support what they like. They buy the things they like. The economy guides itself. In democracy, they say the people guide the rule. And in technology, they say, well, people make the machines, so they're in control of this process. So you have this illusion of control. But with propaganda, it's the opposite. I'd like to read from Elul here. In his work Propaganda, in the preface, it says that there's two aspects to propaganda. It says integration propaganda. It says that let me get to this part. It says that the most trenchant distinction made by Elul is between agitation propaganda and integration propaganda. Integration propaganda is needed especially for the technological society to flourish and its technological means. Mass media among them, in turn, makes such integration propaganda possible. But then on the other end, there's preconditioning. The conditioning amounts to the conditioning of minds with vast amounts of incoherent information. So, it's exactly what you were just saying, about the taking somebody off the center, and then the illusion of centralism that's being pushed, and one thing he says here in the preface is really interesting. He says that through by design by designating intellectuals as virtually the most vulnerable of all to modern propaganda for three reasons. One, they absorb the largest amount of secondhand, unverifiable information. Two, they feel a compelling need to have an opinion on every important question of our time and thus easily succumb to opinions offered to them by propaganda. And three, they consider themselves capable of quote unquote judging for themselves. All right. So, it goes back to, people have this illusion of control, but who actually controls things in a democratic society? Who has power in the democratic society? It's the people who educate for democratic values. Like those are going to be the people who are actually in power. Of course they say, oh, democracy means power for the people, but no, it doesn't. What it actually means is that education equals power. You know what I mean? And propaganda equals power, because then you're dealing with mass information. And it's two things that even the founding fathers saw that could usurp democracy. They said, they pointed out things like banks and parties, political parties and newspapers. They really did point these things out, as usurpers of a democracy. Yeah.
The reason we hear about the Boston Tea Party today is because John or Sam Adams, I always forget which one, I think it was Sam Adams, controlled the newspaper.
Yeah.
And he made the headlines at the time.
Yeah, with
And
Sam
so-
Adams. Yeah.
And that's how we hear about the Boston Tea Party, because he was in control of the main media influence in that area. And that's how the story spread out.
Yeah.
And we still hear about it to this day. Allegedly. I mean, in DOA, I dropped the link. I offered for you to come up here earlier. You're still welcome. You know, I don't know what we're going to talk about specifically with you. We can get into the WYSIWYG thing here in this video, but I'm not getting into the drama and all that, you know?
Yeah, one of the most fascinating works of propaganda is the autobiography of Benjamin Franklin. You know, he talks about how he's like joining occult organizations, he's doing crazy things like starting libraries and book clubs and stuff. This is the kind of way that he spread his sort of view in the world, and he even went so far as to write fake puritanical pamphlets like Poor Richard's Almanac. He pretended to be a Puritan named Poor Richard to subvert the Christian population. So he would do it.
Even back then, people like we do on YouTube, The Machine Lies. That's not your name. Truth or Cops is not my name. Even back then, they were pseudonyms. They wrote under pseudonyms to present whatever they were trying to do. And that still carries forth to this day. They were the Guy Fawkes of their time. It's ironic that, well, perhaps not ironic. I mean, it is part of creation that Eric Clark is also Guy Fawkes. I mean, you were wearing the Guy Fawkes mask. It's such a fascinating aspect to your whole case, because that's been such a major symbol of like the anonymous, the people speaking forth and representing the people and what they're standing for, and then trying to accomplish that. And I see that a lot in your case. It's hard to like speak well of someone and just like give them props, but like I'm giving props to you, dude. Like you're about to go to by yourself, representing yourself in court in a month, in a week. You're going to trial, and it takes a lot to stand your ground and to maintain that.
And I thank you for it, Truther. I've tried to maintain that the principle behind that mask this entire period, right? And like the Department of Justice wants to look at it like, because I wore that, it's a symbol of anarchy, right? And they quote the V for Vendetta movie, right? And that they really push hard to try to say that I wore that thing because I was there as an anarchist to cause trouble, when that's not the truth of it, right? The truth of it was because I'm not a political activist, right? This is the first political event I've ever been to. I was there, I believed, to represent what the majority of the American people felt. And I felt the best way to do that was with that mask in an anonymous manner. Now, once inside the building, right, I've stepped beyond a point to where it's not exactly representative of the will of everybody I'm trying to represent, right? So once inside the building, I take the mask off, right? I wasn't trying to hide my identity with the thing, right? It was, but in the aftermath, I've tried to keep that principle alive in my own case, just in my dealings with like the footage. I've gone out of my way, like for 3 years now, I grab every clip I can find and I archive it. And I do my best to make it available to anybody that wants it, right? To put it out into the public and to let the public decide without taking little pieces of here and excluding what doesn't look good or taking little pieces from there. And like, it's been a great ride, right? But it's got its own downfalls as well. Like just last week, I had a emergency hearing scheduled by the Department of Justice solely over this footage that I've been posting all over Twitter, right? So they bring me into court, and because I've refused to sign the protective orders that govern the discovery database regarding January 6th footage, they pull me into court and they're like, you've somehow gotten into that database. Your paralegals let you in. You've downloaded the footage from there and you're putting it all over Twitter. And that stuff is sensitive and highly sensitive, a matter of national security. And we want the judge to tell you to cease and desist and hold you in contempt and admonish you for this behavior. So I'm like, well, wait a minute. I haven't had but 3 hours every 2 months access to this database at my paralegal's office. I don't take my phone into the paralegal's office just to honor the fact that she has signed this protective order. I want her feeling comfortable sharing it with me, not thinking I'm going to have my cell phone hiding somewhere trying to record it and take it out. I was like, Your Honor, I got every piece of the footage that they're concerned about, because what they were concerned about in particular were the body-worn cameras, right? Also some of the CCTV footage, but the big concern was the body-worn cameras. Right? Like, where did you get these? The only place they're available is the discovery database. I'm like, well, no, I got them from an archive, a Google Drive's cloud base that was created by one sedition hunter by the name of Saint Yeti, and they share it privately among the sedition hunters. So you might want to get some of the sedition hunters in here and ask them where they got this, what you consider sensitive and highly sensitive material, and maybe you can find out who they got it from, because that's who I got it from, was sedition hunters.
Yeah, finding their databases, and so most
right,
of
mining their databases, exactly.
Most of so I didn't credit you yet, but you're here. Those 3 clips that I put together of the bike cops coming and then identifying the 4 undercovers in that video that I uploaded and edited specifically myself. We have the bad actor himself on the steam here. We're gonna roll back in that, and T-Mail's back. That was from you, Eric, and that was because of the information you've been releasing and the way you've been doing it. You've been very open about it, and there's challenges to that. People say, oh, it could lead to identifying more J6 people. But at this point, we really just have to just dive into the narrative and challenge it and defeat it. We can't sit there and keep looking at this menace and then like being intimidated by it. Otherwise, we'll never shine light through it and destroy the story of bullshit that they're putting forth.
Absolutely. Good to see you, DOA. We covered a little bit of some what video you just did, exposing kind of how the streamers work and how a lot of them are complicit in all this. And I've never been introduced to your work before. I know Truther didn't exactly introduce it in the most friendly manner toward you, but it seemed to me he thought you were onto something with that footage as well, with that video as well, that you were really connecting some dots there. Even if he wants to give you a little hard time, I thought it was really good.
I could handle it. I stole. So are you the J6er clips? Is that your channel?
Well,
no. I have a Rumble channel that I put a lot of them on.
Oh no, he's talking to me. Or wait, are you talking to him? Oh, am I giving away too much? I'm sorry.
I don't know who. I don't know whose clips those were. I got in trouble by your mod here for stealing that clip. I thought sharing that information was good, and I guess that makes me a bad actor.
Well, the issue was you didn't give credit, and it actually came from this channel, the clip you saw specifically, which I could prove that you've been following for at least 6 months. Based on the clip that I played earlier.
What, your channel?
I opened it up. Here it is right here. I'll just prove it right now. I don't want to be speaking out my ass here.
I wasn't watching it.
This is from your video earlier. Murphy's Law. That was my stream. You were subbed to me, and that came up on your feed, dude. I mean, let's get us out of here. This is you earlier. All right. Obviously, we don't need to go that route. I'm just fucking with you. All right. I'm sorry.
I never give credit to anybody. Yeah, the truth is the truth. Like if that came from some type of FOIA request, like I'm glad that you posted it. I'm glad you're putting out the information, but like
It came from
if you want
Eric.
me to jerk you off.
So I have to give him credit too. So
Oh,
if I'm
Eric had
calling
it.
you out,
Yeah.
I gotta give him credit. So, and I didn't give
It
him
came
credit.
from me.
Yeah.
Before me, it came from the sedition hunters. Before the sedition hunters, I'd say they got it directly from the Department of Justice.
Yes.
They were
So
given it.
do I need to give credit to everybody? How does that work?
Well, we're just tracking.
I don't know. To me, I don't care if someone shares my shit. They don't need to give me credit. Like if we're trying to get to the truth, that should be all that really matters to me in my head, but I'm a bad actor. So
no, but getting to the truth means
because it is
to the source constantly. So we do identify the source of the material so that we can see the influence that was spun on it along the way. That's the
you know how much information it would have taken to get to that, to find out the very core foundation of where that video came from.
It wouldn't have taken that much to say,
I mean, we know that there was
footage originally. It wouldn't have been that much.
I mean, I'm sorry. If you want me to jerk you off, I'll direct everything and jerk off with it. You know, I think that exposing the actors on January 6 is important, and so I don't know. I don't think that the message is as important as the message itself. That's me. I'm a different source of streamer, I guess.
Well, some might say you're IRL. I mean, Lamone Cherie's getting on you. Get on, Lamone.
I mean, yeah, I am. I mean, is live streaming not IRL?
Yeah, too long. Well, but we need to make.
Isn't that what live streamers are?
Yeah, but see, you call yourself a magician. I would just say I'm aware of the words I use, and what we're doing here is.
Well, I am a magician.
Very tight information, and when we speak, it's going to have an impact. You know that.
Yeah.
And I think that we had to be fair to the people watching to share what our intentions are behind that often enough to be a trustworthy person out here.
Well, I mean, I don't really care what anyone thinks about me. I'm just going to go out and try to spread the truth as much as I know what the truth is. You could believe me or not believe me. The whole Wizzy thing with Rooster and all that going on, him with Sparrow, that's more important. Am I all by myself on here now?
No, I gave everyone a stage at some point until now.
Well, like the whole Sparrow thing.
And Wizzy is huge. Yes.
It's huge, right? And the whole connection with Thank God for Woo's News, him being able to share that information and put it into like a concise message, right? We agree on that.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's move forward from here. Yes. Let's build from that. Yes.
Yeah. So the whole Sparrow thing, Sparrow was so interconnected with all the stuff on January 6th, from being next to the Proud Boy when he broke the window for the famous shot all the way around, from being in the scaffolding, from when they entered into the scaffolding, he was there filming, to filming the officer that was shot, to filming Santa, the Proud Boy, in the National Mall all last year, to filming the shooting in Portland for the People's Convoy, from shooting the video of the People's Convoy splitting off into 1776. Sparrow has been a part of that and is a key character in spreading a narrative of the media. Would you not agree?
I absolutely agree. Yeah.
Yeah, like I guess I don't get where all the hate is to me because I've been really.
You're breaking in and out. Maybe turn off your camera. You're totally gone now at this point. He's just gone, right? No, not you guys. Not Eric, not the Machine Lies with. He's gone. All right, I'm taking you out. Come back. All right, what do you guys think about that? Any point there? See, this all ties back. Eric Clark may have more specific to say, but the Machine Lies sees the overall narrative. I can't hear my own voice when I speak out loud with these headphones on. It's like a whole nother factor. If one of you guys wants to butt in here, please. But the point we're laying out here is that people are influenced behind the scenes to do certain things, and to, they're getting influence from somewhere. We all are. Everyone on this stage right now is getting influence from somewhere. And we need to be tracking back to the source, in my opinion. When y'all hit me with something here.
Well, that's where it goes to, those two things, agitation and integration. And they really come from two factors, on the subconscious plane, which is, isolation and interconnectedness. Because we all feel like we're individuals, we're in control of our fate. We have this overarching, understanding that, we're beyond all, forms of, I guess, all forms of agitation, and then the integration works in terms of the interconnectedness because we are, oversold information. Right? So that's the thing, is that, never before has mankind produced as much information or consumed as much information or used as many mediums where they function as both producer and consumer of information. So that's tying into a whole new stage of things. Because IRL, like IRL is something you really couldn't do like 15 years ago. It's not only a technological fact, but it's a a fact of using the propaganda, like the brother pointed out in the film that he made about the military contractors being involved with the Schneck character. But of course, it's working on us as well. So yeah, I think hit him with that quote, Truther, from from Alul, the one you told me. Oh, you're muted. Yeah, you're muted, bro.
The most effective way to use propaganda, that one?
Yeah, that's gonna kill him.
Yeah, the most effective way to use propaganda, or to teach people about propaganda, is to use it against them. But what Alul was saying is that you couldn't do so morally. That was his argument. But it's true. And I've tried it. And DOA, this bad actor right here, certainly has tried it. I know he's tried it.
Tried what?
To teach people about propaganda through presenting it to them and trying to do so in a moral fashion. I've done so.
It's I've created a lot of haters because of that, but it's okay.
Yeah, same
I mean,
here.
the truth of the matter is the truth of the matter is that there's a lot of narratives being played out by the media, especially with the J6 on both sides. And I'm really grateful for Woo's News. And I apologize if you guys are upset that I don't give credit
You're fine. We're all working on ourselves out here.
to any clips they're taking, but I'm never going to change because I don't need credit from people, and I'm not big in the copyright or any of that. That's the control of the government is copyrights and all that shit. I figured that you did your research, Truth or Cop, so I didn't have to do any research. I could just share it knowing that it was properly vetted and Destroyer helped, and so everyone made sure that that was great content and no propaganda whatsoever.
Yeah. No, I was just I was saying with you know how to incite people. I've seen you do it. With the ABC
I did it the other day.
Yeah. Well, you do it all the time. You create intrigue. And I've done the same thing many times. And every time I get a negative result in large scale, so I try not to do that. That's my statement there.
Well, the thing about people being triggered in their emotions, a lot of times that shows the true character of people, and that's why you try to trigger them.
That's right.
And you ask questions, and it might make people uncomfortable, and you might think that whole ABC reporter at the TPC was me baiting him into some type of race war or something, but that was so far from the truth. I knew that he was there to sell a narrative, and the narrative was he literally said that he was there to see what "Let's Go Brandon" means. Like if the media, like,
You cut out there suddenly.
like the 60 seconds that he has to say, that's what he's going to talk about is "Let's Go Brandon." Like that, those people were there because they were pissed off about masks and mandates and vaccines, not because of "Let's Go Brandon." But that was what the narrative of the ABC reporter or NBC reporter, whatever he was, whether he was black or white, it didn't matter.
ABC
I did that.
of DC. I remember that specific event
Yeah.
very clearly.
Yeah, I went after the Fox News reporter. He was black. I went after Channel 7. She was white. She's a white woman. There was a lot of reporters that I went after. I went after the local Baltimore affiliate. She was a black woman. I went after.
You were freaking printing out. Media is, what was it? The virus.
The virus?
Media is
Well, is the media the virus?
Well, we participate in it. We allow it to feed off of us. That's the issue.
Yeah, it's still a virus, though. I mean, there's good media and bad media, but those people were painting a narrative that was not true. They were trying to tell a story about what the People's Convoy was without even knowing what the Canadian Convoy was. You have reporters there who didn't even know that the Canadian Convoy existed or what they were doing. Then you're going to have a reporter who's going to tell a story about it who doesn't know any of that information. Like how could they possibly bring out the proper information needed to know what's going on there? Would you not agree?
Yeah, of course. Yes. See, this is what I can't do with WYSIWYG, dude. And you and I agree here. I can't get him to concede any point. I can't have a conversation with him. Like, I'll say things like, is it possible that streamers are being manipulated by financial sources? I'll lay it out very basic, and he still will just deny. And the only reason I can conclude that he would deny that is because that's what he is.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was a Hollywood dolly grip. Why would someone who was a cameraman for Spider-Man be all up in our little streams? What's the purpose of that?
I want to play this here because you kept saying this is Woo's News from J6 Clips here about how Razzie comes in. This is from his the second part 2. He's coming out part 3, Act 3. It's coming soon. But
I can't wait.
April, yeah, it'll be great. J6 Clips. So this is Woo's News. It's a clip from that about Razzie, who is just spouting lines here, and I'll let him tell the rest here.
Chick's gonna have center stage the entire night. Now here's where it gets juicy. Listen to what this guy says. We're gonna call him Razzie because of his terrible acting.
BLM does matter. Yes, it does. BLM does matter to a lot of people. We do not want to see our streets overcome with terror. We do not want our streets.
Wait for it.
Yes, BLM is our enemy.
You hear that? BLM is our enemy. 52 seconds ago, he was just saying how BLM was so important. This is what these people do. These clips and these shots, they're going to be used later for the news and all sorts of things. Still taking center stage. That's her job. This chick's gonna have center stage the entire night. Now here's where it gets juicy. Listen to what this guy says. We're gonna call him Razzie because of his terrible acting.
BLM does matter. Yes, it does matter. BLM does matter to a lot of people. We do not want to see our streets overcome with terror. We do not want our streets.
Wait for it.
Yes, BLM is our enemy.
You hear that? BLM is our enemy. 52 seconds ago, he was just saying how BLM was so important. This is what these people do. These clips and these shots, they're going to be used later for the news and all sorts of things. Still taking center stage. That's her job. This chick's going to have center stage the entire night. Now here's where it gets juicy.
Freaking headphones here. All right. Yeah. So when they get split up, you don't. And DOA, that was the perspective I was thinking of when I saw you perform such an act. Okay. Because what I saw was the one mainstream reporter come on scene at the convoy, the ABC News reporter from DC. He had yet to speak, but I entered the scene a moment after you probably collected some piece of information I'm missing. And it was escalating. It was insane. People were surrounding him, and you were encircling everything, saying, "Get him, get him, get him," essentially is what you were saying, dude. And you run your whole the
Hell
media
yeah.
fire door.
Yeah, I was going after him. Like, but that wasn't the like. I guess that's where I disagree with you. He wasn't the only mainstream media. I literally went after all sorts of different media there. NBC, ABC, Fox News twice, the Daily Beast, OAN. That's just not the truth. There was a lot of mainstream media there besides them. And we went after him because he said that he only had 45 seconds to tell the truth. And he was concerned with "Let's go Brandon," what that meant. And that incited the crowd when he made comments like that.
And you incited the crowd, sir.
I incite, my very presence incites people, truth or cop.
That's your perspective, and that's how you evaluate information and how you share what you share. It's the fruits of your experience. So it's a very sensitive perspective, especially when you're someone holding a camera. Because what I found early on with video cameras is people listen when you put them in front of a video camera. They're going to listen to you to a weird degree. And this was back in the day when it meant something to have a film credit. And people want those, they wanted back in the day, they wanted that film credit. So if you stick I was sticking cameras in people's faces early on. I mean, 15
Yeah, but
years
I left the convoy because it was about grifting and people were stealing money. And I had 1,000 people on my live stream, and I left knowing that I was leaving all that, and I went against that.
Well,
whether I left, no, you don't think so?
It's too much of a conversation to get into right now. See, I'm extending the drone like Angie does and Red Scroll and all them. You know, we're just playing that game. TML, what do you got to say about this, bro?
It's just interesting, you know, like I want to say like how you said, like you know, from one perspective it's like you know, the crowd was agitated, and it's from another perspective it's like he agitated them. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, you could look at things from two different angles, you know, and once that happens, you know, that is kind of like the you know, and I don't even know what I'm talking about, by the way. I don't even know the situation you guys are referring to. So there's no need for anybody to get offended at anything I'm saying. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, it just it's just like when you incite, like, you know, you're talking about inciting these larger, you know, channels, and it's like you get roped into this thing, you know, where it's like they're attacking you, and they're looking into you, they're looking into information about your life, and then you know, that's influencing how you cover them, you know, eventually. So it's like you're part of the you know, you're becoming part of the narrative, even though you don't want to be, you know, like essentially like there's channels right now talking about me, you know. I got wind, like you know, just like when I'm on here, like, you know, 2 or 3 people send me messages on Discord, and they're like, you know, this channel's talking about you, this channel's talking about you. And I said, okay, you know, well, I'm just gonna talk to Truther Cop. I don't know what to do about that right now, you know. It just is what it is, you know.
All right, Eric. And we get so give us your word on that one there, if you have one.
No, I agree. It is a lot about perspective, right? And but it's also a certain degree about like intent. So if his intent was not to incite the crowd by going after the reporter, right, you can't really put that on him. He was just kind of being himself. If he knew the kind of reaction it was going to bring about, that's a different story. And I think you see a lot of that on January 6th, and it makes a lot of things confusing trying to determine who's inciting just because that's their natural behavior, because they're upset because they were incited themselves and other people are kind of joining in and following along, and who's doing it intentionally to try to get people to follow along and rile things up. And I think the intent behind it is often just as important, more important than the perspective of the bystander, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, can I add something to that?
Yeah.
So I asked the same question to all the reporters at the People's Convoy: are Canadian truckers heroes or terrorists? And his response was, I don't know anything about the Canadian truckers. So I asked another question. I asked him if he said, well, didn't they block traffic in Canada? And I said, no, that's not the truth. They left a lane open in Canada for emergency vehicles. And that's when the crowd started getting angry with him, because him and the cameraman were being snarky to everybody. And so that's where the perspective comes into play. Like, the same questions were asked. Now, you might think I'm inciting the crowd, but I had very great responses from a lot of the non-mainstream media. The OAN reporter gave me a great response, gave me a hug. A lot of them gave me hugs after asking the question. That one went bad, and there was a lot of people around, and it got volatile. And my question to you, Truther Cop, would be, what did ABC do to promote the People's Convoy? Or do you believe that I literally had that much effect that I scared away that reporter so that he didn't report on what the trucker convoy was about?
What I saw was, I mean, I've laid this out, because what I saw that day was a crowd of, this is what I saw. There's no denying what I saw. A crowd of white people, the white conservative protesters surrounding a black reporter. And I could see the media narrative being painted immediately against that. So it would immediately shame everyone without context. That was my perspective. Now, I was lacking context in that perspective about what was happening beforehand, because all I saw was a man about to speak on camera. Before he got a chance to, people encircled him and were asking him questions, and you were on the outer circle with your camera up, selfie stick, streaming.
That was
or
Wookiee
recording
stick.
a video.
Yeah. Well, I guess another thing to possibly change your perspective of what had happened was there was another black man there that when the reporter tried to play the race card, the black dude, who's another streamer, I forgot his name. What the hell was his name? He did a lot of streaming. He still does streaming. Something the room or you know who I'm talking
My
about.
conservative preacher.
No, not BCP. There was another guy. I forgot what his name was, but he said something. He said, "I'm black," and that's when the crowd turned after that because he tried to play the race card. And I understand what perspective you have, but there was a lot of context that you're missing that actually happened. And I have the video. Like the video exists of what led up to all of that. So it's not like it's like a mystery or anything. Like I just, I know that's like a focus point on me being a bad actor with the People's Convoy is that situation. But I'm not trying to convince you.
That's my case
Yeah.
against you. Because I
Yeah,
saw you
and I
paint
know.
I saw you paint a case against a man who I had yet to speak, and I was asking questions like, "What is he going to say?" And no one in that moment was explaining to me what happened before. So I had
No,
to do what I had to do.
they were ready to get him off of the property.
Yes, and
You know,
it's
there was
today with Julius, Ninja Pig says.
No, it wasn't today with Julius. There's another
Oh,
guy,
there wasn't
the
any either.
Patriot Room, or something. It was today with Julius, BCP, the preacher dude. All of them, like this is my take of what the People's Convoy, and it relates to January 6th on this very core issue here. BC Preacher, WYSIWYG, all of them had the same like production staff with them. BC Preacher had 4 people with him as support, as part of his media team. Okay, that's very questionable to me. Why someone like BC Preacher is really nothing. And WYSIWYG, all these guys were today with Julius. They were all had tens of thousands of dollars worth of media equipment, and they were all kind of working together. With this is another interesting thing with Woo's News. What the hell's her name? I'm trying to think of her name. She was at J6 too. She was in Woo's News. She's one of the reporters. Some of the AP press that was at the People's Convoy. Not Amy. Damn, what was her name? But they were all like Oreo and all them. They were working together with those people, and so there was a large media presence there. But they were pretending to be just like these independent streamers, and that's what Wizzy and Sparrow are also doing. They're pretending to be this like independent streamer, but they're really working for bigger media corporations, whether they're contracting it out. But that's where I was like really questioning things, because I saw what BC Preacher, his whole little media, he's not really a good streamer. He's not a big streamer. Why did he have a media team with him? Same with
you and I were definitely there on our own. So yeah, I mean, if somebody's coming with 3 people to support them in their stream, yeah,
it's questionable. I'm not saying that's a fact, but that raises serious questions. Same with First Responder. First Responder, he had a team of people. He had like 4 or 5 people. When I met him in Oklahoma, he said he had a team of people, 4 or 5 people. And he just started streaming right before January 6th. Same with Wizzy. They all came out of nowhere and were these huge channels, and they had this production team working with them. And that's why that clip that you showed earlier, like I was like, I got to come up, because that clip earlier shows BC Preacher working. Sparrow was actually in one of those videos too. I don't know if you caught that.
I saw Sparrow in the one, but I did not see BC Preacher. I did not see him.
Yeah, BC. Some of his footage is used by Mary Todd's channel, And
hold on.
I got that email saying that Mary Todd was really Rooster's channel, but Wizzy
Yeah,
was there with one of the stabbings, and then they were there for the shooting by the Antifas. They're out in Portland. So they're around all these big events. Same with like when the gunshots were fired in Portland, you know, you had Wizzy there, you had Sparrow there for the gunshots. And yeah, that it just raises huge red flags. And I don't know what the answer is, but it's a serious red flag to the whole narrative that J6 too.
While that all happened, I was giving 2 people a ride to the Portland airport after being called out by security. But Eric, I'm giving you. I feel like you got something to say here. You got something to add here.
I mean, I think it just taking my mind back to like Wizzy's one of the first pieces of J6 footage that I was able to get a hold of somebody's whole stream for the day. And like I followed a lot of the protests over 2020 and what have you, just watching the streamers do their things on YouTube and what have you. But he seems to be always in the right place, right? And I do see what DOA is saying here, right? These people seem to always be in the right place at the right time, and at a certain point, it has to move beyond coincidence to circumstance. Like Wizzy himself was right there where the Proud Boys were eating their lunch at the taco truck. We know there were a bunch of feds informed with them, you know, or federal informants there embedded with them. When James Knowles already has said that he was working on behalf of the FBI, and they told him he was allowed to commit crimes on January 6th. But they're like right there. They're like right there, and they get that footage that is later used to incriminate people. He was showing right there how none of them were there at the Trump speech, how they were all having tacos, and then marched on down to the Capitol. Were some of the ones right there first with this huge crowd of people that didn't go to the speech that come on in, right? But there was also a huge crowd on the back side of the building, on the southeast side of the building. When I went to view the CCTV footage at the O'Neill building in DC, some of the cameras were like labeled with little red dots saying that they were down that day to sort of, you know, you don't need to bother to look at that one because it was down for maintenance that day. Well, I start looking at the red cameras, right? The red dots too. I'm like, just because you tell me that there's nothing there, I'm gonna look. And I find that it was on January, like 3 of them, or four of the cameras that had the red dots on them were actually cut off on January 6th during the things taking place, right? 2 of them atop the press tower and 2 of them on the east side of the building in both the north and the south corners. Or one against the building. Another one in the south corner, I turn it on, right? And they're all cut about the same time. Around 1:10 p.m., somebody walks up to the camera, obviously knowing where it is because they approach these cameras in a manner where it's from neck down in every instance, cut the feed, and then you don't know what's going on in that area from there, at least from the CCTV perspective. There were a buttload of people gathered over at this bus stop, at this trolley stop at the southeast corner of the Capitol building as early as 7 a.m. And the crowd's gathering there, but none of these streamers see that these group of people are gathering over here and want to go over there and see what's going on. No, because that's where all the feds and their informants and those people that intended to cause problems later in the day were gathering up, getting their plans together. So none of these streamers are at all interested in these crowds of people, but they're all right there where all the people that are being locked up after the fact were at, getting great shots of their faces before they arrive at the Capitol. You know, it's very sus. It's very suspicious. And I think at a certain point you have to say this has gone well beyond coincidence into the realm of circumstance, right? Like you knew something was going to be there because somebody had to have told you in advance. So that's where you went and waited for the shit to go down.
I remember the name of the reporter, Sandy Bachman. She's in Woo's Newses. She's right there with all that first wave going into the Capitol there. And Sandy Bachman was controlling all the lefty, I would call the lefty media at the People's Convoy. She was the point of contact. So she was there, and Oriole and them were like protecting Sandy Bachman and her crew, which Oriole's supposed to be this hard right, with Wizzy and all them. But Sandy Bachman's a big player in that. Big player. And so was one of the other girls who was with the Proud Boys when they were initially starting their march in Woo's News' thing. She was right in the front taking photos of all the Proud Boys. And she was at the People's Convoy also taking pictures.
Yeah, well, a lot of these streamers carried on from J6 to the People's Convoy. Like, that's why the harping back and forth between the People's Convoy and the January 6th, and now the Freedom Corner, where they protest for the J6ers to be released who are in prison, allegedly. You know, that's all tied into the convoy influencers too. Like,
well, Mickey
I definitely want to
is
touch on
part of that
when
whole
you're done.
team.
hold on one second, Theo. What, Eric?
There you go.
No, I want to touch on that a minute when you're done, right? The whole Freedom Corner thing, I don't understand. Like, I like that it's there because at points during this 3-year roller coaster ride of legal battle, you get a little bit depressed sometimes. You want to disconnect from the world, from social media, help my own family sometimes get on my nerves. I just disconnect for a few months and I'll pop on YouTube and I'll see that the corner is there and it'll be like, all right, I do have some support out there. But at the same time, that whole thing started because a guy by the name of Patrick Byrne gave those people $50,000 so they would have a place for defendants to lay their head when they come into town for their trials or hearings or what have you. But like, I'm in DC for a week and a half to go view footage at the O'Neill building. You'd think I'd have a place to stay with this house there in DC at the Freedom Corner, this Eagle's Nest. But when I asked, can I stay here for a couple of days? I was staying with some other defendants that lived up in the mountains of Maryland. It was absolutely beautiful. I love staying there, but it was a 2-hour drive in from the mountains in Maryland to DC every morning and then a 2-hour drive back. So I asked one of the people at the Freedom Corner, can I stay here for a few nights during the week so I don't have to do this 4 hours of travel I can remove from my day and I can actually get more done. I can spend more time viewing footage. I can start walking around, knocking on some congressmen and senators' door, asking them why the hell they ain't doing nothing when they've been saying, since last January that they're going to release this footage. But as a defendant, I got to travel across country and make appointments 3 hours a day to go view this CCTV footage you think the courts would give to me. But they just wrote me off like I never even asked the question. There's not a single defendant that actually is staying there. So it's like at a certain point, it's like, right, like I don't want to complain about funding and donations that people get from others, right? And it kind of taken away from the rest of us because it seems kind of griftish. But at the same time, if somebody pays $50,000 for a house in DC so that January 6th defendants have a place to stay when they're in town to handle January 6th business, that ought to be what it is. And that's not what it is, because I was treated like I didn't even ask the question.
What else Patrick funded too, don't you?
What's that?
He funded the People's Convoy.
Yeah.
He was one of the 6 organizations behind the original starters of the People's Convoy.
Little? Patrick Little?
What?
Byrne.
Patrick Bryan.
Okay.
No, I'm talking about Patrick Byrne. Patrick Byrne, the owner of Overstock.com.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying it's anything on his part. Like, he just delivered. He just put the $50,000 in a fundraising account for the people that were doing it. After that point, he stepped back and let them do with that money what they said they were going to do. That's just not what happened.
Well, they haven't done. All they've done is put more people in jail. That's all they've done. And if Woo's News is correct on his analyzation of what happened on J6, then that means Mickey, who's running the Freedom Corner, is a liar. If Ashley didn't really die and that was all a little setup, then that means Mickey is in on some huge setup or something. And
or doesn't
Patty
know. Or doesn't know.
Or you're correct, or doesn't know. But that's the same narrative with a lot of the people who've gone to the Freedom Corner, is that they've not been allowed into, the Eagle's Nest. There's only a few certain people. And what the Freedom Corner has shown over and over again is that they've supported the most violent people that were on the Jace, that were the people that call out there. The vast majority of them were the very violent ones, not what
And
the
that bothers me too.
98%.
That bothers me as well. I won't lie.
And so,
right, that bothers me as well when you see these people jumping up to defend someone like Ryan Samsel. Let's just look at this from a perspective that Ryan Samsel wasn't an actor and that whole scene wasn't fake for a second, right? Let's just pretend that it was real. If that's the case, that means this guy, who is a Proud Boy, was the first to the gate and he assaults a female officer unprovoked. And there's no outcry from these people that claim to be all about Western chauvinism, about how that goes completely against the chivalry of Western chauvinism. You just attack a woman unprovoked, and it's now he's a big hero. I don't think so. I don't buy into that. If somebody like that would have acted that way towards a female in my presence, it would have been me and him next. He wouldn't have had the opportunity to advance to the next gate, because me and him would have been having a confrontation.
absolutely, yeah, he knocked over that girl, the ponytail girl, pigtail girl, top.
Yeah.
I want to add to this, because last night I saw an interaction between a woman and a man. And TML, you got to give us your input in a moment here. A lot of people were watching a scene develop where glasses were shattered, wine was thrown in people's faces. It was a theatrical display that I witnessed last night. And there's no live stream of it. And you just can rely on my word. And I hope to build up enough credibility here that you could just trust me, like what I'm saying. It's not an easy perspective to develop. I get it. But what happened here was this one woman was throwing wine, punching a man and throwing wine in his face and throwing drinks. And drinks were thrown back. And glasses were shattered. And so were perspectives, our perspectives need to continually be shattered. I'll be the fool from time to time. It don't matter. I don't care. We all have to play the fool. But the insight that other people brought from what was being laid out, and Team L, please, in a moment, you're the next one to speak, please. The perspective that was brought forth by what was being observed played out in such a fashion that the men didn't step in. And the women created the scene because no man was confident enough to stand in the role. It was that simple. It was literally that simple. TML, hit us. Where am I missing? I'm missing a lot. I get it.
Well, I'm just kind of calmly listening to you guys, and I'm learning a lot because I wasn't there on the ground like you guys were, but I see interesting connections. Like, I mean, I didn't expect like the owner of Overstock.com and all of this type of stuff, So I'm learning new things, but yeah, also, there's groups that had a concerted narrative, like the Proud Boys, the Prager universities of the world, the Dark Enlightenment, the Jordan Peterson type of thing, where they were talking about Western society being destroyed. So they were preaching a kind of a new conservatism, and a lot of these groups were funded by these kind of guys like Peter Thiel. And if you look at like Peter Thiel and his funding of like alt-right movements, I mean, he writes a lot of interesting philosophical tracts. And in those philosophical tracts, he talks about the importance of classical liberalism and how we need to go back to a stage of classical liberalism and they point out like monarchies and stuff, and you know, really these people are accelerationists. You know, one of the things he points out is that technology in a democratic age does not actually that democratic values aren't actually the source of change in society, but that change comes from small groups within that society. And he talks about how change happens in like groups like Silicon Valley and stuff, how they invent new technologies and schemes and types of stuff like that. And if you notice his you know, whole you know, kind of interesting, you know, work that he does, like with Palantir Technologies and the Defense Department, and you see him like funding these groups like like the Dark Enlightenment and all these types of things. But I think you know, really in the accelerationist understanding, you know, they have this understanding of these hot and cold collectives, you know, and forming these cold collectives are basically a cultural configuration where it's how they say you know, more exit than voice. That means that there's a interchangeability in the way that people can engage with things, and they can choose their level of interaction. That's what the new stage of technology does, and it creates like these little niches and stuff. So one of the things is that they try to create subgroups, you know, and little thought groups, and that's kind of what the QAnon, you know, movement really was. You know, they put this thing out for years with Jerome Corsi and Frank Gaffney and Trump and the birther movement, you know, first, and then they changed it into the entire you know, fascination with the QAnon narrative that was pushed by these people like Steve Pachenik and Jerome Corsi on this Alex Jones show. So you got like these people that are in the same groups. You know, you got like Proud Boys and Nick Fuentes. I mean, what are you guys' you know, thoughts of like how these people are like all really, you know, pushing the same ideology, like these big name, because it, like I see the small name people that you guys are talking about, but it's like really coming down the pipe from, I mean, it's obviously coming down the pipe from the federal, you know, like shit, because like how are Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson and Gavin McGinnis and Prager University and all these people involved in this shit? You know, that seems like kind of like it's like, well, duh, this shit is controlled from top down. You know, like I don't really think there even needs to be a question about it, you know, and then you just see who on the ground is working for who, you know, in my opinion.
I think
Yeah,
I think a
that's
lot of
good
people
opinion.
I think a lot of people are some of these medium-sized streamers might not be in on some bigger plan, but they're mimicking or parroting what some of the larger streamers and influencers are saying. So it might not be a very neat conspiracy like everyone wants to believe, like this perfect pyramid that runs all the way up to the top. A lot of it is about dropping names. And when you drop the names and start talking on some of the talking points, that is what brings in the money. And I just want to throw out two other like connections. The Proud Boys, like Randy Ireland was running the J6 corner, the Freedom Corner. And he also was the Northeast Convoy. He brought in the Northeast Convoy into the People's Convoy. And he was working with Tyler Lee and Michael Letts, a North Carolina and a South Carolina Republican candidates. Michael Letts was being accused of molesting his child. But Randy Ireland stole a bunch of money from a bunch of the J6ers. He had about 18 different gifts and goes for the J6ers, and the Freedom Corner was aware of that. Also, one other thing is that the medic in Woo's News's video for the guy who got shot with the corn, the first guy who got shot in the face, she's at the Freedom Corner. Now, people have told me that that's not her, but I know that's her. I've seen her. I've been down to the DC corner. I've seen her. I know it's her. She's the one who said, we need a medic, and then changed her story and said, no, I am a medic. That's Caddy. She comes to the Freedom Corner. She's been there since the beginning. She hits a tambourine every day. So that's, I don't know. I think that's like important little details that people need to know when trying to, but also it's not a super neat conspiracy. It's not just because people are doing some of the stuff that is part of the narrative. It doesn't mean that they are part of the narrative.
Yeah, it's not like a neat, compact thing. I like that you keep bringing that up. That's the second time you said that.
Well, that's
It's
the thing
not-
is like,
Yeah.
yeah. Go ahead, Truther.
No, go for it, Timo. I wanted to back him up on that because that's the second time you brought up that point. It's not a neatly packed thing that's easy to observe. It takes developing your own tools, your own intellect, your own mind to discern such things.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing that that I was trying to point out is that with the hot and cold collectives, you know, they're actually trying to foster chaos. Like, you know, they might not be trying to build like like this guy Peter Thiel. He's talking about how direct democracy doesn't actually work in a technological age. So you have to create these niche groups, in order to foster real change. You have to create like these little factions, and that's one of the things. If you read the Federalist Papers, Hamilton and Madison, they say the key threat to democracy is factions. So they created all of this system. The system has built-in filtering devices to let only the educated people and the rich people rise to the top. So that they can. So in other words, they know that democracy, that democratic change doesn't happen on the level of the entire society, but there's different collectives within the society. Like, for example, like the hot collective is like family, traditions, local, populations, and the environment, like nature and stuff, like things that you're basically stuck with, born into, and then a cold collective is like, cities and factories and these types of things where the human parts of the system are really interchangeable. You can switch them around. So they organize change on many different levels, but within this evolutionary, because these people believe in evolution, so they believe that change actually happens through chaos, and they believe in these two poles, chaos and emergence. And that's kind of what I was talking about on my show, is that the new right and the new left are going to move more into, the new right is going to be more accelerationist, and the new left is going to be more Discordian. That's how you're going to see it. It's going to be more people that are trying to foster chaos, not order, because that's a new mode of thinking. They're trying to bring about change. So the way you bring about change is not to have, not to reinforce traditions or what people have learned for centuries, but to create new values. But yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Eric, please.
It gives you just like a lot to think on there, right? It's a lot to think on. It's pretty deep. I think I'm going to have to. You need to drop some of these authors in the chat, because I won't remember these names. But if I see them in there, I can paste them somewhere real quick. Go back and get some of these books you talked about.
Yeah, if you guys go look at some of my first live streams, I've only done like 30 live streams, but if you go look at some of my first live streams, I bring out this whole thing about the new left and the new right, Discordianism and accelerationism, and I talk about how it came from the 1800s, when they had dispensationalists and millenarianists. They had two views of the future. kind of based on the Bible and the occult. And a lot of these guys are influenced by the occult, and they are, and they just happen to be, Jays. It just is what it is. Like Peter Thiel is one of those types of guys that just happens to be, part of that type of thing.
Jays, not Jay Sixers.
Yeah, Jay Sixers. Let's
Jays,
call
not
that.
Jay Sixers. Not Jays.
Yeah, like like a lot of these a lot of these tactics, like I was telling you, like how they had the whole narrative with the Proud Boys, and the guy Gavin McGinnis was talking about how Proud Boys stand hand in hand with the JDL. And then the Jerome Corsi guy was coming on the Alex Jones show and saying that he had gotten QAnon information from somebody above Mossad. That's literally what he said. He said he got information from somebody above Mossad. Like, what does that even mean? So it was fascinating. It was like either they were creating the narrative on the spot, or they were actually, it was happening from the top down. And yeah, it's like Bad Actor said, it's kind of both, in a way, you know what I mean?
What do you think about all that, the whole Q thing? What do you think about all that? Because I have to stay mixed. As a person that is facing charges in regards to January 6th, in the back of my mind and my subconscious, that's an out, right? That's an out. It's something that could happen that would keep me out of prison. So it's like you don't want to give up on it, but at the same time, it seems very much like a propaganda scheme. Like exactly what you're pointing out.
Oh yeah, I think it's like if you like have like the key narratives that they have at play there in the QAnon scheme, they have a allusion to a monarchy. If you look at people like Curtis Yarvin, they're talking about going back to classical liberalism. So they're influenced by Hobbes in a way, and people like Thomas Carlyle, which are like really from the 1800s, and people like Nietzsche. Nietzsche's a really well-known guy, that they really follow and look at. And then they also have a narrative of Christian nationalism. So they have this kind of like Fuentes and these kind of guys, and Alex Jones. They kind of use these Christian kind of culty messages. So there's white nationalism, there's Christian nationalism, there's also an allusion to classical liberalism and neo liberalism, which is the Mises Institute, the hyper capitalist schemes, of von Mises and Hayek at the Chicago School of Economics, and you also see Chicago School of Economics linked with the Prager the Prager University. So they're all in there. So you see these huge, large groups that are tied into this shit. Like Prager University. Yeah, like Prager's an interesting guy. Like he literally is like a Zionist type of guy who kind of is a Christian apologist, and he runs like Christian platforms, so it's interesting,
No, I get that. I get that. I'm me and Truther have had a couple of these talks, like phone conversations, and I really like his perspective. He's really helping me to kind of, I think, grow spiritually a little bit in our last conversation. He kind of pointed some things out to me in my own. I'd say I'm very much so Christian, right? I really, if I were to take what I believe my core ideologies are, I think they fit a lot with Christian nationalism. But that's not to say that I think that that's right for everybody, right? Like I don't agree with imposing my views on all people. But I start to see a lot of the times how you're kind of swayed in a certain direction, and it may not always have any correlation with what the truth is, right?
Yeah, I mean, you look at this guy who started, Discordianism, whose name was Kerry Thornley, and he kind of started the Discordian Church, and one of the things he took credit for was assassinating JFK. So he walked around and would tell people that he was the guy who like got him killed. So he would spread all this information, seed all this information about himself, kind of like, they kind of believed in like spreading like fake news and shit like that. And one of the major things you see in the QAnon thing is the whole thing about JFK coming back, is all these stories about JFK, and the allusion to JFK and like Trump, so they have all of these, so they're promoting the type of shit that's like, and also I noticed like inherent futurism in the phrase trust the plan. These larger memes play a huge part. And it's kind of like the Obama phrase change. It's like change and trust the plan. They kind of connote the same thing, but in like two different ways. It's like you have this, you know what I mean? It's kind of like, oh, something's coming up in the near future that's like gonna change everything.
Right, something different. Something different.
Something
Change.
different. Like, yeah, it's kind of like this inherent futurism in the whole thing. That, and then it's being pushed by the technologists. So, like, yeah, these technologists are, future, like they are futurists. They're evolutionists in a way. But yeah.
Well, it's like, yeah, I mean, feel free to continue the conversation, but
Yeah, Steve Bannon. Yeah, Earl Pipe putting down that information
Earl
about
Pipe's in
Steve
here.
Bannon. Yeah. Yeah, Earl Pipe is always dropping info.
Earl Pipe has a long history, tracking back to the irrigation systems of America, I believe. But yeah, it's like about telling the so much nuance in every story and every perspective. Each one of us, there's 4 of us here. Each one of us has a perspective that we brought forth with live streaming or events being implicated in some narrative we don't agree with. And all of us have been there, being implicated in some narrative. There's no way, all 4 of us have been there. I like to stick with the commonalities there. We've all been implicated in a narrative. And I said, he says it 3 times. Yeah, I'm referring back to my own technology here. I'm sorry. It takes a lot to develop information. It really does, especially when you're presenting a new perspective and trying to charge forth like a Taurus, I suppose would be the best. There's a Taurus there too, I hear. Some Aquarius too. But that being said, it's about what we are willing to. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word became flesh. Yeah, that applies to Jesus Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach. But it also applies to the thoughts in our minds every day. To me, that's the fingerprint of God. It's true on several levels. And the only way to navigate certain waters, to navigate these streams of chaos, is to be in tune with the truth so deeply and to see its reflections and its ripples that we can find our way to it and navigate to it. And that's the purpose of the stream, right? Navigating and finding resolution in streams of chaos. I was doxxed, then had to move. Right? We've already been through the drama of the past, which is the last bit there. But we are, again, navigating and finding resolution in streams of chaos. And that's true here online. It's true in person. And we're all influencing one another with streams of chaos. if we're not aware of our own being and our connection to the Creator. Like, this is the only way it is. We have to identify our role, and when we are wrong, we have to admit it. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. Please, somebody else take the role. Go, 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 go.
Yeah,
Bad actor,
I
you
want to
go.
address. I want to address one of the comments in there. I did go up to Wisconsin and Minneapolis. What?
What? I want to pin the comment. Who's it from?
It was Smoky Sticks telling Eric, "Why are you on panel with DOA?" He was harassing David Clemens, wherever that comment was. So I just want to address that one.
That's an old one.
So
I see Denise
yeah, it's an old one. Yeah.
You're fine. Yeah,
Well, I'm getting a panel like this with anybody. I think whether you agree or disagree with somebody on a topic, there's going to be something you agree on. But anyway, it's good to talk and find out what people are about. And it's not like so I know who Professor David Clements is. Early on in my like right after I went pro se, somebody had reached out to me, a guy that runs a prayer group on Telegram who inserts himself in a whole lot of January 6 cases, got me in touch with Professor David Clements, and he gave me like some crash courses in law to prepare myself for being a pro se defendant. And I'm still to this day appreciative of that. A lot of the things that he helped to teach me before I went into those first hearings pro se helped me sort of guide the conversation in the courtroom in the places I wanted it to go. Got me to get the judge to admit that he was only ruling against giving me access to discovery because it's sensitive and highly sensitive because of a bias he has for prosecution. And that's good for appeals when you get a judge to admit things like that. That being said, I don't know Professor David Clements on a personal level, how real his efforts actually are. I like to believe that they are, but I mean, I'm not going to not conversate with somebody because they have a problem with somebody that I happened to conversate with years ago, right? And in the same manner, that was just over Zoom calls. I mean, I like Professor David Clements and what he presents and the way that he presents it. I don't just automatically assume that he is who he says he is and believes the things he says he believes, right? People oftentimes present themselves as something they're totally not for the purpose of deceiving others. And that may be the case. In the process of releasing more than 2,000 January 6 videos acquired from every source I can possibly get them from all over Twitter, I've garnered the attention of a lot of other January 6 defendants that want to call me, and like me and Machine were talking about this earlier, and give me their account of the day, but it always kind of goes into something totally different, right? That's just their end. Okay, that's just their way to grab my attention so that they can then start trying to disparage this person or disparage that person. And in my mind, I'm thinking they want me to pass on this drama along with these videos I post to kind of disparage the truth I'm trying to get out there, right? Let's get Eric to cause some drama so that he starts getting separated from people that are listening to him because they like the person he's talking about or dislike the person he's talking good about or whatever. And I never do it. I steer clear of it. I hear it. I remember it. And I'll call Woos every couple of months and we'll sit and we'll discuss it. And it gives him better insight for Act 3, right? Because these are all defendants either trying to cause drama or giving me their account of the day, right? The things that they saw, where they were at, right? Maybe they're a streamer. Maybe they're a popular streamer and they were there both the 5th and the 6th in that early crowd. And they've just given me a timeline of their entire day. Now I can go call Rafa and give him that timeline, and it gives him more information to get ready for Act 3, you know, which in my mind, from what I witnessed, is the closest thing to the truth I've yet seen produced, right? And I mean, and that's just what that is, right? I see it all the time, this little trying to get other people to spread your drama So they're not responsible for the fallout, and you got to take the heat for it. The truth you're putting out suffers. And really, my goal is just to get as many people as possible eyes on all the footage from January 6th so they can see the truth for themselves, so that at a certain point, it's got to start becoming more and more obvious to more people that this whole thing was staged. Which points to a lot of the other discussions we're having here today. Like why would they stage at such a grandiose level an event like this? The why, the how, right? And if they can do it here, and in this case, how long have they been doing it? In what other situations? Like, try to expose their whole web for one event, because that's the one event I have a personal connection with, right? Like, I was there. I can't speak for the events or the whole, like, Bundy Ranch situation, for example. I only bring that up because there seem to be a whole lot of people connected to the whole Almond Bundy case and January 6th, like Pam Hemphill, who was an obvious fed.
Bad
right?
actor, DOA.
Bad actors.
Bad actor. What do you have in connection with the Bundy Ranch there? Hit us with that, please. I want to hear that one.
I don't have any connection with Bundy Ranch. I mean, I followed it when it was happening, kind of, sort of, but I don't have any connection. Why is there someone saying I got a connection?
I don't know. There might be.
No, I don't know. I'm not.
I would love to see it. Yeah. Well, I just wanted to say I didn't even know who David was. And we went to an election fraud thing. I went with an Antifa up to Wisconsin and then Minneapolis.
Which
and
David?
Called
Which
out.
David?
What?
Which David?
Rydell?
Not Rydell.
No, not Rydell. The other one, the professor.
Valentine.
No. That Eric was just talking about, who helped him with his pro se stuff.
David Clemens.
Yeah, Clemens.
Oh.
Yeah, Clemens was leading the event with Ivan Rankin, and I know Ivan. I met him at the federal courthouse, and I met him at the federal prison. And so when I was out, I went out with an Antifa to Wisconsin, and Ivan said if anyone has any concerns or things, they should speak up. So I spoke up. My friend did too, and he got attacked and punched. And David, I didn't have any issue with David per se, or any specific issue with him. And I called out that the people at the Freedom Corner were supporting a pedophile. And so that is what I went there. And when that happened, Valentine admitted that none of the money from the Freedom Corner donations was going to the J6ers. And so with that comment at that event, that escalated an event at the Freedom Corner in DC, that they admitted that none of that money was actually going to the J6ers, and that all went to the Eagles Nest, and all the donations were for Mickey and Nicole and those others at the Freedom Corner to have Airbnbs and to have food and all that stuff. So, and I did meet David. I had some words with him out in Minneapolis, and him and some of the guys were threatening my family. And so I have an issue with people who go to threatening family and go into threats, not just actually having conversation with people, which I attempted to do. So I don't have a problem with David specifically. So and I'm concerned with calling out people who are bad actors. And I question Ivan Rankin that the money is being stolen, that money that was being stolen by Randy Ireland, the Proud Boy, and money being taken under the guise of helping the prisoners when it's really not. So that's where my issues arise, and what I have my issues with Ivan and Clemens. Clemens is not really associated with that, but Ivan is. Ivan is one of the alleged 5 organizers of the Freedom Corner. And he's he's a big person through General Flynn. So he's like a
TML. Hold on, Dale. You're dropping too much here. TML, what are you picking up from this conversation here? Please, you're the only person who's not directly tied in too much. I have to hear your perspective.
Well, I just think it's extremely telling. Well, I think I'll read this thing from Alul because it's interesting based on what he said earlier. He says the dominance of technique imposes centralism upon the economy, despite comparatively inconsequential efforts to decentralize individual industrial firms. For once technique develops beyond a given degree, there is no effective alternative to planning. But this inevitable process is impersonal. Only the naive can really believe that the worldwide movement towards centralism results from machinations of evil statesmen. I think that is like crazy because he's actually saying like nobody's actually controlling the process. It's just like like people seed information and it just goes where it needs to, and it's causing like little changes to emerge. But yeah, I put this link there for these guys because
In the
I
back
think
chat.
well I just presented it in the presentations. Yeah.
Oh, okay. This is you. Okay.
Yeah, this is the interview I was talking about with Carrie Thornley on Sandra London channel. She's known for interviewing serial killers. But yeah, she's got an interesting library of work. But yeah, she interviews this Discordian Carrie Thornley for Denise and Earl Pipe in the chat there because they're looking for information about it. But yeah. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, man. Yeah. I worked really hard. Yes, you were right. I worked very hard on that. I definitely didn't try to write something so I could make money, but try to really take my time with the ideas and do my best with presenting the information in the most professional way. So I'm extremely proud of that work on a personal level.
It takes a lot to dedicate to writing a book. I've tried many times. To finish one complete work, it takes so much.
Yeah, I have so much material. My problem is condensing the information because I write so much, that, and I have notes on napkins, on the back of like fucking tissue boxes, like fucking all types of places, like written on the side of all types of shit. I have long scrolls of shit, but they're all in different, notebooks and shit. So to bring it all together into one, string of thought, and that's the beauty of these guys. If you read Peter Thiel's work, you could tell the man is pure genius. He's reading like Kant. He's reflecting on Kant and Aristotle and stuff like that. And if you try to read these authors, you don't just pick up Kant and Aristotle and start reading it. In fact, most people start reading like secondary sources on those guys and then get into it. So it's clear that this guy knows. And back then in Athens, Plato and even Confucius, they believed that you should use censorship against the people in order to manufacture their ideals, really. So yeah. Yeah, Denise, yeah, it's okay to use that book however you want to use it, in terms of presentations. Yeah, bless you so much, But yeah, the audio book, yeah, definitely.
But
And
I wanted to give Eric the stage here for a moment. But
Sure.
You have an audiobook?
Well, no, I'm trying to make an audiobook version of my book, but right now I do have several chapters on my channel available. But yeah.
Yeah, I've seen Denise has been reviewing your book. I've seen Eric. I'm gonna put you up here.
Absolutely, absolutely. First off, I think I'm going to go ahead and order Machine's book as soon as I get a few extra bucks. Give that a read. I really like the perspectives you brought forward today.
Well, send me an
You kind
email.
of
I'll
open
send
my
you a
mind
free
to new
PDF.
ideas and new thoughts. I think I need to pay more attention to.
Yeah, but did you hear me? I'll send you a free copy if you want.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll
I'll,
send you a free. Yeah, I'll get in contact with you somehow, and I'll send you a
cool.
free copy.
Truther's got my phone number.
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
I'll get you
cool.
in touch. Yes.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. I just like before I call it a night. Right, it's getting late. I like to call it a night. I like to touch on one topic, one name you brought up in particular. Like you rounded the whole David Clements and DOA thing back around to General Flynn, and I really like that because I think the most telling piece of footage that I've got in that database I sent over to you, Truther, that shows flat out how staged this was. I mean, a Capitol Guard walking up to protesters and winking into their cameras, Capitol officers walking out into the crowd and just talking to people. And this is all that early crowd that got there. Like it's the whole initial breach, the whole early crowd. It's a piece of footage recorded by a guy named Tim Hart. And Tim Hart is a January 6th defendant that was charged with 4 felonies and several misdemeanors. And he somehow took a plea deal and got out with 45 days of home incarceration, right, with 4 felonies. And I'm looking at 3 years with 4 misdemeanors. So that's kind of odd to me. He went to D.C. with a guy by the name of Brian Gamble. And Brian Gamble is a close Flynn associate, still uncharged. Of course, there's no footage of him in the building that has at least been identified as him. I think I've spotted him in there. But nonetheless, I'm not in this to try to get more people charged. And quite honestly, the FBI already has a huge facial recognition database. I've seen inside the discovery database a few times at my paralegal's office, and one of the first things she was pointed out to me, one of the most disturbing things to her that was in there wasn't any of the footage. It was a file labeled baseball cards. And what baseball is, it's a piece of software that the FBI uses. It's their facial recognition program. They call it baseball. It spits out these digital, right? Like not physical cards, but like these digital cards. You put you feed it the footage or you feed it the photographs, and it spits out everybody in it, a digital card with their face on it, with everything that the FBI knows about that person, right? And if the FBI opens an investigation, any of their investigative facts like stakeout times and all that are included. There was more than 3,000 people inside the building already identified and have had FBI agents already surveilling them. When I saw this, it was in August, right? There's only been 1,200 arrests so far. So that means they've got their next 2,000 arrests already identified. So we're not going to identify anybody accidentally that's going to be arrested that they don't already know was there. It's silly to think otherwise. They know they have all the information, the most high tech, the best technology out there for finding these people. But that's one of those things that keeps saying to me, right? That little piece in the back of my mind that wants to think that the military is going to come in and save us all. Like these people keep saying, right? Like this is some operation and I'm just got to sit through and hang tight and it'll all be over eventually. No, I'll be in prison eventually. And these people will probably get away with what they did, right? And that's just the way it is. But it gets more people looking. Look into that in that Dropbox, Truth, or go into the one. It's got his name beside it in parentheses. It says Tim Hart. There is a whole lot there. I think you could go through and find some really good clips to kind of show how this was staged. Right? It was staged. I've got a piece of footage of a so-called stinger grenade. Right? These things pop out. They blow. They pop out CS gas. A handful of those rubber pellets, and a concussion burst, all in one. So like a 3-in-1 grenade. I don't think that the ones were being used were legit, because you see one go off 12 feet away from 3 kids' head. 3 kids in the crowd, like 3 little girls in the crowd, probably preteens. Their parents there with them. If a stinger grenade goes off 12 feet away from my kids, I'm getting them the hell out of there. But these people just stood around chilling like it wasn't nothing. I mean, like they knew that these things were fake. Otherwise, they would have to be thinking my kid's in danger. I'm getting them out of here, right? If you're any kind of parent at all, there's a lot in there that points to it was all staged. A lot of things in there, and I think more attention should be brought to that footage.
I feel like you can hear me. Yeah, okay. I was trying to pull up the Telegram and share it with people. Because Woo's News posted your link.
I can drop a link in the comments, in your comments, if you like, to it, along with my and I'll drop my Twitter handle along with it, because you can only use the link so many times in a 24-hour period.
Yep.
Before it'll expire once so many people have used it, right?
Yeah, I tried to check it once, and it was
So
expired. Like
there, that is. That's the source for the footage that Truther's been trying to share with you guys. I'd say I'm the source, but I'm only a partial. I've just gone through the interwebs and Sedition Hunter databases and any place I can find it, and kind of mined all the footage and put it in one place. It's not really mine. It's the world's, right? It's all the American people deserve to be able to go through this and see what happened for themselves. So there that is. I'm trying to pull up my Twitter now. My computer's running super slow on this motel Wi-Fi.
Absolutely. No, I'm trying. All right. Oh, the private chat's moved. Oh, there's no. Okay, nobody's been typing there. Good. All right. So yeah, I mean, check out the database there and discern with your own eyes. He is the source of the clip. There, Eric Clark. Well, but like he said, he's not the source too. We keep pointing
Right,
back.
and those aren't the only 4 body cams in there. There, I think 238 body cams in there.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. I have many files right here on this laptop. I downloaded that whole body worn camera footage segment, and that was like a lot of information. It's hundreds of files, just that one, and there was like 7 or 8 files to go through.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I mean, once I'm finally incarcerated, I'm not going to be able to pay the little bit every month it costs to keep that Dropbox open, right? I mean, I have everything in there on my hard drive, on a couple external hard drives. Like I've got it in redundancy, right? So it's not gone if that goes away, but it might be gone to public access, right?
Yes. Yeah, dude. All right, so Eric Clark, this Friday, I, and Woos, and we're gonna sit down. We're gonna go through. We're gonna figure out what's happening there, and we're gonna get deeper into this even then. Man, because it's what, 3 years later now, and we're still discussing this event. It's almost 3 years at this point.
Absolutely, but Truther, I think that there's a lot of information that should probably get out there that I have shared with Woos already, and some I've shared with you. And while I don't like drama, right, a lot of people have called me trying to get me to spread it, and I think they're bad actors, and I think pointing it out might be a good thing. And now's the time before I go to trial and get locked up for a few years when I can't say it.
Well, we know who you're talking about. I'll put it that way. But until you're ready to take that first step forward, we're going to leave it to that moment. But yes, absolutely. Like, it's good to point out, seek resolution, and then move on, which is a problem I have with all these convoy communities that came together. What they've dissolved into is drama without resolution. And that's why I named the stream what I did, really. Like navigating and finding resolution in streams of chaos. Like, we're either seeking resolution or we're seeking drama. And there's enough drama every day that I don't have to like seek it. It's already there. It's already present. I don't want to control too much of this narrative here.
Right. Like I saw like 5 or 6 things just today that I had no explanation for. I was just like, I'm not gonna get to the bottom of this today. You know, it's just like, you know, it's just some weird, you know, and that's the thing is, and that's the danger with factions, you know, like even you see the chat here today, you know, like I said, they're gonna create small groups to control people, you know, and it's like you know, you see the chat here today, it's 3 people in the chat just fighting with each other. I mean, and it's just like, you know, the thing is that you know, one is the brother we had up here, you know, and I'm pretty sure the other 2 you know, were also members of the convoy kind of thing. So it's like everybody's emerged through these groups, you know, more and more divided. And that's a kind of a key marker of what they're created for, you know. And you see like that if people like they had to create alternative media because people started to doubt mainstream media, you know. So then they use a conspiracy theory like QAnon to develop a national event. You know what I mean? I mean, when does conspiracy you know, cross over into national event and become news? You know, that almost makes it not conspiracy, you know. And it develops the idea of something where, you know, people the people's first reaction to information is that they doubt it, you know, but there's so many so their trick is to seed the people's minds with all these competing narratives that are all kosher so that they could develop a so that they could essentially develop their own, you know, list of things they agree with and form their own narrative through the safe ones that they're offered, you know.
The
So
simplest
it's
way
like
to put it is that they seed doubt in the mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
Constantly. And Eric, I want to let you out of here because you're trying to leave and you're coming back soon. So I want to give you your space to like, because me and the Machine Lies might go on all night. I don't want to trap you here.
No, I didn't really have anything more to add right now. Thank you for this stream today, right? Because I've been real iffy about discussing the drama behind the January 6th whole thing and what a lot of what I think are bad actors are trying to cause in the background to keep people's eyes off of the footage, off of the truth, and just sort of cause more of these small groups, right, to try to lead people away from the truth, right? And so I wouldn't have done that without you having this stream today. I would have been a lot more apprehensive about popping in here. I really would have. I think you titled it perfect. What you went through to cover today, it was perfect. And maybe you're MK Ultra me. Maybe you're leading me into this discussion. But if that's the case, it needs to be had, and I appreciate it. And I'll be a lot more comfortable.
I know the feeling. It's like you have to be so suspicious of everyone. It's like if you've gotten this far, I meant to be here. Like.
No, I think it's just a meant to be thing. I don't think I don't think it's all that really. I'm just saying if it is, I still appreciate it. I think it's just one of those God things, a synchronicity thing, that it lined up in this way because it needs to happen, right? It's the creator trying to create a path to the information. I think it's the way you would probably say it, so that's the way I'm going to say it.
I agree.
The 29th, when Roth is here with me, I'll be a lot more comfortable because I've had a lot of these discussions with him already. I'm more trusting in his work than most people's I have been so far, because I know even though that I don't think he got everything right, I see that he's willing to retract and amend where necessary to get to the bottom of it, to get to the truth. And he's already done that in ways. He shortened down the whole Act 2 with a smaller version with a little less derogatory comments about Donald Trump, just because he had so many other January 6th defendants like myself reaching out to him, giving him their testimony, their accounts, what they saw that makes them think it was obviously a staged event. And it's something we asked him to do. We know he still believes that, but he was willing to compromise, right? And that's a good thing.
Yes, absolutely. Eric, I'm giving you your out. Otherwise, you might be trapped here for a long time.
Thank you, Truther. I'm out.
Thank you, sir. Merry Christmas and be well. All right. I also see, Eric, thank you, sir. We will be talking in a couple days. I know he's trying to get out of here, and I know how phone conversations go. So I've sternly wanted to give him an out. It's not that I could talk to him forever, too, but I know he's got a lot to deal with right now. And I also see that Neurojack's back here. What's up, Neurojack? Good to see you. I'm about to give you and TML the space here. I want to see what you guys create for a moment. But TML just like, I'm bringing Neurojack up. Wait, what am I seeing here? Oh, man.
And now he's gone. Okay.
Okay. It's not just me. All right. All right.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll be back if he can be. I am kind of reluctantly coming up here because I think that we're all a little bit too close to things that we've probably, I mean, I'm not really, not like in proximity of like what we're doing, but I think that our awareness is a little bit too close for comfort. Although like, you know, for any, you know, people concerned with the safety of the United States, I have nothing against, I'm not trying to do anything against the United States. I'm just someone who's just noticing patterns that I find interesting, you know, and I think that, you know, it's just kind of strange to watch it happen, and you know, watch the truth be used as a bludgeon against people looking for truth, I guess is the best way I can put it, right? Like it's very apparent that that's whatever is going on, that seems to be the way that it's being done, right? Like and I just wanted to see what you think on that framing that I'm putting out there.
I was talking to my mom earlier. Believe it or not. Wow. And she's talking about how people throw dirt on one another so willingly. And that's what I see out here so easily. It's in Neurojack and TML. TML, you're back, I see. Yeah, you like cut out for some reason. It was weird. But that we see the way that people, man, I already lost where I was going. TML, good to see you back. I lost it. I was trying to recover. I'll recover. I'm like doing.
You're saying you're saying people throw dirt on each other when they're seemingly.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. And what I see out in the YouTube streets, like the convoys developed into all the convoy coverage and the streams and the audiences that went and followed that has devolved into an argument about which pedophile accusations are the most socially acceptable is the easiest way to put it. And there's records of one person being a pedophile and the others only accused of it very substantially with evidence. Like, and they're competing. There's literally like a war about to brew.
It's like the accusation Olympics, essentially. I mean, and I'm someone coming from a totally different angle than both you and Machine Lies. I've never really been involved in any political group, you know, very much. I mean, I've kind of been on the peripheral of, you know, like local political stuff, or, you know, like very like, you know, hey, come to this event, and I'm just like there watching and observing, and you know, I get approached by like some Proud Boys, and I'm like, I'm not really interested. And they're like, yeah, we know everybody says we're a Fed, and more or less you should think that we are. And it's like, yeah, okay. Oh, come to our meeting. It's like, no, I don't think so, right? Like, and I'm just a guy going to like a local Republican thing, for example, right? Like, and I'm just like, whoa, like, something that should be like, you know, people interested in the truth and people interested in like uh, action and stuff. It's like you can't go to anything without seeing that it's bad on purpose, to quote Matt from Quantum of Conscious, right? So whether it's something like what he says it is, or whether it's something much more material, or if it's something kind of like what Machine Lives is saying, where it's like nobody's really in control, and this is just how shit is always going to go because of the techniques and the technology and and just people's general nature combined. Whatever it is, it's very hard to even have a realistic conversation about positive change, no matter what your idea of what that maybe is. Does that make sense?
What was like, here's an example. Like, what was Tommy saying about Denise with the flow state guy on the that you were telling me about earlier? That Tommy was saying something.
Well, he just mentioned it very briefly in passing about Denise thinks I'm in a satanic cult, and she thinks that TML is not really aware of the culture, and that's basically where he left it at before he moved on to something else. But it was just interesting that he brought it up at all.
Yeah, because shout out to Denise in the chat. Bless you, ma'am. But yeah, we were being talked about at Aluma Tommy's channel. And then of course, she creates this YouTube video, and Tommy's such an interesting character because he uses this like Truther was saying, he purposefully seeds this, pedo angle, and then uses it against people when they come after him for it. So it's very interesting that he's got this tactic, and he'll even admit that he's using it as a tactic, because he'll keep saying, oh, well, you're just walking into this one. So he's not only, so he's telling people that he's purposefully confusing them, just like how Truther showed in that J6 clip where the guy's like BLM, and then he's like, no, fuck BLM. It's like it's like he's saying the same thing. It's like, or what they say, how they say, talking out of both sides of your mouth, basically. You know what I mean? Where you're just kind of,
Well, and that's kind of what Truther was admitting to, and I think that we've all tried to like use this tactic in order to figure out certain things, because it seems that there is no other game in town, to quote another person that's you and I are both aware of, Machine, which I won't name, but it's like I get that, but I think that that's the thing, is like it's so impossible to see who's real or not, because we've all kind of been forced in a 1984 situation to speak in code, or to hide our motives to some degree, just because we've been led to believe, whether it's true or not, that we have to hide our motives or our beliefs, or put things in code, because for whatever reason we can't really just be who we are because of the situation that we're in, right? And I think that that's so then it becomes hard to tell, is like, well, who's using a tactic for what they perceive as good, and who's using a tactic they perceive as effective for a reason that we perceive as bad, and does it even matter at the end of the day? And that's kind of like a very fucked up situation, and it seems like to me that's the whole point of whatever operation or situation that we find ourselves in is, right? Like we're in this situation, and the fact that we can't tell who's who and what's what is probably the point overall. And again, uh, if it's just the way that it is because of the situation, like with technology or whatever, and people are just capitalizing on it, well, that's maybe even worse than if it's being orchestrated from, a higher level of, government or whatever, right? So, and I'm kind of being vague on purpose because I don't really know what's going on, and that's probably for the best for my own safety. But at the same time, like it is very, it's very confusing, and without attacking Tommy or a bunch of other people, it's hard to tell what anybody's goal is. Like, and I'll just say this, for example, like I see this, Denise makes some claims that I think are very interesting, which I can't prove one way or the other. But then you have people like, Destroyer, who seems to agree with me on a lot, who disagrees with Denise and thinks Denise is a bad actor, right? I'm not making a claim about either one. I'm just saying it's interesting how people can agree. Like the people who come after me seemingly agree with me on like 95% of what I say, yet they seem to be my enemy. And people I agree with more than 50% of what they believe in don't come after me. So I don't know what to think. Like it puts me in a position like I don't know what's going on here. It's like the people that seemingly see what I see attack me, and the people who seem ignorant don't. So what does that mean? I don't know.
Well, it's what they have in the world of rampant individualism. You have the narcissism of small differences. You know what I mean? That's basically it's such a, and then you have also the bystander effect. So you have this dual phenomenon. Kind of one degree that the bystander effect is kind of like in this trust the plan kind of mentality. That something's going to come down the pipe. And then the white hats or whatever. And then the other thing is, I mean, it's a palpable mix. You know.
No, and I have to look up those terms to see exactly what you mean by that. But I think that it's
It's
certainly
like it's like narcissism of small differences is like you have more differences with people that that are the same as you. But they're just one-off different, so you're highly critical of them.
Oh yeah, I mean, and
Whereas
I'm
people
definitely
people
guilty of
that
that
are
for
like,
sure. Go ahead.
yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, and what was the second one you said? The bystander effect.
Yeah, bystander effect is like because of technology, where people will literally sit there and film an accident. You know what I mean? Instead of helping out. It's like their first instinct is to take out their, anything bad happens, their first instinct is to take out their cell phone and watch it.
Yeah, George Romero made a great film about. I mean, I love all George Romero films, but he made a film exactly about that called shit. What was the name of that movie? It was called oh man, I can't remember the name of it, but it's one of his ones where it's like a lost footage style movie of a zombie apocalypse, and it was basically just about like how we're being conditioned by media and specifically social media to not really connect with what's actually going on around us. It's kind of like we feel like we're living in a movie at all times, or something to that effect.
Yeah, Ramiro is a genius for sure.
And
I remember early footage of because I don't know, I was home from school a lot and whatever. Aluminum Time is going to clip us later. I had a relationship with my mother. Oh my God. Take that however you want to take it. My stepdad did. Now, one of the first things that she showed me that I remember was that media people were out there. They were filming events and they refused. It was war scenes, alleged real war scenes of people dying, getting shot, children even. And the media person is just sitting there like, oh, I'm just a professional journalist just filming. I'm not going to render aid at all. And that's what she pointed out to me. And I was like, what the fuck? is wrong with these people? Like, they're gonna get the shot, but they're not gonna like render aid because of the shot? Are you serious? Like, this is old technology. This isn't really new. The media has been garnering influence from the public for a long time. And this
and well, I just want to say this point really quick, and I think that, you know, if you look at the media like a military operation, why would someone be instructed to do that? Well, A, maybe they're a coward, but B, maybe their job of filming is more important than the individual's life dying in front of them. See what I mean? It's like their job is the influence, right? And so I think that's kind of an interesting aspect of what we're seeing going on. And I think that's actually what Full Metal Jacket was about, because if you remember, the main character was a reporter, and I think that there was a little bit of a meta um, storyline going on there that was
I'm
kind
gonna
of like,
rewatch that one because I remember watching it. When I watched that movie, I wanted to join the military because when I was in 6th grade, the Twin Towers were struck on the national stage, and I wanted to go overseas and kill anyone I could. I wanted to wring my hands around their fucking throats. Whoever was painted as the enemy to me at the time. And fortunately, I was talked out of that situation after many years of seeking that path in life. Because looking back, I can be like, oh, okay. I was a victim of, oh my God, I was a victim. They're victimizing me still to this day with propaganda. No, I'm not playing that fucking role. For a moment, I fell into their narrative, the story they put forth, the story they control, because I couldn't tell my own, because I didn't trust myself enough to tell my own story, my own narrative, and to put that out into the world and to share my perspective. I had to rely so much on others that I couldn't even rely on myself at all. But I mean, the only way you can come into balance with that is through the Creator, the Most High, whatever you want to call that. And Neurojack and TML, you both have different perspectives on that, and I probably have a different perspective than both of you. But I think we all agree on that there is a higher consciousness imposed upon us. And we have to obey that and rely on that. But also, we have a co-creative narrative in there where we can share our word and our testimony, our experience.
well, yeah, and just to say, I don't mind calling certain people out, like Crypto Alchemist, who's in the chat, and saying that,
Where is he at?
Merry Christmas, everyone, when he act very dishonestly and very, disrespectfully towards Machine Lies for no reason.
Crypto is a good title for him for sure.
Crypto
Hey, listen,
something.
that's my boy, Crypto Alchemist. If you need a space to come, hey, if you
Snake in the grass, yeah.
I don't know. They're everywhere, but I'm not accusing him of that. I would never. Bernai is my boy. I can't.
I am. I'm accusing him of that. Yeah.
Oh, not me. Bernai, if you want to come up here, here's the link. You got accusations being made.
Yeah, like he told me I beat my little brother. I don't understand.
Oh no!
Where he got that information from? Yeah, so if he wants to publicly spread lies like that, maybe he should come up here, crypto Jew alchemist.
Is this true, Crypto Alchemist?
He used to be a Freemason too. You guys know about that?
Well, he's got the artwork to prove that.
Well, it's just funny, people have this satanic energy, and they're in these groups with these so-called Christians,
All right, Lamone 3 has a question for Neurojack.
But they're attacking me, for being anti-Christian when they're hanging out with guys like that. I mean that tells you pretty, pretty interesting. I mean, it's pretty interesting, that they get.
I'm sorry.
No, this is what I'm alluding to when I was saying everything I was saying before, which is that people pretend to be something or want to be something and don't really know what they are or who they are or what they're doing, or they do and they're obfuscating such things. Tranquil Vortex is another person. You know,
Well,
I
you
don't
better
know. I
not go
don't.
after Tranquil Vortex. We're gonna have issues then.
Well, I don't know who they are. All I know is who they
They're
who they
awesome. Hey,
who who they who they who they who they hang with, and what they saw those people do and turn a blind eye to. So I don't know I don't
no,
know who's who or whatever, but
yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter what I say or what I think. It matters what I know. You know, it doesn't matter what I say or what I put out for other people to believe me or not. It doesn't matter. All I know is, you know, people people are not putting truth and morality as their forefront, although they may claim otherwise. That's all I know. You know.
Well, as a general statement, I agree. Like
Yeah,
across, yeah.
and so you know, and again, that's fine, but you know, it's you know, when you start going around calling yourself someone interested in truth, or you start saying that you're a Christian, or you start saying that you know, you're a friend, um, and then your behavior dictates otherwise, then I guess it's you know, what conclusions are we to draw? I don't know. I mean, it's curious.
Yeah, funny thing is that crypto ran away.
He's not in the background.
Yep,
Where'd he
he
go?
won't be. He won't be.
Oh wait. Who's Merry Christmas? Who is this? Wait. It is video.
It's Denise.
Oh, what's up?
Greetings,
How you
greetings,
doing?
ma'am. How you doing today?
Yeah, Neurojack, I've never seen you before. Whatever Lumatami said, I said about you, I certainly didn't, unless you are somebody else, and I don't want to know because I don't care because it's Christmas. Merry Christmas. Okay.
Thank
Peace.
you, ma'am. Greetings to you. Yeah.
And Machine Lies, I'm loving your book. And you know what? You need to put out some merch. There's at least 2 T-shirts on every page of that book. Really good one-liners everywhere.
Yeah, I got some one-liners. Yeah, maybe I should tweet them out, or you know.
Yeah, you should. And I'm serious about the T-shirt stuff. people do go for that.
What's the Merry Christmas to you as well and to everyone as well, except for the people that you know have done me or Machine Lies dirty, but otherwise, you know. But here's what I'll ask: Denise, do you know why someone like Destroyer doesn't like you? Do you know what that's
Yes.
about? Because I don't
Oh,
understand.
yeah. No, I don't know who that is, but I know that I just have her blocked, so I don't even see whatever she's saying. You know, I know she sees me because she's got a wrench as far as I know, but I don't even know she's there and I don't care. But her first assault on me was in this chat room of this channel. And it was basically on behalf of a person who uses the name Winter Moon, who I know the legal name because my police department knows the legal name. Winter Moon is an ex-cop. Talk about bad actor. She's an ex-cop who was fired for using her job to stalk people. She actually then went on to become a freelance stalker, working with several well-known game players in the Bundy circles, actually. And I first encountered Winter Moon in the environs of those discussions. And Winter Moon has used my deceased daughter's picture as an avatar, and she has been working in collusion with several people who are not online problems, but are known in Massachusetts where my daughter died. So there's some offline, serious, real world stuff going on. And some of these people that are in real world gangs do come into the sanctified halls of YouTube, and they hire trolls. And some of them are making a living. I believe that Winter Moon is at least partially making a living, both as a freelance detective. She tried to persuade the Corpus Christi Police Department that she's still on active duty
Please,
investigating
but
me.
people are making so Listen.
Yeah, they make crazy
I
accusations.
suspect you're funding as well, ma'am. So let's
Hmm?
be careful in these.
Okay, I don't care what you
Tread
suspect.
carefully.
You're
Tread
nothing but a
carefully,
pile of
please.
pixels to me, so I don't really care. I don't know who you are. I never said nothing about you. I don't intend
Oh,
to
yeah,
say
right.
anything about you.
Uh-huh.
So that's
Listen,
the end of
you
that.
know this Winter Moon Shadow. I know you know your narratives. I get it.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I can't see too well. Is it Tommy who is it True the Cop who's speaking or Neurojack who's speaking?
Who's Neurojack?
The guy that's on the screen here that's using the name Neurojack. No. Oh, it's you who's speaking, who's saying you think I'm fake.
No, I'm not saying I think you're fake. See, way to
I
put
can't
words
tell
in my
your
mouth,
voices
man.
apart. Your voices are
Way to
similar.
put words in my mouth. See,
No, I'm sorry. No, I'm not
obfuscate, then
trying
stick
to.
words in the mouth.
No, I'm not trying to. I'm trying to clarify
Don't do it.
because I was
All right.
misunderstanding.
Yes, there is. There certainly
Because
is.
voices, I have a hearing issue. Okay, so I don't try to distinguish who someone is by their voice because I do have a slight hearing issue. So, what were you saying? Just to get back to what you were saying, you think I'm fake?
No, that's not what I said at all. Again, you're obfuscating.
Okay.
TML, what you got?
What else I got on what?
TML, now you, hold on, slow down. We got 4 people up here.
Well,
I know
I wanna
we get out
know-
up to 10. It'd be too much. I couldn't.
At
I
the
couldn't
risk
handle it.
of at the risk of getting in a lot of trouble, I'd like to show you guys something from a panel I was on last night, based on what Denise was saying earlier in one of her videos. You know, and let me present this here so I can show you guys because it was just fascinating to me because they kind of made a joke. You know, and the joke was interesting based on what Denise was saying in one of her videos. So let me go ahead and try to play this here.
What channel was that? I didn't see it.
This is Flow State's channel.
Oh, I
Yeah,
don't watch that channel. I can't read any of that, so you'll have to tell me what it is.
Well, this is the channel that Montegraph was on, Denise.
Oh yeah, no, I don't watch that channel.
Yeah, but this is the channel that Montegraph was on. But yeah,
I have seen that, and you know, I just tend to don't go. I just don't bother with a lot of those channels.
Yeah.
They're scuzzy, so we can call the grandmas and be like, "Oh, it's me, Billy. I'm in trouble. I need money really quick."
Dads that treat their daughters shitty so they become skanks and hop on OnlyFans.
We love running subset panels on the internet so that we can trick people into exposing laws they violated to us, and then we can give them fake, communications from the government saying they've been charged with. Oh wait, I don't know what I'm talking about.
You would never do anything like that, would you?
I would never scam chat talk. I mean,
Yes.
I would never suggest people make stamps so that I could hurt them. Well, I need to shut the fuck up.
Oh fuck! How did that go? Oh fuck! The snafu stamp thing. I'm sure I saw it here.
I don't. What's the point of that? I don't.
Well, it's just it's the mail fraud kind of thing that.
But that was nothing to do with me. That was that guy that pretends to be a friend, a mime. I can't think of his name, but he comes on and he does mime stuff. He has a little Hitler mustache. I can't think of his name. I stopped watching Jack Talcott a few days ago, so I don't intend to go back. But it's one of his. It's one of his guys.
Yeah, you were telling me something, or you actually said on your channel about the mail fraud scam. You know,
I was talking about I wasn't talking about the postage stamp thing. I was talking about
because I heard you mention
the regular
that's
postal service thing. There was a program.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's what I was
that's not nothing to do with YouTube. ICOP is actually a software program.
Okay.
And the Postal Service was using it. They're still doing it, but they renamed it to a different thing. They call it something else now. but it's where they're coming into YouTube and other social media, and they are proactively involving themselves with people, which means they're not just watching people to see who's talking about mailing package bombs or something stupid. They're actually coming in to instigate crap and to set up. They are a law enforcement, but they're not under the same public awareness. Everyone knows about the FBI, for example, and and everyone knows about certain agencies. You know about the ATF. The United States Postal Service has an inspection division that has the same kind of authority. So they can, but it was worse than, to me, I mean, I know people get upset about surveillance, but my attitude is everyone sees everything anyway, so what are you going to do? It's life. But what they're doing is, I've counted 2 people in the drama truther disruption pockets. Jack, I believe, personally, my personal opinion is that Jack Talcott is one of them, but the other one comes way before him, is a real idiot actress who also is connected to a federal postal worker. And I just am suspicious that Jack Talcott has some weird history with the post office. He either is a honeypot bad actor who's working for this weird law enforcement agency, or he's a nutcase who's trying to work for him, like one of these self-appointed people who think they're federal agents or something, and they're just basic nutcases. And I don't know which one he is, but he's talked about his own career at some length, and I'm putting it together with my experience with the daughter of a retired postal service worker who I know is for real, because they had made a gun threat. And I had reported it to the state police firearms division.
Well, let's.
And then
Denise,
it got,
you've got deep lore, but with Jack Talcott, I've looked into him. He's got specific ties into some rice and letter incident at the Postal Service.
I didn't know about that. But
Oh yeah, it's in the newspapers. It's there.
I'm just going off what he has said himself. I haven't done any research.
Yeah, no, there's the research to back it up. What he's saying, he's telling the truth to some extent. Now, what his new age guruism goes into is a different,
Yeah, I mean, he's doing weird stuff, and so that's why I just decided just to let go of it. It's Christmas. I'm starting a new year I'm going into book reviews, and the troll drama will go on, but I'm trying not to put much time into it.
Well, Denise,
I mean,
you have an extensive career. This isn't like you've been at this for 2 years. You've been at this for what? 7, 8, 9, 10, 15 years? You and Winter go back at least 5 years.
There's something called real life, and sometimes real life.
You and Winter go back at least 5 years.
Me and who?
Winter.
I've already stated that she is somebody who is involved with a group that did kill my daughter. I've stated that. And that is real life, and I'm not really going to discuss a lot of that here.
Hey, you can't just lay out a claim and then not discuss that.
Well, it's self-evident. It's self-evident. If you listen to her and look at her channel.
That is an absurd claim. That's a very expensive claim you just made.
I know, but if you look at her own channel, she speaks about it. So that makes it self-evident, doesn't it? I think it does.
I don't want to get into this, Denise. I don't want to get into this.
I don't either. I didn't even, but you've got people up here saying that I said things, and I don't even know who they are.
Well, you've already said that I made claims about you that I didn't. On this very
I confused your voice with this guy Neurojack.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I apologize. I explained that. It's very simple.
We'll see.
But Neurojack was saying that he was repeating it, and I don't care. I'm not going to make issues of it, but somebody asked me, I guess it was him who asked me. I mean, I'm not sure who asked me about the Winter Moon thing, so I tried to explain it.
I don't believe anybody
And
asked you. I think you just went into that on your own.
no, I didn't just go straight into it. Somebody brought it up.
Well, point being, all right, you're bringing me back to my point at this point. You and Winter go back 5 years. Yes or
Somewhat,
no?
yeah. Yeah. She appeared on November 5th, 2017. She said she had been around before that, and I really didn't notice her because I had 5,000 people on my channel, and I gave everybody in the wrench a chat I did what they call the blue wall thing of giving everybody a wrench, and I didn't know her from anybody else until she did something, and that was not November 5th, it was November 7th. 2017, and I remember it very clearly because it involved my daughter. And yeah, I remember that.
And what do you? So what does that go into?
What does what go into?
You and Winter and your daughter. If it's that important to you, you ought to just recall it immediately.
Came
I don't
in.
understand.
Yeah,
why
I know. I'm trying to clarify your question
Okay.
because your questions
Please
are a
do.
little bit general.
Okay.
She introduced her. She got me to notice her by using. I look down and I see my daughter's face from a photograph from my daughter's memorial page as her avatar. She was using her legal name at the time. She was also in the chat as Winter Moon. So I thought this was somebody else. And why was this person using my daughter's name? Alongside her at the same time, somebody else showed up using a nickname of my daughter and making a comment that I would recognize from private life to let me know that this person from real life was there. They both appeared in my chat at the same time. There are still eyewitnesses around who were there in the chat who are from my neighborhood who know this. The police know this. And so I'm not going to go into details, but that is what happened that caused me to notice her. I had to spend some time researching to figure out exactly who she was. That's how I found out about the fact that she was fired from law enforcement. And that is also, that's something that she has talked about herself. Actually, True the Cop, if you want to do some real research independent of your own and even use hostile sources, I can tell you that Sewertown has hours of discussion with her from one of their channels that got nuked, but I do believe that they maintain a file of their videos. So even though YouTube took it down, if you want to make an investigation, you might be able to get them to let you see the videos in which she goes on in numerous guest appearances for hours and hours about me and my daughter and everything. I mean, she really goes, most of what she says is false, but she goes into great detail and you can judge for yourself what her problem is. I know that if she shows up down here, she's going to be arrested on sight. The cops already told me that. They're fed up with her. They don't like it when people call them and try to pretend to be an active duty detective. And I live in Texas. They don't particularly care what happened up in Massachusetts in 2010. But they do care about some of the stuff that has happened this way. And if you think what I'm saying is fake, I don't know what else to say. Because she's the one who's putting stuff out there.
Denise, understand that I wasn't there. I have no idea. All I'm hearing is rumors, and I'm trying to. Whoa!
Well, I just pointed you to some, a place where she has put stuff of her own, and you can make up your own mind if you. I mean, obviously, you're right. You can't tell by listening to me on itself in isolation what's true and not true. You have to go. If you're really that interested, then you have to go to different places and look for yourself and make up your own mind. That's why I don't even try to get these hate channels taken down, because I found out over time that people do come to their own conclusions, and they do recognize the depth of the game. And it would be crazy if someone was just going after a random old lady, but it's not random. As you say, there's years behind it.
So Denise, all right, let's move on from now.
Yeah.
We're gonna get off of you. And what do you think about this whole J6 thing?
I thought it was a honeypot, stupid asshole thing from the very beginning. I mean, I was telling people, don't get involved in that. That's just a setup. These protests mostly are, they're 95% setup. I mean, nobody's going to change the world by waving signs and screaming slogans. It's just, and when they do that, they get sucked into what happened.
And TML, your response?
Well, I just think that a lot of and somebody just followed me called Deadbeat Princess. Do you guys know who that is?
No.
Oh, that's yeah, I'm not gonna repeat who it is. Yeah, I know the reference.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with Denise, by the way.
No,
Yeah, but it's
I've never
interesting.
heard of that. I don't know.
No.
And it's a new year. I don't care. I'm not going into any more troll games.
Yeah, they get into some
The old
extensive.
girls can just leave me alone too. I don't care.
Yeah,
Merry
they get
Christmas.
into. Oh yeah, they get into some extensive activity. In terms of and this person seems pretty genuine. But the thing is that the Winter Moon person had approached me on Twitter, and I noticed like like when my wife made her like new Twitter page, and I'm basically blocked from it, and because she doesn't want to talk to me anymore, sadly. But I noticed, like, I went to her like followers because I'm like kind of like seeing like who's following, my wife that I'm separated from, and one of the names was Winter Moon, and I was like, so this person's like somehow found my wife's profile and is like following.
Oh,
Man,
she
Denise,
sends
I'm gonna let
sends
you go,
links to
dear.
my chief of police.
Oh my gosh,
You know.
I can't get into y'all's lore. It's gonna.
I don't
Y'all
care.
are too deep.
But
Denise.
she seems pretty nice. But if you see her page, I mean, she's pretty cordial with me. But if you see her page, it's a lot of like how I have a YouTube page, and I don't actually usually talk about anybody on my YouTube page. I may talk about people on a public stage, and even sometimes historical figures like philosophers and stuff. But yeah, it's interesting how many personal involvements people get in terms of the content I present there. So and I know that a lot of times I notice that Denise has extremely interesting takes on a number of issues. I've found a lot of her videos to be extremely philosophical in nature and talking about history and things. And I mean, I really appreciated that Christmas special to I think it was today, or yeah.
It must have been yesterday.
Yeah, but I really
Denise,
do.
I'm gonna let you go, dear. Do you have anything else that you want to? Any final words? I'm not gonna rebut you. Not tonight.
No, I don't. And whatever, it's time to move on. And a lot of this stuff, like I say, I don't ask these people to take their hate stuff down, because then people like you can go look and make up your own mind. I'm not going to try to get you to take sides, because we need to recognize that taking sides is not helping anybody.
I can't disagree with that. I'm gonna let you out of here because I
Okay,
got to start winding down.
And you,
Good to
good
talk to
show,
you.
and thank you. I've been enjoying listening. Bye bye.
Thank you. Be well.
Have a blessed one, man.
Yeah, let me say a
I
couple
got stuff
things.
closing out here, but yeah, go for it, man.
Let me say a couple things really quick, just to kind of put things in perspective. You know, Machine Lies and I have always been about ideas as far as I've ever seen Machine Lies, and I'm pretty sure anybody who's ever watched me on any show has seen I don't really talk about other people either. Yet, people who are in this very chat or people associated with people in this very chat deemed it necessary to attack Machine Lies or myself and even people associated with us just for talking about ideas. So here's what I would say regarding J6 all the way up until now, and what Denise seemed to be alluding to. Why are these people attacking people personally over ideas, and what good is talking about J6 in the past if we're not looking for the next shoe to drop in the future? And that's kind of where I come from at. And I'm not really willing to say much more than that, just because I don't know who's who, and I don't know who is really interested in what. So, you know, I don't really know. You know, I just know that some of these people in this very chat are not very happy about pointing out certain connections or certain ideas, and they don't seem to have a problem with people attacking people for talking about things that seemingly wouldn't be very upsetting to anybody from a personal standpoint. And I think that I'll just leave you guys with that. Hopefully that will make sense as to, you know, like, you know, no offense, truther, but a lot of people that seem to wish harm upon me and Machine Lies seem to be very friendly with you. And so, and I'm trying not to take that personal, but, you know, it kind of leaves, you know, you have to understand when people personally threaten you or allude to certain things about your personal life, and then they seem to be friendly with people, you know, of course it can seem not very good, right? So, and again, I'm not making an accusation. I'm just saying, you know, patterns matter.
And I'll tell you the pattern
So,
with myself and one person that you might be referring to as a destroyer in the comments there, who has been for and against you at certain points. But when CBO and all that happened, I didn't hear what happened. I only heard of what happened. And we were very adamant about you not being silenced because we'd never heard your story, both of us. So consider that when you're laying accusations against whoever you might be in the chat. That you might not know the history that's unfolded before that. And I'm happy to have you here now. And I'm going to press you on whatever I feel like I need to press you on, just like I did to Denise. And I will to TML if I have to. TML, you ready? You better be ready. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna press people. That's what I'm gonna do. We don't know each other. We're trying to discern truth from reality and all this. Like you were saying. So we have to press. We're gonna press. People in the chat are pressing. People on YouTube are pressing. And I've learned to just, even the people who disagree with me politically, when they press me, are pressing me in the right direction generally, actually, to focus on the right thing. I didn't drop him out. No, Jack, you're welcome to come back. But when I'm pressed by even the trolls of the chat, they're pressing me to a higher truth. I have to come into myself and be, wait, there's something deeper here I can be reaching that would make sense to even them. Even this person who disagrees with me. And Tranquil Vortex, good to see you. I didn't reply yet, but thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, bless you, man. Tranquil Vortex. I hope you're having a blessed holidays.
How you doing, man? What are you up to out there? It's good to finally speak with you. I offered you to come up here forever ago. I've been trying to have a moment with you. But I appreciate the conversation along the way to get here. So thank you to everyone who came up.
Yeah, it's been a hell of a day, hell of a time. I think I was like sick all day. So I didn't get a good, haven't been able to sleep a lot. I'm worried about a lot of things, but that's what's pushing me along. I'm very paranoid about a lot of things, but the thing is that you know good will eventually win out over evil. I firmly believe that. And I feel also that once you take the side of the good, there's no reason that you should actually be involved in success or failure anymore, or praise and blame, because there's only one path to the truth at that point. So it's like once you are like, all right, my conscience is clear. I'm gonna speak truth. I'm gonna do the right thing, and I'm gonna try to be honest. I'm gonna hold people to accountability. And then after that, it really doesn't matter if you do a good job at it. You know what I mean? It's just like, at least there's somebody doing that. You know what I mean? And that's the thing, is that you know it's like a really samurai way, that you and that's one thing that Denise said in her talk that really caught me. She said that she didn't say it exactly the same way, but she was talking about focusing on the task and not the goals, whenever you're trying to do something. And I think that that's a really, really important type of attitude to have, is like, you know, when you're doing something, you don't focus on the end result, because that is gonna stop you from achieving it. You're gonna be worried about getting there instead of doing the things you need to do to get there. So focusing on the task and not the goal. That's one of the things, is that you know is part of getting the information out, and really just showing up on time and showing up regularly, because people need some type of, they need honesty, and they need someone that they could rely on, that's there for them, to try to find answers with them. So like I honestly do believe that we could build back what we lost through this factionalism, and secure something for ourselves, even have a great family for ourselves, many children who can become leaders of a community. You know what I'm saying? That is really the goal. We got to look at long-term goals, bless you guys, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, I wake up each day, man, and I strive to see the best in everyone, but like, I have to do my own shit, and I have to focus on the task at hand. I don't have time to be like worried about the bigger picture all the time. I have to do what's in front of me all the time. And from that perspective, and then bouncing back and forth between the bigger picture and then what I have to deal with, there's a natural flow to life for me in which I can just operate freely. The only way I want to be free. Neurojack is back.
Yeah, sorry, my internet like totally shut down right when I said all that. So, I'm not sure what that's about. But anyways, um, and it took me till now to get it back. So, yeah, here's what I'll say really briefly. All I'm saying is you're pressing some of the right people, in my opinion, based on my experience. But I would say that some of the people that seemingly are some of your biggest supporters are certainly not whatever they're presenting themselves to be. And so I would just encourage you, maybe press some of the people that you might be a little bit more comfortable with, and you might find something else falls out of the tree, and I'll just leave it from there.
There's no one that's close to me that I haven't pressed.
Well, maybe you're not pressing them in the from the right angle. That's kind of what I would say. And I'm not saying. I mean, this is not about Destroyer. This is not about Destroyer at all. That's not who I'm talking. That's not who I'm talking about.
Well, are you talking about TML?
No.
Jack's coming at you, TML.
No. I'm just saying. All these people. I don't know. I don't know how to put it into words that'll be accurate enough and vague enough, but I'm just saying a lot of these people in these chats are not really interested in truth, and I'm saying this, like, on the bigger picture, I think you're very close to something, but I think here in the small community, I think that they're definitely something much bigger close to home is what I'm saying.
And feel free to tell TML, and we can get in touch that way. Like, if there's something.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know anything. I just noticed that things don't make sense. I don't really know anything. I just know that something doesn't make sense. And some of the things that these people are saying is definitely not to be taken at face value.
I've known about you for a long time, from over a year and a half ago. I mean, you being on Jim Bob's all the time, like.
Yeah, I mean, I came probably from the same direction as you in some degree. I mean, I basically followed Owen Benjamin, and I just found Jim Bob easier to listen to for a longer period of time.
Oh, we gotta show them that Gen X Jeff clip. You want to show that one right now? Because that is another fucking.
Well,
That's
I think
crazy.
that might.
Because this dude's literally an FBI agent.
Wait, Neurojack, you had one clip that TMO played, and I think it was an unlisted clip, and it was so funny. And I couldn't. It must have been unlisted that he played live on his stream. I never asked about it, but that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I have a lot of those things that I haven't really released yet because, well, I mean, most of it's just for my own entertainment, for the most, honestly. But also at the same time.
I think it was the Satan is your daddy one. Are you talking about?
Yeah. That's the one. Yep.
That's the funny one for real.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all of them are supposed to be funny because I don't. It's more of like me putting things together that are entertaining to me. But I think at the same time, like, there is something connected about all these things that seemingly are kind of just funny. You know what it is, I don't know. But here's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, like, if you were to play this new clip that Machine is referring to, I think it would kind of give you a better idea of like, kind of like the bigger picture that I'm looking at, and then if you start seeing like how this bigger picture is so closely connected to what's close at home with you, and how people who seemingly don't like each other are seemingly on the same side, and people who say they agree with me on so much have suddenly turned against me and turn against Machine Lies, even though 95% of everything that we say they agree with us on. I think that'll give you a better idea of kind of what I'm seeing, which is a bunch of people saying shit and doing shit that doesn't make any fucking sense if they were being honest, right? So that's kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, where's the clip? How do I get that?
Yeah, I'll let him send that over to you, and I have to jump off because my phone is not really and I'm not, I'm not in a place where I can just like speak all loud and stuff because my kids asleep. So. But I'll be listening. See you guys.
Good, man. Be well. Yeah, I'll play that. You got that clip, TML?
Oh, I'm still looking for this shit. Well, are you talking about the Neuro clip?
Yeah, whatever he was talking about there.
Or I was talking about this this clip from today. That he sent me earlier from the show that he was on. I was just kind of listening to it on the TV when I had my migraine, so I was just kind of in and out. Let me see this.
Hang on. All right. Let me play this here for a moment, though, while you're going through that. I'm going to reintroduce this here. Share screen. Oh, wait. What the heck? Mm-hmm. All right. Share screen. Get out of here. Get out of here. All right. Present. Share screen. All right. This is a boom. So this is the database that Eric has put together. Go check this out. It's thousands of clips of J6 footage he's put together. Some of it is recovered through his specific inquiries through the courts for evidence in his case. Oh, he put a lot. It's changed a lot. And Eric Clark is also someone who was present in the Breonna Taylor case there and watching the live stream footage unfold there. And that's when he began to notice how people were staging things. He's made this, everything he's ever said to me is always backed up by further proof in the future. So I take his word for a lot. He's made a lot of bold claims. Like the first time he came up here was after I talked to Woo's News, and he was talking about having spoken with Ray Epps on January 6th while it was unfolding. And Ray Epps took him aside. And he told me all these specific scenarios that unfolded around that. And then he supplied the clips later on that proved what he was saying months later. Like, what he's said to me consistently has been true. And he's going to represent himself in court in about a month and a week. And he's already made it clear that the outcome is what it is. I shared that Dropbox link there a moment ago. But his story deserves a lot of attention right now, is the only way to put it. I mean, you know. All right, you got that link?
Yeah, because he was talking about how this how you saw Neurojack on Jim Bob a year and a half ago. That's a long ass time ago. Because I don't even think because I don't even think I ran into those guys until like the beginning of this year or something like that,
No, I knew. I've been listening to Jim Bob for 3 years or so. Whenever he began to get promoted by Owen Benjamin and the George whole thing, like I've been watching since then.
Okay. So he was first that, and then he moved into the Christian nationalism thing.
Yeah.
And then I
From
think
Owen
that's
Benjamin,
that's because of the Crucible, and so this guy who we met, Joshua Jones, is a Fed who like works for the FBI, and it's funny, like he admits all of this stuff, and he like goes into like all of these discords, so it's just funny that he's there, and he just gives his opinion on the Crucible and why he left the Crucible, and I don't know, I just found for me and Neurojack, it was extremely funny.
Oh, let's play it.
Yeah.
Oh, you got it up, sweet. That's work for me. Go for it.
Yeah, we wanted your shit. It's funner to get your perspective on shit rather than a general Christian nationalist shit.
Well, no, the general Christian nationalist is going to make the same, pretty much
No,
close.
Andrew doesn't.
Well, they're
Andrew
not
does
honest about the truth is they're not honest about what they're asking for. That's the difference.
Yeah, Andrew absolutely does. I just have a little bit different. I say it.
Well, then he's lying on his own show publicly because
Yes,
he does not
He's
believe in
like,
force
yes,
or
yeah.
coercion, and that people should come to Christianity intrinsically.
Yes, he's not straightforward about it openly.
He's flat
In
out
the back-
lying. If
in-
you
Yes, he's flat out lying. What you
in,
guys
in,
are saying
in
is
the
true.
back chat, the
on the
popularity.
public record of his own show.
Well, no,
Yes.
in the back chat, in the popularity contest, right? That's what he's going for. That's not the same thing.
like execution of people that don't follow Christian morality.
Well, he's made.
I don't believe it. I'd like to get Andrew on here, face his accuser.
Okay, like I could get Andrew on here. I think I'm pretty
Get
sure
him
I
on.
could. And you want to ask him if?
No, I want him to hear
Yeah,
what how you're characterizing his position and let
If
him
you're
either
getting him
affirm or
on, don't
correct
send
you.
him no text about your
our
side of
position-
the
And Andrew,
argument.
like we're not even each other's favorite person, and I'm defending him because what you're saying about his position is not what I have seen him express as his own
My
position.
only
Not
claim
anywhere
here-
even close to it.
Yeah, my only claim here is you haven't heard me describe things in a more non-colorful way. Where Andrew has made these claims, it's just not done publicly. He's got a different agenda.
So he's saying one thing to his audience and making
Yes.
them think one thing, and secretly behind their back, even though publicly on a Discord, he's saying the opposite, which people
Not
could
with-
easily expose if they wanted.
Not with that intention. So his intention
So
is
this is what I want him to come on and address, like
Yeah.
this discrepancy right here. I think it's only fair.
his intention is to draw popularity by effectively like slut shaming, right? Like degeneracy shaming, right?
That's what religious motherfuckers do. Yeah.
It's kind of the commonality when it comes down to like large religious groups. Yes, this is why we have that term ortho bros. It's orthodoxy. It's the popularity that goes with orthodoxy.
No, I wasn't talking about. I'm talking about individually. This is how religious motherfuckers make themselves feel better without actually having to do a thing. They just talk about how shitty other people are, and they don't have to do nothing. By comparison, they think they're a good person for the day. The religions, period, living that fucking around.
Mr. Mitch, is that name doing what I think it's doing, sir? Because, like, is that you doing it to yourself, or is this a troll of yours doing it? Like, I don't know. I could be reading too much in the chat information here on the names, but I feel like I'm onto that one there, based on the presentation there. But what was your favorite part about that clip, TMO? What was it?
Just how the like the Fed guy Joshua Jones is talking about the double end of Christian nationalism. You know, he's saying that at one end they want to enforce things like authoritarian style, you know, but they want people to come to it, you know, organically, you know, which means come to it by faith. You know, so their goal of like having these parallel institutions, you know, and then kind of like setting up the like basically two sets of books, you know, one for the believer and one for the non-believer, you know, and using that to manipulate people because you don't really have to do anything when you're just good by comparison. That's kind of what he says. You know what I mean, right? So he's pointing out some interesting tactics there. You know what I mean, right? That he's using because like he's talking about how the guy's like using slut shaming and like all these other tactics in order to advance his goals. And it's interesting if you look at the platform, you know, it is kind of like working out that way. Like he does like all of these debates with these kind of like Instagram whores or whatever. You know, but like who would debate?
Yeah, Joshua Jones was speaking about Andrew Wilson of the Crucible.
Yeah. Who is connected to Jim Bob and Jay Dyer and all of these people.
Of course. But that was from Gen X Jeff's stream.
Yeah, today, yeah. Yeah, it's fascinating stuff. It's like holy shit, like whoa.
Because
For him to
there's
just
networks of people behind everyone. So Joshua Jones is obviously some sort of a leg of the Crucible to some extent.
Yeah,
Where
he kind of said it so easily. He said because Gen X Jeff said, then why don't you bring Andrew Wilson on and level these accusations at him on this show?
he said he could.
Yeah, and he said yeah, I could just get him on. So, I've sent Andrew Wilson many messages to get him on my show. I've been on his show twice, and even to debate him.
And
And
he
he wouldn't
canceled
come on my
the one debate you guys had. He couldn't take it.
yeah, and he wouldn't come on my show. And it's like, hold on a second, and he said like he gave me this big like leg up. When I got more subscribers by sitting on CBO's panel and hearing their retarded bullshit for hours. You know what I mean? Not even being on Crucible debates, not being part of any public debates. And I
Yeah.
publicly debated there, and I got like maybe 20 subscribers, and I got sent tons of hate mail. Like so
I got
like
20 subscribers and 100 hate messages. It
yeah,
wasn't
like what,
worth it.
like what the fuck, you know what I mean? Yeah, so go figure. And he says like he gave me this big promotion, but then he wouldn't even come on my show. And it's like, wait, I appeared on your show for free. Like it's not like you paid me to come and debate you, like, so like I don't see like why, and I've been on Jim Bob's show multiple times. He wouldn't come up on my panel that one time, but he'll invite me on his show to talk about philosophy.
Mhm.
There's a 30-minute clip of me and Jim Bob talking about philosophy, where I was invited on his show to talk about it. And then he he was in your chat saying I'm incoherent.
Oh yeah, no, he did it, and he did that over at Hoax Wars, and then I challenged. He ran away. I posed a couple questions to him, and he ran away.
Ran
And
away.
he did
Yeah,
it
I
to
saw that.
you on his when you were chatting live with him back before he switched to the whole TikTok invasion thing. It was like right before that switch. And you were challenging him, and he was like gaslighting you, like, I don't understand the argument and all this. And he continued it in the Hoax Wars, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. And he backed off pretty quick. But I'm about to end this. It's getting late, and I cannot hold. I don't hold down streams all night. I don't know if I have to work tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been a quite a long stream here for you. Yeah, 5 hours here. Yeah, for sure,
And
brother.
on the 29th, Friday, Eric Clark and Woo's News. We're gonna get into what we've been laying out deeper again.
Is that gonna be on this channel?
Yes. Mhm.
Oh shit! All right, cool.
Yeah. So be there. I do see the Flow State is live. Can I dump my
Flow State
channel?
is
over?
live with the Lumitami.
Oh God. Oh, he's with
Yeah.
Illumitami.
I think so. Yeah.
No, he's not. No, he's covering Illumitami. Thank God.
Oh, okay.
He's live right now, Flow State. So I'll go over there and check that out. I might yell at him. I've never been on his panel yet. I might use this as an opportunity. Just like
Yeah, it's interesting, and I wasn't trying to get at anybody by any of the clips I showed. I was just trying to show how some of, as we're saying, these crazy accusations and narratives that pop up, from people, and again, like Neurojack just asked like one question, and boom, you know what I mean? He came out with all this information. Oh, he's got these tactics and blah blah blah, and it's just funny to see it happen. It's like they just come, two questions deep, and it's like you hear this big long narrative, come out, but yeah.
Yeah, rather than an answer to the question or anything relevant, just some, distraction element. And man, people, ugh, it's getting too late for me. I don't know how you do it, Timo. You're just always on the ball, dude.
Well, shit, it is Tuesday today, so I will be streaming tomorrow night. So you guys come check me out, tomorrow night. I'll be talking about, or I might have the Southern Israelite there, so I could basically trying to antagonize Enslaved by Truth, maybe get him on the panel too, because he's afraid of me all of a sudden,
I don't know. Don't give away your tactics too soon, dude. You got to slow down. You got to slow down.
well, it's really, I think I just plan to have a good conversation with one of them.
Yeah. Shoot. No, I love that. Every time I get on here, it's like, what am I gonna say? All this and that. I'm not trying. There we go. This is flow states. What am I gonna say? So I get up there, I push myself through it, and then we get to a point where there's just a good conversation. Oftentimes it's the case where something develops.
Yeah, I put some good shit down. I put some great shit down earlier on the Flow States panel last night about Nietzschean philosophy. So you guys, if you guys want to learn about Nietzschean philosophy, I talked a lot, extensively about it the other night when the Flow asked me a question. But yeah.
And freaking, I wanted to get into this point earlier. Oh yeah, I got into a little bit. EBT was in here earlier. EBT and Monograph were talking on Flow States the other night.
Yeah, he cowered. Oh my God, he lied. He lied right to his face. He said he's never met him before. Oh my God, so much for being a free thinker. That was hilarious, wasn't it?
I wasn't going to call him out on that.
Oh my God, I will. So much for being a free.
So did.
So much for being a free thinker, EBT.
He said, "Oh, Mr. Monograph, so nice to meet you. I'm not. Are you going to dox me, sir?" He said.
He said he never talked about him before, and there's a whole video of him talking about him. It's, oh my God, embarrassing, nasty work, sir. Oh my God.
That wasn't what I was going to say, because Monograph.
He was cowering.
Hold on, I have to get this point, or I forget.
He called Monograph. He literally said Monograph believes in boomer retard conspiracy theories, and he's right in front of the man, and he's kissing his ass. It's fucking hilarious. This guy is spineless. Like I always tell you guys, this guy's literally spineless guy. EBT.
He was EBT, I love you, but you were cowering. It was true. But what Monograph said in this stream, oh my God. The whole reason I even went this direction is that Monograph said that Q is Hillary Clinton.
Oh yeah.
That was a fascinating claim, and he has proof to back this up. You, sir, are full of shit, Monograph.
I've heard
that's
so
your claim.
many.
I'm just saying.
I just heard in this chat or somebody else's chat that Jared Kushner was Q. So I've heard
there's all kinds of Q narratives.
All kinds of Q narratives, yeah. Of course, the Thomas Schoenberger. There's also that. They say he's Q too. It's crazy.
There's people getting there. It never ends. Denise. All right, Flow States live. Y'all go check him out. I'm getting out of here. TML, good to speak with you. Friday, will you have tomorrow night? Wait, tomorrow as in Wednesday or Tuesday?
Wednesday, yeah, tomorrow, yeah. Yeah, I'm coming online. Yeah.
So Wednesday afternoon. Yeah, so Friday evening. And you also go live in the mornings on Friday.
Yep.
So,
yeah,
we'll be in touch. I'm going over to Flow States for now, I suppose.
All right, brother.
It seems to be the state of the flow.
Yeah, I'll probably be there too. But yeah, for sure. Yeah, if you want to close it off with your audience, I'll leave.
Oh no, you're good. I would end it with you, dude. Thank you for coming up, man.
Sure.
And we have so much to cover. I'm happy we finally got to start tonight.
Oh yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got your back anytime. Yeah, for sure. Definitely we should do a joint reading of this propaganda book and lay out.
Yes, I just found I just moved all my
Like-
stuff and I found it the other day in the
Like
office.
a PowerPoint presentation for these motherfuckers,
Right.
and we'll go down in history. It's like two badass motherfuckers for real. Yeah.
I got my I just found the copy the other day. I hadn't seen it in a while. The book, the O'Luel in the propaganda.
Yeah.
Like, I just we do need to get into that book. That's a good book. But I have to print out your book too. I got to move the printer over here to the new office, and then I'm going to print it out, and then I'm going to read it thoroughly.
Yeah.
Y'all go check out the Machine Lies over here at the Machine Lies TML. We'll be talking in the future.
Yeah, bless you guys. Thank you.
Be well now. Let me see. I'm gonna read the chat for a moment, but I'm going over flow states right after. Good to see you, brother.
All right, bless.
Take care now. All right. Fun stream. That was good. I hope. All right, let me read the freaking comments here for a moment. I better not, though. Y'all are too fierce out here. I might not. It's too much. Oh, wait. Let me get his link in there. The Machine Lies. Y'all go subscribe to him. If you haven't already, you know. I feel like most of you have. But I'm going to drop it anyways here. Go subscribe. I saw it dropped a few times in there already, but yeah. Denise is pushing forth her new material there. Good to see Tranquil Vortex. Oh man, you guys are warring in there. Contrarian takes. Wait, what? Oh, Lord. So much drama nonstop. It never ends. All right, y'all go check out Flow State over here. Let me see. Here it is. I could figure out the freaking redirect for the audience, but he might not have it set up, and I'm not going through all the trouble to figure that out. It's been too long. I don't care enough. There you go. Flow State. And, next time I get the chance to speak with him, I'm going to challenge him about being a freaking Proud Boy. What's that about, bro? Seriously? What is that, dude? He's doing his own propaganda over here, though. Gifting out subs.
That's why it's kind of hard for me to answer the question, because I don't actually know where the strength is coming from when I'm dealing well with women, if that makes sense. I would not have guessed voice. I wouldn't have even really thought about it as a possibility.
Let me see how aware or not you are.
Okay, hold on. First, thank you for the 20 membership, Simple Jack. Made it rain in the chat.
Way to go, Jack.
I'd like to take responsibility for that because he wanted me to quit talking, so he threw that up there. That was
Well,
good.
you're responsible for the lost $15 because you wouldn't cam up. But
hey, that would have nothing to do with me.
Earl Pipe, good to see you. I still have no idea who you are, but I know you've been around for a long time. Good to see you. Be well.
Me.
it directly did.
You're
But
the
go
ones,
ahead. You had a question.
Whoever betted, you know.
She's not camera ready. You know what?
It wasn't a bet. It was a request. I tried to pimp you. You were like, man.
I like SH comment.
Like when she's all work and her hair's done and she's in her outfit and her makeup's done,
Hold on.
she'll hop on camera.
So anyways, I cut Lindsay off. it's a sensitive thing for her. Do you remember what you said, or we're
It's
gonna
not.
say?
No, I don't.
That's the way conversations go sometimes. It's fine. Oh, I was going to ask you on a scale of 1 to 10, without any exogenous feedback, how handsome do you think you are or are not? Let me just say, how handsome do you think you are? Do you think you're greater than a 5, which is average?
Well, I always thought I was average, but I always knew I was taller than everybody else by far. Not by far. I mean, I'm 6'5", but
That's
I don't know. There was some guys I was around when I was a kid that obviously I still know them now. Health problems with myself at 6'5", but yeah, other than that, I always thought I was like average, above average, like 5 to 6. But my confidence came from everybody telling me what I was, and not only that, there's a lot of guys I knew that were narcissists and thought highly of themselves when they weren't like anything like significant, like they were just average dudes, and that they thought they were hardest shit on earth when they really weren't. But I never tried to be like arrogant about that stuff. But I mean, my confidence came from people telling me, men and women, tell me how attractive I am. Then when guys do it, it's not like no homo. It's like, dude, you're good looking. You're tall. Like,
You think you would have the ability
like,
to simply?
I'm looking for a girlfriend. Like, you could get one easily. Like, why don't you have one? I'm like, I don't really care.
Yeah, for example, I'm one of those narcissists, but I somehow don't have the swag, even though I kind of people complain about how much control I do have over these panels. So it just the model just doesn't make sense. It just breaks down far too easily.
What you have is charm, even if you don't want to have it. It's just in how you represent yourself. It's in how you smile. It's charm is a really hard thing to put concrete words to, but you have that.
Yes. So that's why Josh and I usually just conclude that's looks, because that's the only thing we can comprehend that makes any sense to us.
It's not just looks.
Well, it's not just looks, but it looks a lot.
I have a theory about you, Hank. Would you like to hear it?
Affirmative. That's what I'm here for.
Theory that you
There's
just
that swag.
you are just want to bang females. You are ready, just a wild horse ready to go out there and sow his roots. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yes, that is correct. But we're in a society, so I have to pretend to be productive and useful and all that stuff.
Correct. Okay.
It's not pretending if you actually are being useful.
Well, I am actually useful. That's why they gave me so many hours. But I have to still.
Well, he works a warehouse job.
That's
importing product and moving it out. That's pretty important.
So when you say, Lindsay, when you say stuff like charming to Hank, Hank does it like that's not a characteristic. Like charm, he's trying to be hot to be women are.
Well, he seemed to discount it, just like I did a few minutes ago when someone gave me a great compliment. Yet all I mentioned was the stupid comment in the chat, and then I realized, you know what, you need to be grateful and you need to say thank you, because that was actually more valuable and uplifting and appreciated than the other comment. So I did. I stopped and I thanked. But my question here was really about self-concept. I used the looks to ask the questions, but self-concept and awareness of self, and how much are people aware of themselves versus how other people see them and who they truly are. And Hank's answer just kind of indicated that he's going to discount all of his attributes because he sees the world as only judging by looks. And, maybe there's some truth to that too, but it told me that he doesn't necessarily have a good or accurate self-concept because he's purely looking for exogenous reinforcement.
I don't believe that he's being honest in his self-assessment.
He's always on
I think
himself
that
now.
it's part of the charm, right? Like, so he can say, it's like leaning into your weakness or something. I don't know if I'm describing it well, but I don't believe that he believes that he doesn't have any swag. Obviously, he's got fucking swag.
Yeah,
he's got a jacket.
Right.
Look at his face. He doesn't register. He doesn't know what you're talking about.
Oh,
yes, he does.
He's autistic, Lindsay, so he's not going to process it the same way. And
Well,
I'm
no,
not.
you've said that, but let's ask
He's
him.
not going to display it the same way.
Yeah.
I personally, and this is just my theory, I think that Hank is a lot more socially apt than he lets on intentionally, and I think that people underestimate him. I think he gets a kick out of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hank, what do you think? Is that true?
Do you have a lot of
Flow
female
state is
friends?
correct. I like when people underestimate me because it makes my conflicts much easier.
Hey, do you have a lot of female friends in real life?
Yes, but they don't want to do me.
Okay, but here's the thing. Let me tell you this: being in the friend zone isn't a bad zone to be in.
Oh,
Now,
stop it, Cynthia. Let me just sit. Let me just stop you here.
No,
For men it is.
takes more time. It takes a little bit longer of a grind, but I promise you, hey, be that person that females can come and talk to. And on that one night that Joe Blow did her wrong, and she, they're gonna start looking at you different.
What's up, Jack Skellington? Good to see you. No, that's certainly not the issue here at all. I'm filtering everyone over. I'm trying to make my dinner. I ate like a chicken sandwich earlier I happened to catch. But now I gotta make food. I'm hungry. But no, it's just flow state. Here's the link. I'm just, here you go. Boom. I'm doing my best, Jack. I'm doing my best. Good to see you, dude. It's been a while. I saw you, I believe in yours the other day. Now, allegedly, he's going to cancel the new channel. He's got to stop canceling channels, that guy. Oh, my goodness. All right. I'm going to keep playing this. You guys go check out Flow State and say hi. I might jump on here and say something else. Maybe I'll jump with it. I don't know. I want to cook my food. Is about all I got. I don't want to end either. And I have a new space. So, like, I don't have to do anything. So I'm just going to chill here and I'm going to keep playing this.
Friendly, and you know what?
So I got.
You see Hank over there in that hat? He do be looking fly. And just Hank have more female friends.
Here's the problem with that.
Grind.
Here's the problem with that. Unless I become an immortal vampire, it will literally take too long.
No, I understand, Frank. Hank, I understand. And that's what I know.
Or it's just not going to happen.
You could introduce them to hard drugs and turn them out.
Yeah, but I don't have any drug connections. And
I'm just saying, like, I don't know what to, you seem resistant to answers a bit. So
no, I'm not. Listen, let's say yes. Let's say I am resistant.
Will somebody agree to go fucking?
Would I have to cook my own hard drugs? Because that seems hard. I mean, I was the president of my chemistry club, but still, I would need like an actual lab so I don't blow up a hotel room or something crazy like that. Yeah, some might say blowing up a hotel room could get you in jail for 5 years. But I can't confirm that.
And it could cost you part of your skull.
Yes.
Hey, let me clarify something really quickly. I offended Jonathan and didn't mean to, because it sounded like I was being a real bitch. What I was meaning to say, without being degrading or anything like that, was sometimes it's not registering on Hank's face, these compliments or this positivity or this charm, because he doesn't see results. He's like, yeah, that's nice, let's see results, and he doesn't understand it and doesn't register because he can't see it. It's not tangential. So by me saying, look at his face, he doesn't understand it, that wasn't a put down. I meant it's not registering with him. Because I would never be mean to you, Hank. And I don't know if you know this. There's no reason for me to be mean to me. I totally respect you. I think you're funny. I think you're honest. I think you're witty. I think you sell yourself short. And I will never be disrespectful to you. So I don't like being accused of that.
But you're not fucking him, so we still are back to square one.
I'm not doing any of you.
I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Hey, Hank, do you slide in the females' DMs, or do females slide in your DMs?
I think last time a female slid into my DM was like on Reddit, but she was a she was a like investment scammer.
Oh, okay, yeah, she don't count.
Yeah, I'm about to say that don't count. Well, no, what I don't know. For what I noticed is as I went from my early 20s, mid 20s, late 20s, and then now into my 30s, I'm about to be 31 January 7th.
Yeah, I'm 32 right now.
I've
Just had a
noticed
birthday.
things went great in high school. As soon as I get out of high school, things went great. As soon as I got a real job and not be a drug dealer, it plummeted. And then all the way from like 21, 22 to like 28, 29, it skyrocketed again. So it's funny,
Yeah.
like the entire 20s, early to late 20s, it was a shit show. Like no matter what you did.
So
Man, chicks, as long as you're one of the best young dudes in the early 20s, there is the offer that it's good for you. But after that, they go after the dudes that are 30, 35. And then when you hit 30 yourself, you know how many chicks under 25 are going after me now? It's stupid.
Oh, okay.
It's like I don't even want to date them because they're like, well, I think if it like, say I was 18, the senior in high school, 7 years younger, they're like literally in 5th grade. Elementary school, I don't know, it just seems weird to me. I mean,
All right, I'm finding something else to listen to. I can't do it for a moment. We're gonna go back to it, but where you guys can do whatever the hell you want. You don't like my DJ choices? Get out of here! Get. All right, who else is live? We got Robert Escobar live. We Are Awake is live, huh? Is that true? What's he doing? A live investigation of what? Let's see. It appears that there's no sound coming from the We Are Awake TV people. None at all. Oh, there we go.
Before?
Thank God.
I think so, very vaguely.
Our captors, who our captors are, who
Right.
controls us here. Exactly. So I'll say some stuff about it, and I'm hopefully I don't get you in trouble or you're banned. So that show that Crow did a long time ago, and they whacked him hard on it, and he couldn't speak about it again. Yep, Crow 777 Radio, exactly. So there was a Russian scientist, and his name, and this is another thing how they try to block it. His name is spelled 3 different ways: Hattie Boy, Hattie Bob, it's Hattie Boy. I'll pull up a link. I'll find it for you. And this guy was a Russian scientist, and he was top security and everything. And he had got into a oil company's database. He got into the computer system of the oil companies, some supercomputer, and found all this stuff out about what goes on. And what happened was, like, and Brian Stavely, he started to agree.
I'm tempted to challenge the narrative here and pretend like I don't know. What do you mean? Against this chicken pox? No, I get it. Cynthia, questionable. I get it. But these people are here, man. So, I just sit back and watch. Teddy Spaghetti, I saw you were trying to get Denise onto Killstream. Okay, what's that about? You want to press me? You like pressing from the chat. I'm going to press from the panel. And this is like a losing battle because, like, I'm entering an unseen turf. Like, you've already got your whole mental layout ready. And I'm challenging you. What a foolish maneuver. It won't last long, and I will back out when I see that it's inconvenient for me. But for now, I'm going to challenge you on that. Denise on the kill stream?
With what I'm saying about why they spray us with the cloud coverings and what they're doing with the particulates in the air is not are they dropping stuff on us
Hold on.
versus blocking signals from them.
Hold on. Denise was on Killstream? She was on Killstream? When? What is the name of this episode? Oh my God. I'm taking my time getting back to this response. I will look into this.
Have you ever heard of that?
Right. That's actually something that's crossed my mind. It's a blocker of information, like the streams of information that we get subconsciously and things like that.
Yep, exactly.
Right.
And so supposedly this Russian scientist, he saved humanity by what he did way back in the day. Somehow he sabotaged. So the moon gives out octaves, and I downloaded all these papers and stuff. It was all in Russian, and so did Crow 777 and Jason Lindgren. That I downloaded these papers, and they had Russians translating these papers, and the moon gives out signals and octaves, and it's like a programming of us ourselves. And there was so much stuff about it. Like they got deep into what was really going on up there, and then, like I said, they got in trouble for it, and then hence I never heard anything about it. But they were on to something big time with it, you know.
Wow. That's some deep stuff, dude.
It is, and I to this day I still swear by what the shows and I actually downloaded a lot of the Russian papers, and now I'll try to find out a link to these and see if I can show you, and you can
So
try to
on,
research.
I know he has his own website where you could pay for the full show. Does he have, obviously he probably has that show on his website, right?
I saved it. I got it right here. I'll find it on my hard drive for you.
Wow.
Yep. But you can't play. I don't think you can play it.
Yeah.
If you play this, it'll strike you. Yep.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna play it, but
He got hit hard for it, but there's a lot of rabbit holes and about the soul trap, and I like that one you just said when I was laying back listening on my laptop. I heard you say about the gold. If somebody dies and they're in a gold or a silver lined room, that you can trap the soul. I like that when you found that the Victorian era.
right.
That was good.
Yeah,
Good
it was
catch.
gold or lead, and
Yep.
there was something to that, but it's very odd. There's nothing. So that
That's
shows
right.
you that like what you're talking about, everyone talks about the Nephilim, the fall.
A little girl, and she puts the hearing aid on from the outside because it's magnetized. And she was trying to date on Tinder, and then first of all, she was getting all kinds of dick pictures from people. So to be honest, it's you're going to get weird.
Effing Lindsay with her freaking constant sex drama. It is ridiculous. Oh my God, this woman. What does she get away with in real life that she gets to pull this shirt off on panels? What is this creation here? What is she doing? Oh my God. I can't listen to
The
much.
voices and the sounds of outside are overwhelming to someone who's partially deaf. And if you're going to call my name or say, do I want to drink or do this? She said, I'm not going to hear you. If you got a problem, there's the door in the nicest way possible, because I don't want to waste my time. I want a husband, a serious relationship, whatever it is. I think that even though you would like not to lead with those kinds of things and everybody wants to just kind of blend in, if you tell people from the start and be honest with them and say, hey, if that's a problem, it makes you uncomfortable, I'm going to not waste your time, and please don't waste mine.
Oh, the issue with that's leading with weakness. People like strong men. So of course I'm not going to lead with weakness. It will come out. That information will come out.
They can think what they want about it.
To me, but I'm not going to leave it because that's leading with weakness. I'm stronger than you. I'm stronger than other people. So
that's a good way to see it. It's a good way to see it. And I was for the same reason that I was different and that I'd gone through so many things. But I'm saying it's
the second and third date. First date, you just want to enjoy it. Second, third date, you start to get on those types of topics. And too many try to do it first date and then it fails and they keep doing it. And you just have a good first date, get along. That's the first step, get along. Realize if you can match or not, and then figure out like your futures.
Flo, I dropped the link for one of my homies in my chat. He asked for it. Audio Crack.
I was gonna say, is your friend's name Crack?
Yes.
Welcome, guys.
What up, Audio?
Hey, what's going on? Salute to the
a-
ladies. Salute to Flo. What's up, Flo? How you doing, brother?
What's going on, man?
I'm just
Hey,
chilling,
Crack.
man. Merry Christmas to everybody.
Yeah,
You too.
I'm a little off topic, but and I don't think I could really add to it because I've been married 21 years, so it's kind of tough for me to add to what you're saying. But I just basically came up to talk to y'all and hang out for a little bit and say Merry Christmas. You feel me?
I appreciate that.
Good to meet you.
All right, I'm gonna hang out a little bit. Good to meet you too. I'm gonna hang out a little bit. Then if I can get in, I'll get in. If not, then I just listen.
I never
Perfect.
said that earlier. I hope everybody has a good Christmas. I always forget about it. I would hate the holidays, but I always have to ask how everybody's doing during the
He's
holidays.
the mean one.
Oh, I'm always the Grinch talking about that.
Yeah.
Oh, can I say something? Can I say one more thing? Hank, you should call yourself Hank with the hats. I see it. I see you back there with them hats. Salute to you for them hats. I like them hats, man.
I do too. That's why I bought them.
I have a Gucci one that I was wanting to wear.
That you got off Temu?
That I that I came up on a come up.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
I'm
getting a
gonna
little. I'm getting a little thin up there, so I'm getting in my hat game. So I'm checking you out, Hank. Hank with the hats. Salute.
I'm
Baseball
gonna go
hats
mute
look
for
great
like
on
5
men.
minutes. Yeah. But I just want to have one question. Crack. I mean, I've heard many success stories like that where marriages last like 20 plus years, and the stories are similar, but every story has its own certain methods of making it work for that long. So yeah, I'm gonna be myself, but I was curious if Flo wants to let you tell, like, just not long story, not the entire story, just what made it work for that long. And it's always good for
being yourself.
No, I want to know how you did it because you don't hear those stories that often anymore.
Well, for myself,
for 5,075 miles. Here's what it looks like up close. This again is some sort of a glitch in the sky noticed from the International Space Station that's 250 miles above the Earth. This was noticed once again by Lisa out of Pea Ridge, Arkansas, yesterday, December 8th, 2023. And you can see the time was 16:56 Universal Time, according to the ISS live cam. Notice the line in the sky. That is so bizarre. I mean, that looks completely unnatural, and it spans for over 5,075 miles, and quite possibly even farther. That's all we can see in the field of view. The field of view doesn't allow us to see any more than this. This is the original video that she shared with me at original speed. I haven't done anything to this section of the video, but coming up, I'm going to zoom in, make some slight modifications so we can see this unusual line a little bit better, but you can see the separation between the clouds right there and the noticeable difference in the appearance of the clouds on both sides of that mysterious straight line that, in my opinion, couldn't have been created by an airplane because usually it's very windy up here in the high altitudes of the.
So you see what I'm showing you, Ian? That's cut and paste. That's showing you how sloppy they're getting when they're trying to. That's a live feed off the ISS, just showing you how it's all fake.
Right.
See, it's all.
There you have it here, folks. Official, live, fake ISS feed footage. We've determined it's live. We've determined that it's coming from the ISS, and we've determined that it's fake. Several claims being made right here. Very intriguing investigations from We Are Awake TV. Go check it out. You know? Give them your 2 cents or dollars worth. Or a nickel or a penny, you know? What else is going on here? I can't go back to that nonsense. I can't do this. I'd rather listen to music at that point, you know? I'm going to go back to flow states for a moment, but I can't do much more of this. It's just not doing me anything. It's kind of like really sad panel gymnastic behavior. Oh, can I have the people on my panel carry my entire show? Can I like eat food? Here we go. Can I eat food while the panel carries the show for me? Meanwhile, I'm going to ask for memberships and all that. No, don't mind me. Don't mind me. You know, I'm actually not asking for memberships, by the way. I could monetize, but it's not worth the hassle. I don't know why people even go through that process. I've tried before. Not worth it. I don't understand the perspective. Now, enough of me. Where the hell is the tab I want to share? Illumitommy's boring brother. All right, here you guys. You guys can go buy go get Flow State's membership there for $1.99 a month. You can pay to have him eat on panel in front of you.
After college, I ended up running back into her, and then 2 years later, we got married. So no, this is something that nobody has ever asked me. The name is Audio Crack 22. So the 22 is for February 2nd, 2002. That's when I got married, right? So we just it's tough. Like it's not you have to understand when you're changing as a man and the woman is changing as a woman, and you have to have that communication. Like when they say communication is key, that's true. So you got to sit down like so let's say we was having sex a certain way or doing things a certain way in the beginning. As you grow, you change to you might want to do something else, because remember, I was a young man, you know what I mean? So I was in my 20s when I got married. So I'm 43 now. So that you have to have that communication, and you got to talk about things, and it's not an easy thing. But once we got to this point, it's like the easiest thing in my life. Like this is the person that I can confide in. This is the person that I can say anything that I want. This is the person that any view that I have in my mind, I could tell her, and she may not agree with it, but she can understand it. And we can.
I want to cut in on Crack there. That's admirable. And just to kind of answer the question that they asked him, as someone else who's kind of in his same position, be yourself. Don't be any different for anybody. They can't accept it, then whatever. Kick rocks.
How long you been married for, Smith? Just out of curiosity.
Since 2007.
Damn. Nice.
Yeah, I'm 2002.
I was married in 2011 and divorced in 2012. So
what made you get the divorce? What happened with that?
There's a lot of things, but when we got together, I was in college and we met over Coke and Jägermeister. When right, which it worked great in college. In college, when you're out partying and having fun, right? Like we're both good looking, social. We worked together in that dynamic great. But then when she got pregnant, we had a kid and we were trying to adult. We couldn't transition into different dynamic together.
Okay, so see, that's what I'm saying with the communication. Like, I believe that what helped me was the high school situation. We was together a year and a half in high school, so I kind of knew her, and she was, people change, but I still caught her at her young age, so she was still the same. So I was able to adapt to what she was going through, and she was able to adapt to what I was going through. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it was more complicated. Like it was more than just that. But in a nutshell, I feel like we were both out of control and dysfunctional when we met. But I figured out how to get my shit together, and she did the opposite. It seems like it's like the more I got her shit together, the more her shit fell apart.
Is it fair to say then, Flo, that if you were out of control and dysfunctional, you weren't really being your true self?
Well,
yeah.
I don't know. I guess maybe I'd have to think about that. One of the things that let us get along well.
Like you're in control of your own. I'm not putting judgment on you. I'm just saying.
Right. No, you've got a valid point.
You were back then.
I think that so you've got a valid point. I think that one of the things that allowed us to get along together was that we shared similar dysfunctions, basically. So maybe out of control. I suppose you're right. I probably was not out of control, but the ways that I was not ideal aligned with the ways that she was not ideal.
I'm not going to dox my best friend, but my best friend, sophomore, junior, senior year, we were the exact same way, if that makes sense. We were two males, but we were both in the habit of destroying each other in a friendly way. It was like, how messed up can we get on whatever at whatever time? But then as I got older, and I even brought this up to him, a couple of years after we were really good friends, I was like, why are we committed to each other's destruction when we should be bettering each other? We're best friends. I care about you. And I said that, and our lives have gone two totally different directions. And God bless him. I wish him the best.
Can I cut in right quick? So, Smith, what I would say in Flo's defense is, in college, who really knows themselves in college? So, I agree. Yeah. So at the end of the day, they were really just young kids trying to figure out who they were. Me, myself, I'm on the lucky end. You know, like I'm not going to say that. I'm gonna say I'm lucky because this doesn't really happen too much. So, you know, they were just probably just trying to figure themselves out at that time, and of course, those
We were
things
just
happen.
trying to have fun and sex.
Yeah, no, I promise. I'm not
Okay, there it is.
on him. I've done way worse things in my life. But to listen, you know, I heard him on a panel the other night, and he was a voice of reason. But people are talking about how there's so much more pressure. Is whatever. If people saw that panel, then they saw it. I'm not throwing any judgment at anybody, but I think, yeah, I don't know where I'm going with that. I think people saw that panel and they get what I'm saying. That there's not any more pressure. It's all in the company that you keep and whatever else. So
I agree. I agree.
I'm just me. It's all good.
I'm not sure what you're referencing one of two panels that I'm not sure, but a minute ago, Lindsay asked, how much do I lean on being good looking? Well, I took a piss and took the whole tray of brownies to the kitchen. I thought about it a little bit more.
Is she talking about all like online or like real life? Because real life we wouldn't really be able to know. But
I don't know that it's a big distinction.
They kind of switch the truth up.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
So it's kind of like the truth of that maybe type thing. Because my point is that all these guys have these big platforms. You see all these channels, tons of views, hundreds of thousands of subscribers. They're all talking about it, and they're being in the algorithm as pushed by the algorithm, you know? So.
And sanctioned network, I guess I would just say that if this guy was meant to be some type of disinformation agent, he really wasn't given the tools to be effective, you know?
Sure, you know, like we talked about initially, there's allegedly 16,500 pages of additional documentation that's out there. And when you look at what's available online, you're only looking at perhaps 300 to 400 pages of documentation. And one of the biggest problems with that material, that source material that's currently available to everybody, is there's consistent references to various appendices. Please refer to this book on cold plasma or whatever the name of the book is. And at this time, nobody seems to have that, at least not in an English format. So yeah, it's tough. You know, we're taking maybe 10% of the available material at best, and we're trying to extrapolate it, like you said, into some meaningful context, some overarching mythos.
Yeah. You know, we did talk about the actual man a little bit last time, his biography, because you have gotten a little bit enlightened on the man himself, although there are just breadcrumbs to the story. There's not a whole lot out there on him. But when it comes to demystifying the man, it seems like you've come across an interesting possibility since we last talked that he might have been some sort of Israeli intelligence double agent. Is that right?
That is right. There's an individual who I believe is from Russia.
I thought he was a Russian
originally,
agent, but no,
he's been posting some of my work and been referencing me. He's not taking credit for it, so I thank him for that. He and I got into a conversation regarding the man himself. Did he actually exist, and was this an actual scientist in the Soviet Union?
He was a Russian
that this individual did exist, that his sources stated that this man did indeed exist. This material is as accurate as it currently is. There is the possibility that somebody's gone in after the fact and rewritten some of the passages and added some further lines that might be misrepresenting it. But he also went on to say that he thought that he was possibly an Israeli double agent. He was embedded in the Soviet Union, and he was more or less putting together this material with the full intent of delivering it back to the Israeli government, which would be in line with that conversation we had previous, where I believe the state of Israel received all of his information upon his death, or all of his information was taken at some point in his life. So
right.
This individual who claims to know through other resources and references that this guy existed truly believes that he was an Israeli double agent working for the KGB.
Man, that does add more fuel to the fire. And when some agencies...
So this is We Are Awake TV over here. I don't know what they're playing. Something. I don't know. We'll go back to Flow State for a minute. I gotta find something else to close out on here. Neither one of these guys are doing it for me. We got Smith over here, Josh, aka what was it, MGTOWN or something, as Snafu would say. What's up, Cynthia, over there? Look like Notch is over there now, suddenly. Man, what's he got to say? What's he got to add to this combo?
Months ago, she's beautiful. So maybe he's got some kind of whatever where he doesn't want to get completely give all his emotions. And I'm not trying to put it, but I am kind of putting like I'm trying to psychoanalyze you. She's beautiful, Flo. So if she's good to your daughter and she's good to you and you've been together that many years, maybe put a ring on it someday. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Commitment
no
is
shame in that.
I don't.
Yeah.
I love to hear the opinion of Crack.
Commitment is great.
Sentiments here.
Yeah,
It's awesome.
commitment is great though. I'll say this to you, Flo, through experience. Commitment is great. It's on the other side, it gets greater. You got to go through the struggle. Then once you get to a certain point and a certain age, and I don't know how old you are, but I'm
37.
Okay, so I'm 43. So, and I'll be 44 in January. So it gets greater later, and that's the only thing, the sentiment I'll
But
give you.
why? But I don't know that personally. I don't think that adding the formality for me, I'm sure it would. It doesn't add anything to it. So,
well, because you went through what you went through.
And it does for the woman, just to be honest.
yeah, I mean that is. I can't argue that.
Okay, then that's all I'm trying to get out to you. Just say it. Just say that I went through something before and it kind of fucked me up, and I'm not afraid, but I don't see. I've analyzed it. I psychoanalyze this in my mind so many times that I don't think that I want to commit. I could be with somebody, but I don't want to commit. Is that fair?
I don't think it's a commitment anymore. Than I don't have. But I look. It was easy enough for me to get out of the commitment quick enough. Like it's really not. It's not a commitment any more than marriage isn't a commitment.
Why you say that? Break that down to me.
Because it took me a year to get out of it.
See, you keep going back to what happened in your situation.
Flow state. Come on, dude. What are we doing over here? Getting your marriage. I mean, come on.
So you got
Okay, I'm just throwing it out there because
You gotta get deep. Like, come on, dude. What's going on here?
I'm not to be trying to be too.
I appreciate it.
How old were you when you got married?
25.
Oh, okay. I
It
thought
was
you were going to say
2011.
younger than that, and you got divorced.
No.
At 6. Okay.
Because let's see, my daughter was maybe I was 24. Yeah, I was a dad at 23, married at 24, divorced at 25.
And so, to be honest, and they always say the girls mature young or whatever. I don't feel like I started growing up till I was mid to late 30s, and I'm going to be honest.
How fucking old are you?
What the hell? Mid to late 30s? Like mid 20s, late 20s.
I'm just being honest.
Josh, you're not there yet. What I'm trying to figure out is how old
my
Smith
parents
is.
when I was 18, but that doesn't mean I grew up. Was I did 100% trying to destroy myself through all of my 20s and most of my early 30s? Yes, I
Hell
was.
yeah.
Yeah. And I think most guys can relate to that.
Yes.
It's all about chasing the whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, people get it. I think people get
the
it.
dragon, the whatever the fuck you chasing. In those times, you're still trying to live your life. You get now. Some people do mature earlier, but me myself, I'm a black man. I'm from the inner city. I'm from Inglewood, California. So I went through some things. So for myself, I'm just speaking for myself. I've been through some things that kind of I put myself in the position to put myself backwards. You get what I'm saying? So
You're my boy, Crack. Comment on my page. I love you, man.
Yeah, like
Holy
if you got
shit.
if you got a page, man, I'm a rock with you. Cynthia, get it to me. I rock.
Oh
with
yeah,
everybody.
and don't drop your link backstage. I put everyone's links in the description box after the show's over.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Cynthia definitely shared it. Did you hear Flow State's response? Cynthia will get it to you. Very much so.
My links.
Yeah,
I don't. I'm just throwing it out there. I respect this guy.
Yeah, I don't content create no more. I just.
Oh, you don't?
Nah, I haven't content created in about a year, but I still got some
Well,
content that
I
I
haven't
did,
content
I just
created
don't do
in
it
a
no
year.
more. I'm living life.
I go to a lot of black panels, and there's a lot of. I think that you have with your marriage and shit. Like you've got something that people would that is useful to actually everybody.
Can I throw this out there to you, Crack, real quick? I'm going to jump off in less than a minute. I'm not trying to bomb your panel here. There's a channel called Backyard Porch Sessions. They're awesome. They're also a whatever panel. I'm not trying to throw whatever. I'm just me. But I love what you do. We just had. Has anybody heard of Dan Crenshaw? He's got the Skull and Bones patch eye.
Yeah.
So there's a channel called We Seek We Find. I collaborated him on a last video about the eclipse coming up, and he's talking about Trump's going to get assassinated on May 9th. There's going to be a fake meteor on May 19th. 100-pound hailstones, except they're not coming supernaturally. They're coming super naturally because that's what the Space Force is, and they're going to steal our money and they're going to attack us with it. But
Thanks for the tip. And
I'm fucking hammered. I need to be up in like 3 hours. I love what you guys do. Crack, love to meet you, man.
I salute to you, bro.
Good point of view.
Yeah, I'm gonna get your information from Miss Cynthia.
I don't
and
care. I'm shit.
try to stop.
I'm shit. I'm a lot of times I go
You're
on this panel
the
sitting out
shit,
and I drink
Smith.
way too
You
much.
are
Hey,
the
I
shit.
love it though.
Oh my gosh. So we picked up we needed to from that conversation. Yeah. Smith is going to get Crack's information from Cynthia. Yep, absolutely. There's nothing else happening right now. I mean, unless something else is presented to me. I'm just watching this. I'm like, my food's made for the most part. The cat's only causing a minor scene at this point. Yes. What do you want? You got food, right? Good? Are we good? All right, we're good. I don't know about this panel being good, though. I don't know. Let's see. What do we got?
Because I actually agree. I believe in monogamy, really. I'm actually fairly conservative in my views on that. I just I'm in a committed relationship. We've been through a lot of shit together. I don't value tradition, really. But I do think that across society, men and women have no idea how the fuck to interact with each other. And you got
Wait.
Well, do you know why?
Wait. Yeah, please.
Well,
what
I
was the
know
question?
I know. I'm trying to figure out. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, when you asked that, I said, "Do you know why?" And then he said,
What?
Well, the question you just said. Or
You were saying that men and women don't know how to interact with you.
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to.
I think.
Yeah,
I think that we're raised in a culture where men are taught that the way to be a man is to lie and screw over and treat like shit women, and women are taught that it's degrading to do anything to that could be viewed halfway as a servant to be a man, and you need to be just pampered and spent money on. And we're taught basically to be pieces of shit to each other culturally.
Well, go ahead, bro.
No, that's pretty damn close. That's pretty much right on. No, 100%. I would say it's like 9% correct. Yeah, you're pretty much right on.
Well, you got to understand myself. The situation I've been through, I cannot understand that because
you're married for so you don't know how it is now.
No, I get it. But what I'm saying to you is
observe it, but you can't.
Let him explain himself.
You finished?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is I understand where you're coming from because it took a long time and everything. So like I put myself in you individual shoes, not you, Flo, for example, an individual that was single. Like those are things that I would do in my head. What would I be doing? How could I move this way, meet this person? Because I'm with this individual for so long, right? So I don't understand where y'all coming from because I've been through the struggle. I understand that you gotta fight through certain things. I understand that you gotta say, you gotta stand up here, you gotta defer here, you gotta say, okay, she's right, I'm wrong. I understand that. You get what I'm saying? Excuse the sirens. Like I told y'all where I'm. Excuse me.
Damn, that's bad.
So what I'm saying is, it's hard for me. I try to put myself in you guys, in your shoes, and that's why I'm asking Flo about being with someone for 10 years. And I'm saying, damn, why not commit? He says it's not a commitment with marriage. I'm here. I disagree with that. I feel like you got to commit to somebody because you have to understand their values, understand their feelings, and they have to do the same. That's a commitment. If not, then I'd be like, F you, I'm gone. You get what I'm saying? So if you with somebody for 10 years, Flo, you have committed. Even
Yeah.
though, yeah.
I think that's what I'm saying is, as far as I'm concerned, I've committed.
But earlier you said it's not a commitment.
Well, I don't value the formality. We've both been divorced. It's easily broken. It really didn't add anything to the importance of the relationship.
Can I say something?
For me, yeah.
So let me just chime in real quick. I don't believe marriage, like the paper, is commitment. Like you can get just as easily divorced. Commitment comes from the heart, wouldn't you say?
That's what I would say.
I agree.
Okay. I get it. I get it. I agree with you. If I have been through,
freaking Nosh was just sharpening his chainsaw over there with the hand file. I mean, he's showing his skill out here. He's like, I can sharpen a chainsaw with a hand file. It takes some talent. I'll tell you what. Truly does. Go over to Flow State channel. I need you all to leave. Go over to Flow State channel. Go. I've done this before. And the last time I tried to get everyone to leave, it ended up with the only strike this channel's ever received. So I better be careful going down that road. Oh no. Oh no. What's happening here? All right. Let's go. Let's keep on.
In there.
So then
really, you can say that I'm functioning.
You should go on ahead and marry this woman. I feel like you feel like this woman is a good woman to you to be with her for 10 years, bro.
Why? Again, like it's not a necessary thing. I mean, it's obviously their business, but they're already committed to each other in many ways, like without the paper.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, what do you see? What I mean, aside from the two things mentioned, is that I do think that it's important to the woman, and also it would, if something happened to me, my daughter it'd be easier for her to get my daughter. But
yes,
and legal, like if you have medical conditions, she would be able to say what would happen to you, and then if it didn't happen,
I made a power of attorney. It'd take. Yeah, I don't put her in charge anyways because I think that she would not prefer that.
You're protect. I get it. I'm not even gonna press you no more, man. I understand where you're coming from. I just had to learn you and understand where you was coming from. So now I ain't even gonna sweat you. I know exactly what you're going through and what you're trying to do, and I respect it. You know what I mean? Like you have a woman, you're there, and y'all are committed in so many ways. Quotation marks in there.
Hey, let me see that saw.
You know what I mean? It's all good.
Fuck
you know
yeah!
Oh hell yeah! He's got a chainsaw. What are you doing out there? In the
He's
middle
got
of
it
the
still.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you now.
So
that's sus,
I mean,
I'm just kidding.
Yeah. So
wait. He said this. What you say is sus? So what's sus?
Yeah, I was using like a little kid term, like a Gen Z term.
He was talking about me. He wasn't talking
Middle
about you,
nowhere
sir.
with a chainsaw. Like, what are you doing?
It's funny how many forms of miscommunication can exist. Because what I'm picking up here is that Flow State at some point said it's a steal. Talking about the chainsaw. And Crack misinterprets this as, see, I don't know who misinterpreted what, but it's very clear that in this moment, a lot of people misinterpreted something here, including myself. Because Flow State said it's a steal. He's referring to the chainsaw. But then this evolves in this whole get rid of this banner. Oh my god. All right, can you believe it? I cannot. There we go. Yeah, that's right. Yes. Yes. Yeah. All right. He says Flow State says it's a steal. And then this see I notice this a lot in public lately. Like people misinterpreting what others say. It's a fascinating thing. All right, get out of here. There we go. All right, what is he saying here? Mm-hmm. Yes.
He said it's what you say is sus?
Oh, yeah. All right, cool. Yes. All right. I got to go back and hear this conversation. So, because what happens here is Flow State says, oh, it's a steal. Crack says, oh, what'd you say? It's sus. And then Notch hears, oh, he was talking to me because he was talking about Flow State talking to him about the chainsaw. I don't know who misinterpreted what yet. Okay. I haven't reassessed the situation enough. All I've seen is somebody's misinterpreted something. And it's not just me, the viewer, because it's been, reinterpreted. So we're going back a couple more seconds here, and we're going to watch this scene again.
I was using like a little. That's
I mean, he's got it still.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Hey, let me see that saw.
You know, it's all good.
Fuck
you know,
yeah.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah,
He's got a chainsaw.
yeah.
What are you doing out there?
He's got it still.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you now.
So
That's sus,
I mean,
Notch. I'm just kidding.
yeah. So
okay, so somebody did say that's sus, and that was Josh. But Notch Akita heard something else, or I heard something else. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's keep listening.
Wait. He said this. What you say is sus? So what's sus?
Yeah, I was using like a little kid term, like a Gen Z term.
he was talking about me. He wasn't talking
Middle
about
of
you,
nowhere.
sir.
Okay. What are you doing out there with that?
No disrespect. I'm just asking. I'm gonna go on mute.
No, but like the problem is that these days is that marriage don't mean as much. Like my parents been married like my dad just had his birthday yesterday, and
Yeah, so I'm not sure who misinterpreted what, and no one is. But there was this misinterpretation. Now Flow State's bringing over what I believe is an Oregon bar here. I don't know what the hell kind of chainsaw it is though. It's an Oregon bar for sure. I don't know what kind of chainsaw that is. A home light? What the hell is that?
we don't really live in that kind of time anymore. Yeah, it's commendable that people get married and they stay married and they still have a happy relationship. That's great. But that's the rarity these days. That's not the norm. The norm is people get married, they go to Vegas, they get married, they hang out for a couple of years, and then they find out they don't really like each other. You're going to hear more stories like that than anything else, So like marriage has lost its meaning is what my point is, So like if people want to have committed relationships, they have to know each other. They have to be each other in their hearts. They have to be committed in other ways rather than legally, in my opinion.
I agree.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh man, I cannot believe. One thing I haven't read
my story.
my house.
I'm just telling my story as the individual that.
One thing I haven't grabbed is my chainsaw. Well, I grabbed the electric. They had a Craftsman for freaking $50, battery powered one. There we go. But the one I got a huge bar on the one. It's kind of like the steel there, except for the bar's upside down. I need to fix that before I get on camera ever with it. Come on now. I'm not prepared like not.
Well, I think I'll get to know Josh.
You're not doing anything wrong. Josh drinks too much before he comes on the panel.
Well, I drink too, Josh. We got something in common. I drink too.
And I'm not trying to throw shade, but when he gets emotional, this is what I've told him before.
Well, that's cool. Like that's a part of the YouTube. People.
All right. I've sharpened my chainsaw, my steel, many times, as Nash is doing, and he's so calm about it. I have to press him about the sharpness of this blade after the fact, because I really like. I have to grab it with one hand. I can't. He's just like, is it resting on his lap? I mean, this is intense work here. This is the samurai Asian training he's got. He's got these Asian roots. You can tell with him. He's got that calm patience with each sharp stroke. You know, it's like determination, dedication, discipline. That's what that would take. Okay, that's insane. I've never seen any. I've seen a lot of people sharpen chainsaws. I've never seen somebody sharpen a chainsaw with such a calm demeanor.
Who
I
have
know.
their opinions and they get emotional. I'm not.
This is insane.
It's okay, Josh.
Okay, Josh, you finish your shit out.
No,
Get
I'm
it all
going
out
mute.
so that you don't keep disrupting with emotional comments and thoughts.
Well, I was pretty much ready for the response until you guys went off topic. I said what I needed to say.
Are you sure?
Yes, I was waiting for a response until you guys went off on how I normally am when I'm drinking, which I'm not. I'm not
the
that far
thing you were
yet.
waiting
Dude,
for a response
I've had
to was the
2
claim
beers
that
and
you
half a glass of
the
wine.
wine that you don't. You know what? This is for me. This is not. Yeah. Come back next time. It's not the first time.
Nah, don't do that. Should I leave?
No, you're
No,
good,
you
man.
should
You're
not
good.
No, like I don't want to
He-
like.
No.
this is not you fault. This is
If
him
you're gonna
saying it's-
attack me behind
Hey,
the scenes,
audio,
yes,
pick up
yes.
SSI.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Okay, we back on track. That's it. That's all I need to know. So, close. So, like, all I'm saying, bro, like, I'm starting. I'm trying to. This is my first time talking to you on live, so I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, and
I get what you're good. Yeah, you're good.
The question is,
what was the question? It was something about would I tell my girlfriend what we're talking about?
Yeah, like would you sit there and say?
I would never say anything on my channel that I don't want her to hear.
Yeah.
I'd say there's a 50%. She was actually in here while MGTOW was doing his thing.
I don't know who that is.
Just a minute ago, she was just in here. So yeah, my girlfriend's around. I don't know if she's seeing this, but I assume that everything that I say on here, she'll see.
Wait, oh, that was the lady that was saying I agree with crack. Was that her?
No, that was Lindsay. That was Lindsay.
Okay. So, because I don't want to get nobody in trouble. I'm just we talking. I feel like this is an open platform, so we talking. So I'm just saying, like, I understand that. So that's what I'm saying. Like me myself, my wife would see everything that I'm saying. I'm gonna tell her what I'm talking about because we built that bond over so many years. So I do now understand where you're coming from as a even though
trust is important. I mean, you got to have trust between.
Go ahead.
Your wife. I mean, like without trust, you don't have anything, right?
Yeah. So I'm understanding that, Flo. You just you're protecting yourself and your daughter. It's
all right. For real now, you guys better get over there. Go over to flow states. Oh, it's terrible. There we go. Boom. Focal length on that is not perfect in low light, but go figure. Obs. It did know which one to focus on, though. I'll tell you that much. Anyhow, I'm out of here. I am out of here. I'm out of here so fast. But anyhow, I'm gonna stream more often, and especially definitely Friday night, Friday, Woos and Eric Clark, and we're gonna get into that J6 stuff, man. There's no getting around it. I wonder what this self-proclaimed former Proud Boy flow state would say about this situation. He's looking pretty sus over there. That's all I gotta say. Anyhow, y'all have a good night. Be well. I'm gonna drop this link one more time in the chat. Yell at me after the fact. I appreciate y'all. Hope y'all are doing well, keeping warm, and seriously, y'all, thanks for watching and take care of yourselves, because at this point, we're the only ones that are going to take care of ourselves. I mean, like, you know, that's it. That's all there is to it. That's all I can see. As far as this reality, be well, y'all. Take care. And we gone, baby. Take care. 3, 2. Yes, I want to end it.